call this meeting of the Board of Supervisors to order.
Call to order the King George County Service Authority Board of Directors.
We'll stand up for the invocation led by Mr. Lee Roboth, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance.
Lord, we come to you and thank you for today. We ask that you guide our county's leaders, those staff, all those who support the county, our first responders, Lord. Lord, we thank you that many difficult decisions that must be made. We ask you to provide our leaders with your wisdom, your courage, your first in this county, to take right decisions. Thank you, Lord, in Jesus' name.
Amen.
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Are there any amendments to the agenda?
Mr. Chairman, so item 07-09.11, a presentation by Mr. Jones. He is not able to be tonight, so request that that be removed. Also, staff has received a request from the applicant for Davis Hill Development, which is item 07-16. A request that this be pulled from the agenda at the request of the applicant.
Is the applicant here?
It's not.
No, the applicant is not here. This was communications that went on the last several days.
I confirm that they actually sent an email asking that this case be deferred, but they did not give a date to be deferred to, so it would be indefinitely. That's the project, if you all recall, where there was an issue with the right-of-way going in. And my understanding is both parties' councils are trying to get that title search done and establish what rights each party have in it. So they didn't want to bring an issue to the county that was unresolved. So they specifically in writing requested that it be deferred.
I had spoke to them as well in the past, just knowing that sometimes members of the board will have issue with the fact that that isn't resolved yet, so we won't want to step forward on it. You know, we could put language in there contingent upon, you know, but we'll just wait. We're going to let them solve it, get it fixed before we do anything. Any other amendments? All right. So at this time, I'm going to open up the floor to public comment. Comments will be limited to 3 minutes per person to afford everyone an opportunity to speak. Please provide your full name, district in which you vote, so it can be properly recorded in the public record. I will say tonight we are having a public hearing, so if you're here to speak about the solar farm in the Shiloh area, that will be during the public hearing. If you have other business you want to speak about, then this will be the time to do that. The first name I have on my list is Pastor Davis.
Full name, Sherman Edward Davis. I vote in the Dalton District, and I'm privileged to be here on this Tuesday night prayer meeting. And so I'm going to read to you in a moment from the book of Genesis. Before I do, I want to encourage you or let you know that the enemy will not show up looking like the enemy. Sometimes the enemy will show up looking like an opportunity. And I pray for this board. It looks like we have opportunities one way or the other. You have to decide which is the best opportunity, which one the Lord will have you to go for, and which one you say no. I'm glad I'm not there making that decision tonight that you have to make for this county. But the devil will always show up looking like a friend, always show up looking like he belongs. If you think about it, in Genesis, the Bible tells us now the serpent was more subtle. He was more sly, more cunning, more crafty, more deceitful than any beast that the Lord God had made. And had the Bible says that he said unto the woman, yea, hath God said, ye shall not eat of every tree of the garden. I took note when I was reading these verses the other day how that Eve wasn't surprised or startled or alarmed at the fact that she was talking to the serpent. You thought she'd have went running to Adam and said, hey, the devil's in the house, the devil's in the house. Let's cast him out or something, you know. She was talking to the serpent. And it may remind us or give us a thought that maybe this is not Eve's first talk with the serpent. Not the first time she was seeing him, just the first time that she was going to get bitten. And so the devil shows up with an opportunity. And I thank God we live in America where we have great opportunities, where God gives us opportunities. But the offer that she offered was offered something that she already had. And Satan offered them gods, little G-O-D, to be like gods. Same thing God had told them. And the offer was something that they really already had. In fact, the Bible says he was created in God's image. In his image created he them, male and female, created he them, male and female. That's what God did. Everything else, all other sexes, the devil designed. But, Democrats. But anyway, the fact of the matter is that they had opportunity to say no to sin. And the fact of the matter is that they listened because they wanted to know evil. They are already gods. They had control over everything on this planet. Every animal, every beast, everything that was made, they were gods over, little g's. But they wanted to know the difference between good and evil, and man chose evil. Well, the Bible says in the last days that men will be, you can't tell evil from good and good from evil. Men will make those decisions and everyone will tell the difference, and that's where we are. That must mean time's up, right? Can I have 3 more minutes? I have, no.
Sorry. Thank you for taking him home. Yeah. This isn't church. If you want to come sit on the front row, you can. I'm not going to hack preach or anything. We're going to be all right. We know who the faithful are, right? Hey, front row. Miss Anne Marie, you're up.
Hi, my name is Ana Maria Lobo. I live in Presidential Lakes. I want to thank the supervisors for funding the 4th of July for fireworks. I also want to thank Mrs. Chris Clark and his staff for doing an amazing job, not only 4th of July, but also for the services that Parks and Recreation delivers to the citizens of King George County. The people of King George like fireworks, but I am also concerned about all the cars that were parking along the road like Fletcher Road and Route 3. We left earlier, so I did not see how well the traffic was handled after the fireworks ended. Now, about the Service Authority Board, I want to thank the supervisors for your work on it. The Service Authority Board was established in 1992. And ever since I have felt frustrated with it. They did have meetings all the time, but I guess they never visit any of the water wells to see the mold and corrosion. I want to thank you for you saving money for the county. You have been taking care of the Service Authority and paying down its debt. I want to thank you, Mrs. Bender, for her study to the Service Authority debt. They had the money and did not pay the debt. I also want to thank Mr. Collins for finding Mr. Rizavi a great financial advisor. I'm worried now who is going to check on the Service Authority debt now that he left. I hope you find a great financial advisor to help the Service Authority. Thank you.
Thank you. Jim Taylor. You're up. Jim Taylor.
You need anything before I start?
You got 3 minutes, my friend.
Oh, okay.
You're good.
All right. I spoke last time with just a generalization of what the county was trying to do to increase its development. And since then, I've been educated and I'm very alarmed. All right. Primarily, because you're going to destroy the ecosystem on the east side of King George. You're taking 580 acres of old forest and you're going to clear cut it and then deroot it so it can never can never grow again. And that really upsets me because that's not 580 acres. That's 3,000 acres because the ecosystem has to move over it and through it to keep going. Now, that's the one thing. The other things, this will not increase any taxes that we receive from open road. All right. And then finally, I have 5 questions which I would like you to consider. And also, I want to say that I respect any decision you make at the end of the night or whenever you make it. All right. You're my board of supervisors. All right. 1, has King George reached out to any other counties that have had solar farm business dealings with open road renewables? I've been told that several counties, 6 projects in total right now, are struggling because of their being behind, right? 2, have there been any written replies? If so, how many are favorable and how many are unfavorable? 3, why did Open Road Renewables choose an area outside King George's industrial region, 580 acres, and at the opposite end of the county? Most of the industrial park is currently cleared, flat, and available. Several large parcels, the gravel pits and gravel and sand pits and the power plant, can't support anything but something like solar farm. The closed power plant already offers a power grid that they can connect to because it is going to be an industrial facility supplying outside power. Most of the land... Whoa, that went quick.
It goes
Thank you
fast,
very much.
Liz. Next up, I cannot read your last name. I apologize, but you live on a good street, Eastview. Your name's Linda. Linda, last name starts with a P. That's all right, ma'am. Terry Morgan. Out of the way.
Terry Morgan, Shiloh District. I want to address who or what I consider King George to be. Sometimes in our lives, we must make ourselves and ask ourselves an essential question. Who are we truly and what do we really stand for? These are the questions that define us and shape our purpose. I believe that clarity in these answers guides us towards a meaningful life. We as a county have to do the same. We must ask ourselves the question, are we still a community that truly cares about one another and each of the other's families? Do we recognize that our burdens that we face by an individual in the community are important to all of us as the community? Are we willing to reach out, be the visiting neighbor that walks down the street and says hi, to speak to neighbors and show that we care? If we want a strong and united community, it takes an act like doing those things. Let's start by opening our doors and opening our hearts. I truly believe we are still a strong, close-knit community. I'm confident that if we reach out to our neighbors and ask for help, that they'd give us our help that we needed. I would do so with my neighbors without hesitation. That's the real essence of the support and connection to this community that I have. As a community, we must ask ourselves what we want King George to be. Do we value and maintain our rural atmosphere, the farming and agricultural? Do we cherish the opportunities to drive along the scenic roads and the back roads, enjoying the nature and the beauty that surrounds us? Or are we willing to risk and turn our beloved town into an industrial park? We have to ask ourselves these questions. How much do we truly care about our farmland and our forestry? Are we willing to replace that? Let's consider whether we prefer peaceful drives through nature and landscapes, or whether we want industrial infrastructure. There are areas for everything in King George, and some of us have chosen to live in the areas that have forestry and agricultural, and that's what our choice has been. Others have to choose where they choose to live. Certain areas in King George are designated for certain things: fuel and economy, growth and opportunity. Meanwhile, other parts of the King George attract residents and visitors alike, drawing by the stunning nature and the beauty and the serene enjoyment of rural activities and agriculture. This is the balance between industrial and the nature created by vibrant, thriving communities that offer both of these things and tranquility. Many might argue that change is coming and we should embrace it because we cannot hold it back. However, I believe the exact opposite of that. I think we should hold our community values and our spirits closer, and that we should fight for the things that we believe in, because once we let go of those things, we can no longer bring them back. Once we lose something, we can't recreate it. And that loss could be very well our environment, and it could be other things. And can we put a price on that? And who will we turn to once it's gone?
Thank you, Terry. James Shaw.
James Shaw, James Monroe District, columnist, Northern X Sentinel, citizen journalist, kgmedia.top, not speaking in my capacity as EDA member. New hat, Service Authority customer. You will have before you shortly a proposal to spend oodles of money on some long overdue maintenance and tech upgrades. Financially, I've looked at the numbers and they look quite good. Affected will be one of the most glamorous of county facilities, a wastewater treatment plant in Dahlgren. For most folks in the county, the triggering of a handle in a restroom begins a journey that ends in a septic tank. For a minority of others, a wastewater treatment plant is the final destination. Past overseers working within their limitations left us with what we have, a facility that falls far short of its potential, a ticking time bomb of potential rate-raising fines. You folks, thankfully, have decided to take a new path. The buck stops here. Thankfully, the term for the new 4.0 million note is only 5 years, and that will keep the Service Authority on track for paying off the current debt in roughly 9 years. God bless the King George Renaissance, where sometimes you have to spend money to get things fixed in preparation for a better future. Thank you.
Thank you. I think it's Chap Peterson. Yes, sir. Just if you haven't signed up for that, just when I say that anyone's like to speak, that'll be your time, okay? Mr. David Bush.
Good evening. My name is David Bush. I'm a resident of the Shiloh District. I am on the school board. I am not here representing the school board. I am here as a voter. I want to start out with just simply reading something from Proverbs 3:13. Blessed is the one who finds wisdom and the one who gets understanding. Understanding that wisdom is more than just simply knowledge. It's being able to take that knowledge to make sound judgments and decisions. And I know you have a lot on your plate. And I suppose I did not pick the best night to talk about the subject that I'm going to bring up, but it is something that I've waited. It's been on my heart, and because of my schedule, I may not be here for the next several Board of Supervisors meetings. Let me change that. When we had a joint meeting with the school board and all of you back over a year ago, we discussed the tremendous need to build a school. We showed you all kinds of figures and plans about how we're growing by 2% a year, and there was a tremendous need to build a school. It was suggested by, at that time, Mr. Collins, that we do a referendum. To be honest, I was against that, simply because it doesn't matter what the constituency says yes or no, we need a school no matter what. However, it was suggested that we go ahead and forward with a referendum, and that was done. I have the feeling that that was done primarily because you wanted to get the pulse of the people in King George, because obviously when you have $57 million bond or referendum, proposed for building a school, most of the people here in King George are very intelligent, and they know that means we probably have to raise taxes. And that is a tough pill to swallow, because I know a lot of you ran on not raising taxes, or at least limiting that as much as possible, not necessarily not raising it, but being very careful and judicious about it. I just want to tell you that we have voted, and we voted that we agree that we need to build another school. And I just think it is almost a lacking of integrity when you ask the voters for something and they vote for it and they agree to it, and then we hear nothing about it. I just don't feel that that's appropriate. Now, if there would even be a beginning discussion about what you might do with that referendum, because we spoke, the voters spoke, and we need to hear from all of you and what you ask us about. And we said, yes, we agree. We need to build a school. And we know you'll have to float a bond for $57 million. That's a lot of money. And then we hear nothing. Now, I know you have other priorities that are involved, and that's what I heard when the last time that this was talked about. But in my opinion, the voters have given you a priority. Now you have to deal with money decisions every meeting. I understand that. We're in the school board. We have some of the same issues. But we have voted basically saying this is a top priority. Education of the children in King George is really probably the highest priority. Thank you.
Thank you. Les Hill? Yes, sir, Les. Thank you. Is there anyone else that'd like to speak this time? Is there anyone online?
No, Mr. Chairman, not until the public hearing.
All right. Has anyone received any correspondence?
We've got some, but they're for the public hearing as well.
Public hearing as well. All right, so at this time, I will close public comment, and then we will move on to reports of members of the board. Due to the fact that our agenda is pretty full tonight, let's try to keep our comments to a minimum, but do speak on the topics you need to speak about, okay? Lee?
Hey, good evening, everybody. And that said, I'll definitely keep my comments short. So I do want to thank the board, all the first responders, police, fire, EMS. Ms. Lavelle mentioned the fireworks show this past Saturday. I was there. It was great. I appreciate all the hard work that everybody in the county put in. I also saw Ms. Southall there representing the county at the stand. She did a great job, as she always does when she represents the county there. Other than that, like I said, I'll keep it short. So I'll end there. Thank you, guys. Thank you for what you do.
Mr. Collins?
Thank you. It's good to see everyone. That's as short as I can get.
Mr. Stroud?
All right, sure. Yeah, I had a pretty lengthy report to give on a meeting with NeoGov, but I'll hold that off for a later time. And I'll end there for now. Thank you.
Bender?
I want to thank everybody for coming. And this weekend, I had the privilege of going to the NACO convention in Philadelphia. And Mr. Taylor, you asked about talking to other communities. I talked to many other states about solar farm data centers, AI, and a whole bunch of other topics and getting their insights. So I did talk to some folks. So thank you.
Mr. Sullins?
Thanks everybody for coming. Got a whole litany of meetings that I did last week, but keeping it short, I had 2 to 3 meetings every night last week except for Thursday. Most of them were dealing with the solar farm. The reason I point that out, most of us have full-time day jobs too, and I don't mind meeting at night, don't mind meeting on weekends, but I had people asking me, today, calling me, hey, can we meet today? If you wait till the day of the vote, you have waited too long. I'm sorry, please don't get upset, but that your failure to plan is not my problem. So that's all.
Thank you. I'll make a few comments just based on what's been said tonight. I think one of the comments that was said is, change is coming, right? And before I ran, I'd run to people on Facebook and whatnot, and they were like, change is coming, and there's nothing you can do about it. Basically, to come here is ha ha ha, this is what we're going to do. And I'm like, change is coming, but the point of the matter is we get to decide what that change looks like. We get to decide what King George is going to be. We get to decide what it looks like. And if we don't want to be Northern Virginia and everywhere else, we don't have to be that. And, we have to figure out as a team, and we are a team, how we're going to make that happen. You can't come to me with complaints, but you can't come to me with solutions. Anyone can come to me and point out what's wrong, but come to me and say, I put some time and thought into this on things we can do to fix things. And here's some ideas, Mr. Davis, I think that could, trust me, there's plenty of constituents who come to, I don't know everything. And if someone's expert in something, I want to listen to you. The biggest enemy of learning is knowing. Mr. Bush was talking about knowledge, but sometimes when you think you know, you can no longer learn. And that's the point of it. So you have to be able to be teachable. As far as the school building, at our joint session just this year, you asked me when we were going to talk about it, Mr. Bush. I said, we'll talk about it towards the end of this year, towards December is what I said to you then. So that this is not a confusion, We have a building out there that has been priced, some people, at $20 million to fix that old courthouse. We have a fire station to build. We have a maintenance to build. There is a lot that is going down. Why are those things priority? Because King George has a habit. We build something, take the old middle school, we build something and we neglect it. We build something and we move on. I'm not repeating the same mistakes we made by, let's just jump into a new school. We're going to take care of the stuff that we got. We're going to figure out how we can do it. So years down the line, we're not tearing down a perfectly good school building that you could be using right now if other boards would have done it right. So we're going to do it right this time. I'm not repeating the same mistakes. And we will get there when we get there. But right now, there are some things that are going to take precedence. That's just the way it is. And the constituents have voted in that favor. I'm not sold on the fact that we need it yet. That's your opinion. But I'm not. But we'll face that. If it comes to numbers match what we do, then we'll head it off at that point in time. But thank you guys for being here. I appreciate anyone who wants to get involved in the community, whether you agree with me or not on what our theology is or ideas are. The fact that you're here putting in your time means a lot to us, and we just appreciate that. So I will close that at this time, and we will move on to the consent agenda. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Motion properly second. Any further discussion? By roll call, Mr. Stroud.
Aye.
Ms. Bender. Mr. Sullins.
Aye.
Mr. Collins.
Nay.
Chair votes aye. Motion passes. Do we have any constitutional officers that want to speak tonight? You good?
So, Mr. Davis,
Yes, sir.
we motion second, discussion, then vote. There was no discussion.
You want to discuss?
No, not now.
Okay. All right. So at this point in time, we'll move on to the board of directors.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. First up, we're going to make, do we have a motion for the consent agenda?
So moved.
Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a motion properly seconded. Any discussion? Mr. Collins, you have some questions?
I'll be short. No.
Okay. Thank you. A motion properly second. No more discussion. All those by roll call vote. Lee? Aye. Mr. Collins?
Aye.
Mr. Sullins?
Aye.
Mr. Davis?
Aye.
Chair votes aye, motion carries. Next up, we will move on to Davenport with their report on the financing for the Dahlgren wastewater treatment plant. And just a little information for the public, the report that is done, all the board members do have a copy of the report, but Mr. Kralinger for Bowman was not able to come at this meeting. He will be at the first meeting in August to give a highlight on the report in the phased approach to the fixes that need to be done at the plant. So go right ahead.
Okay, thank you. Madam Chair, members of the board, David Rose from Davenport and one of my young colleagues behind me, Harit Patel, who gets the responsibility of putting all the good stuff together. So give credit where credit's due. I'm not going to be very long this evening. Let's see, you said to turn it and press it. Where is that? Doesn't seem to be. Am I set up there? Okay.
They're going to email it to me.
It'll stall in the programming. Just, I'll fill the silence for a minute. Some of these upgrades that you'll be seeing next go around is trying to get the plant in compliance, especially with the rotors. Going out to view the robot a couple of times last week and the week before, you could see how maybe a better method might be a little better to kind of eliminate some of that sludge that was coming out of the robot and dumping into the digester. Mr. Dines, do you have it yet? Guess not yet. And then also too, some other information that'll be included in is maybe possibly being able to upgrade the plant to accept outside septage and maybe to be able to accept and send back out purple water from purple pipe.
So while we're waiting, why don't I just give a little introduction again for those in the audience and behind me and on the cameras. Again, David Rose with Davenport. We are the financial advisor to the Service Authority in the county, and have done that for many years, 30 plus. We are not here to sell you anything. We're here to be your fiduciary. Our job is to give you some thoughts, recommendations, make sure that you stay within the white lines as it relates to finances, and that's our goal. You may recall, okay, here we are. I was here not long ago. Okay, I can do it now. Let's see. It's not seeming to. All right. Why don't you want to just turn right here? Just press it. I'm not following. Green. Let's see. Screen right here.
Let me see the clicker.
Okay. Oh, you got to turn it on. Wonders of technology. Okay. So anyway, having said all that, you had asked us to go out and solicit for potential short-term funding. And we did that, and I want to come back tonight and give you the results. So simply put, this introduction is what you've seen before. We started some of these discussions months ago. I was at the community center back in November. In fact, Harit was with me, and we talked about ways and how to look at this service authority in the long run, talked about potentially using some extra dollars to pay down some debt so that we could minimize the pressure in the future. That remains a possibility, and I've indicated to the administrator that we would look at doing that once we get done with the fiscal year, which was June 30th, and once we have the books closed, basically this summer. But in the short run, as Ms. Bender indicated, you've got some emergent needs that need to be taken care of and funded sooner rather than later. So with that all said, we understand that's roughly about $4 million, and that is what we went out and asked the banking institutions to give us is some proposals in that regard. So the good news here is we got several proposals, 4 in total, and the best proposal, literally right down the block, was from Atlantic Union Bank. That was $4 million fixed rate for an interest rate that we had estimated at estimated at 4.5%, and ultimately is at 3.7% fixed rate. So this was an interest rate better than we thought. Yes, Mr. Stroud?
Hold on a second. We have somebody with an open mic.
Okay. Okay, thank y'all. So when I was last here, I think we still have that mic.
Chris, are you able to mute them?
That'll be good.
Okay.
All right. Those online, you're all going to be muted because there is some bleed over into the meeting. So go ahead, Mr. Rose.
Okay, thank you. So we had estimated about 4.5%. We ultimately, thanks to this bidding process, we have a fixed rate for you to consider that's held at 3.7% for 5 years. That's what we had hoped for, 3 to 5 years. They're willing to go out to 5 years. But here's the important part, and that is this loan is prepayable at any time without penalty, and that is critical. And the reason I say that is because we are looking at this as a stopgap measure because you need those dollars now. Having said that, you've got certain dollars sitting in your funds. Those funds should be earning north of 4%. And that is what the state program is currently providing. And that program is providing basically money available to local governments, not to individuals or to the private sector. It's called the Local Government Investment Pool. Also, its partner is the SNAP program, the State Non-Arbitrage Program, both of which are administered by the State Treasurer's Office, and they're only for local governments and service authorities like yours. And that said, right now, as of today, that was earning 4.4% readily available every day, and that's important. So our recommendation, I know one of the board members from the county board had talked about this the other day when we were here. I said the other day, last time, and that is, why would we want to use our monies that we can earn 4+% on when we can use other people's money, meaning the borrowed money at 3.7%, which is guaranteed and fixed, and prepay it at any time. So part of all this, away from that we call arbitrage, put that aside. The reason we recommend this is because from our perspective with the service authority, there are just too many unknowns right now. We understand the new general manager coming in. That individual, hopefully when he comes in, is going to look at all of your needs, take a fresh look at that. That's not my world, of course. I'm not an engineer, and even if I was not qualified in that world. But when that individual gets done, we're going to understand better what type of needs we have, when we have these needs, and in turn, how to think about long-term paying for these needs. And that's where we'll come back into the fold. So our recommendation to you is to be cash rich and make sure that we have those dollars sitting there to be flexible. Again, we can always pay this off in the next year to 5 years, but more than likely, we're going to find out that there's a lot of other needs, and we're going to want to be smart about the cash that you do have. So with that, the only other thing I have is a little schedule. Again, a couple other points here just for everyone's benefit. Why we recommend this approach, just 1 through 4. Ability to prepay without penalty. No additional collateral is required. The ability to close by September 1 is a requirement. And then lastly, again, we can earn more than that 3.7% sitting on that money as we're waiting to spend it. Pretty simple approach, to tell you the truth. So then lastly, the schedule. You do not need to approve this tonight. I would like to see you do that if there's a comfort so we can move forward. Jesse Bausch at Sands Anderson is here tonight. He is the bond counsel. They put together the legal requirements. And then at the same time, if necessary, August 5th would be the sort of the deadline, the sort of the not to exceed time to approve it. And then we have to close by September 1. Happy to answer any questions, Ms. Bender and members of the board.
Mr. Davis, I know, has a question. Go ahead, Mr. Davis.
Yes, Ms. Baker.
Are you looking at this more like an open line of credit that's just open, or it's not earmarked for anything right now? It's just.
No, it's going to be earmarked for these projects.
Okay.
It's going to be for these projects, absolutely.
All right, thank you.
These capital projects, yes, sir.
Mr. Collins?
Yeah.
Hello, Mr. Rose. Good to see you.
Likewise, Ms. Collins.
So how much does the service authority have in debt at this moment?
I do not know that exact amount of the old presentation, but certainly get that for you.
Do you know? Okay,
That's easy to get for you. You know that.
and how much is on hand? You should know that.
That we know. About 9 million, which is roughly about 100% of annual revenues, which is the minimum. It's a great question, Ms. Collins. That's the minimum we like to see for a well-run service authority. So you're not sitting with excess dollars on that in that situation.
Mr. Collins, before you ask your next question, Mr. Dines, if you go back to the agenda and the presentation, at the end of the report, it should list what debt is left, because I remember reading it last night. There was a lot, the last page had the outstanding debt.
Oh, that's helpful. Good.
I know the debt, I just wanted it to be,
Yeah, it had it all listed out there. That's why. Go ahead, Mr. Collins.
that's all the questions I had. Waiting for discussion.
Mr. Solons, do you have questions?
Sir, just, I know we talked about this before when you were here, but I want to summarize in non-financial person's terms for folks like me that are out there. My understanding, we've got $9 million available. The question would be, why are we not using that money instead of borrowing money? I think you made a pretty good case that we can make more money by investing that than it's going to cost us to get that loan. So it's going to end up being a net positive. And much like when I take a loan at home and pay that off responsibly, it improves my credit rating. So doing this helps improve our bond rating and keep our future interest rates low. Keeping that money in the bank, keeping that $9 million available gives us something of an insurance policy if we have emergent needs that pop up across the service authority. And given the age and complexity of that system, there's a decent chance of that happening. Is that fairly accurate?
I think that's an excellent summary, and the term you use, insurance policy, I think that is right on target because,
Awesome.
Again, you're going to find out soon enough if this new individual arrives and does their work that you may indeed have your expectations realized, which is there's going to be a bunch of needs.
Maybe we don't want him to come then. Okay. Thank you.
I get it.
Mr. Davis?
Yeah, Mr. Dines, it's on A1, has the total debt on there of the first link. Not down there. That right there. Hit the first, that one right. Yep, hit that. If you go down to A1, it's after 7, page 7, I believe. Page 8, really.
Yep, there, one more.
I'll go to the, that's
Right there it is. You're going to blow that up so the public can see that was I remember reading that last night. Is that what you were looking for, Mr. Collins?
What's the total debt?
It's all those added together.
we can add that up pretty quickly. So we've
21,
got,
23 and a
let's
half.
say, almost 4 million, another 4, 8.5, 8, 9 million, another 17 million, 9 and 17. We're probably a little north of 25 million.
24. Levita, that's about right, correct? Lee, do you have questions? Right, we move on to discussion for it. What are you guys' thoughts, feelings? Go ahead, Mr. Collins.
So, some of the promises of the folks that took over almost 2 years ago were to lower the debt of the service authority and the county. And so Mr. Vasavi found that there was actually $9 million sitting in this account in the water authority. And even though you'll make money, I think you need to make good on the promise that you made the people is to pay for this in cash, so you don't take on any more debt. If you pay it in cash, you put in $4 million into that makes the system worth $4 more million, generally speaking. And you don't know what the needs are down the road, so why incur any more debt? Because what has happened in the past is that the $25 million in debt, that was supposed to be paid off by now. But here we are with $25 million in debt because King George never seems to want to pay their debt. I understand you need to carry a certain amount of debt for your credit rating, but we don't need to increase our debt. Even though it looks good on paper, I think that we need to fulfill our promises to the people. Thank you.
Mr. Solons?
Thank you. So I've still got some of those old rat cards that I ran on. If you want them, I'd be more than happy to share. I did not promise to reduce taxes. I did not promise whatever it was you just said. The promise that I made was fiscal responsibility, and I think it's a responsible thing to do.
Mr. Davis?
Well, I deal with finances all day. And when I deal with nonprofits who have, some of them I run into, they might have $1 million, some might have $30,000 in the bank. I'm always going to teach them to keep their money and use other people's money to do what they have to do. A perfect example for nonprofits was COVID, right? The churches that had a rainy day and the nonprofits that had money set aside made it. The ones that didn't make it. You know, you always want to, if you can use other people's money, and the whole point is you're using the money, but you're making back more interest than what you're even paying. So you're actually making money on what you're, and it's actually paying itself. So I think it is fiscal responsible. I think it's a good way to handle the situation because you don't know what's coming. So it's easy for you to say, let's go drop, $5 million on something and then cut what you have, not knowing what's going to come up in 6 months, not knowing what's coming up in a year. Because as we dig into the Service Authority, every time we uncover a problem, we find another problem. We find another, piece of machinery that's duct taped onto something that's getting ready to go. We find some other thing that doesn't work, that it's not churning the water. Every time we uncover something new. And with where things are heading in 10, 12 years, where DEQs, we're moving from well water to surface water, we have no idea what's coming down the line. So we do want to keep our cash while we can, especially at a low rate such as this, because we don't know what it's going to look like in the future in that place either. So I agree.
Lee?
I could see both sides of this argument, and myself when I was asked to support the board as a Service Authority customer, one of my initial goals was, to make sure we get the debt paid down, because the debt fee is, at least the folks in my district, I hear about it frequently. However, we have an opportunity here from what it seems, where, as Mr. Davis said, we're using somebody else's money. If we invest the right amount of money, we have the ability to pay off interest plus part of the loan that would be there. And what Davenport has recommended here is a short-term loan. So it's not something that would be, extended out over 30 years. It's something we could pay off relatively soon. And with the unknowns of what we find tomorrow, and as the general manager comes on board and we continue to get more detailed information of where or what the laydown of the Service Authority actually is, that cash may be necessary. The available cash that we do have, I think the more we invest, the more we can get back until that cash is needed. So I feel like we should do what we can to keep that, to invest that, to both cover bills we have and use what we can to try and continue to pay down that debt. But if we spend that cash, we make no money. So I think I'm in favor of what Davenport's presenting here.
Thank you. Now, one other thing before I get back to the questions. Number one, Mr. Rasavi is the one who reached out to Davenport to come up with this solution, because the one thing we do want to make sure is we stop being in violation. And so the point of having the engineering work to see is how can we get that Dahlgren plant so that we stay on the good side of DEQ and not the bad side, and get violations because we don't upgrade the plant. And there is potential revenue sources from industrial users for purple pipe and also accepting outside septage. So these are things that have to be done. And DEQ has suggested there are grants available that we might be able to pay some of this money back, but you have to start the process and apply for the grants, which we have not done because we were waiting for this engineering report. But I do have one question before I open it up for a couple of folks that have questions. Is Atlantic Union, the bidder, we did have an issue with them with our line of credit in the past, with being able to pay it off, and also about signature cards, because unfortunately they had signature cards from 2 general managers ago and like 4 county administrators ago. And it was hard getting that change to be able to pay off the line of credit. There seemed to be some resistance. So that I want to make sure that doesn't happen again. So can there be some safeguards in here that it is not as horrible as it was the experience when we had to, Ms. Cobb and I had to go through to get the signature cards changed?
So I'm glad you asked. So we've got bond counsel here, and Jesse Bausch, you want to just answer, since he's written the document that has to be acceptable to all the parties. So maybe you want to add that?
Sure. So in the documents that you guys have in your packet, those are the documents that we've drafted. Those aren't bank documents. Those are ones that we've prepared on behalf of the county. So going forward, I mean, we can make sure that we're coordinating with the bank folks. This is a little bit different than a line of credit because it's fully funded. We control this money. So there's not going to be, there's going to be a different group of people at the bank that we're going to be dealing with for that sort of stuff. So on this piece, and David can probably speak to this a little bit too, if it's just a payoff, then you're talking to one person at a bank, they're sending you a document and you say, we have to pay X amount of money on such and such day to pay it off. So there shouldn't be any, everything we're doing with the funds here, it's going to be involving SNAP. It's not going to be involving Atlantic Union.
And my other concern is, as I said, it was a couple of general managers ago and several county administrators, is to make sure that if you come and bring documents that it isn't such a hassle to make sure to prove that that person doesn't exist anymore in this locality.
I wish I could wave away the way the banks work now on all those sorts of things. I can't 100% that that's not going to be an issue, just because we deal with that with lots of folks all the time. But what we can do here is make sure we're having all those conversations and that documentation before we get this deal closed at all, so that all that stuff is very clear and that there's not any kind of issue on the back end.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Go ahead, Mr. Davis, and then Mr. Collins.
Mr. Stewart, is there some way to draw up the language in something like that? I know it's with the bank, of where it could be sitting county administrator, sitting chair right now. So, because it was quite a pain last time.
I don't practice in the world of bond counsel as that gentleman does, but I would suspect that there is. But I think what he was saying was, in that credit line, you're making draws. And so there were people who had the authority to make those draws. If I understand what's happening here, you're going to purchase this equipment. It's going to be fully funded. The money's going to go out. They're not going to be folks making draws as such or requests over extended periods of time. So it's a completely different set of circumstances. So I don't think you have to worry about it. But yes, I think, and I'm happy to work with them. There's a way that we can come up with something to avoid that. But I don't think you're going to have a problem in this situation anyway.
Because what's going to happen here, Mr. Davis, is on the closing, we're going to get all those dollars in. And then we're going to send those dollars to SNAP, which is the state non-arbitrage program the state administers. The bank has no control over that. That's very different.
One last thing for you.
We control that. We, the county.
Have you had a chance to, I know we talked about this some time ago about meeting with our treasurer.
Have not yet. No, we talked about it to several of your colleagues this evening, or this afternoon, I should say. And I would like to do that once we get the fiscal year closed, which again, June 30th, but close the books and all, which should happen over the next 6-7 weeks. Once we see what the year ends, we know where the dollars are, we would like to do that. Absolutely. Yes, sir.
right, thank you, sir.
Mr. Collins?
So just let me reiterate that that $25 million in debt is the same old song and dance. You know, we're going to pay it off. We're going to pay it off. We're going to pay it off. It's not paid off. It's $25 million in debt.
Can I just, Mr. Collins, I want to be clear here, okay? You are paying that debt every single year. I do not want the citizens to think that you're not paying your debt off. It's on a schedule. It's on a fixed schedule. And every one of those have certain scheduled payments. So do not let people think that you're just pushing debt out like the federal government. That's not what's happening here. Okay?
Well, they are pushing debt out.
You're not.
Even though they're paying it off.
It's like saying,
I've
hold on.
watched
It's
Board
like
of
saying if you
Supervisors
have a
for the last
mortgage-
20
If
meetings.
you have a mortgage, do you consider having a 30-year mortgage and you're making payments every year that you're just pushing debt out? If that's the case, then I'll agree with you. But I view it, when I had a mortgage and I paid it on a 30-year schedule, that's what you're doing here. Each one of those has different schedules, and every single year, as Ms. Cobb will tell you, you pay a certain amount of this down.
Okay, so if I want to buy a house and you say a 30-year mortgage, but if I have the cash to pay for it, why wouldn't I pay for it?
Well, very
Because-
simply because I'll tell you why. Because I rather turn around and pay that over 30 years if I can earn more money on my cash. If you have $100,000 and you can earn 4.5%, but your mortgage is 3.7%, I would tell you from now to kingdom come, you want to invest that 4.5%, take 3.7 of it, pay each year some of the money, and then have the excess dollars. You're answering the question. It's a great question.
The voters have told me that they want to pay the debt. You know what I mean? They don't want $25 million in debt. They never wanted $25 million in debt. But the old service authority would take on debt at the drop of a hat. And so we have the ability to pay cash. That's where I'm at.
Okay. I
No matter-
respectfully understand. I get
Where
it.
you can pay 1%, whatever the closing on that is, minus the closing costs, that's fine, but pay it if you got it.
Understand.
Lee?
The other thing I would mention to Mr. Collins is the old service authority hid $9 million from the people in this county. So we provided it, showed the numbers to the county. They now know what we have in cash reserves. And I think the service authority is a lot more transparent than any years past. And I can't speak for the future where we are, but I think at least where we are going forward now, we're in a much better position, in a much better place than service authorities in the past. I think we have people here every day trying to hold us accountable for that.
I never said that we weren't
I know you did.
What I'm saying is, I obviously I'm going to lose this vote. I can hear it coming already. But the people said, hey, we don't like debt. We don't want this debt. And so we have the opportunity to pay for this $4 million that we have to have. Let's do that. You'll still have another $5 million for future projects or to pay more debt. So I'm going to stand fast on that. And Ms. Bender, I'm sure you'll call a vote really soon.
Well, probably, but Mr. Davis does have a question, but I also want to point out that you will, as those who have read the report, there's a phased approach, and unfortunately, 4 million is not the first number that is needed. It's a lot more to make the repairs that need to be done. So, and we did take that general fund and pay off that line of credit this past year. That did help. We did pay that off in a lump sum. So, Mr. Davis?
I just want to say that, true wealth is when your money is making money for you, not you slaving day to day for your paycheck, not you spending all your money, but when your money, when you're sitting on the beach, is somewhere making money for you. And that's really what you're looking at here. If you take all your money and you pay off debt, you got a house, but now you're working every day, pay all the rest of your bills, and you go on vacation or whatever you want to do. But in this case, you keep your money, you invest your money, and not just in this 4% return, but other ways that we can invest our money too, which is why I'm so adamant about meeting with our treasurer. Take this money, invest in it, and have our money making money for us as a community. We've been missing out on $1 million a year that we could be making on investment. The money that we had and the county has over $20 million at one point in time sitting in a checking account, doing nothing for years, you know. And so we've taken some of that money, invested, because now we want our money to make money that keeps the tax burden off of you. Because if something does come up, we spend the money. Well, then we got to look to you and go, we need more money. And you're like, well, we gave you $20 million. You had it in the bank. What'd you do with it? Well, we bought stuff. We need more money. It just doesn't make sense. So the common sense says to keep it light on you. We're not talking about upping the bills for the service authority, right, with debt. We're not talking about fines that came from DEQ where we are now stuck with that, and that stuff's being passed on to people and have to pay it. We're talking about the money that we have, the money that we've earned, that your service authority has earned for you. Keep that money. Invest that money, let that money make money for you so it keeps it light on you at the end of the day, 10, 15 years down the line. And that's just the last thing I'll say on that.
So, Mr. Davis, so if you have a mortgage and you pay it off, you don't have to work every day because you don't have that bill.
You do,
So, but
you do
you
for all
could-
your toys,
you
don't
could-
you?
I don't work.
You got toys.
Okay.
You got money making money for you then, don't you? Somewhere.
Because my investments are not at that percentage rate. They're much higher. So
That's why I want them good.
so maybe we should take that money and then invest in something that has a much higher rate.
Absolutely.
If that's the case.
And that is one thing we have to work with the treasurer, because right now it's just sitting in the general fund.
Okay, well, I'm not talking about general fund. I was talking about the service authority.
That's what I'm saying.
You realize that your value of your service authority will also increase. So that means your wealth will increase. And I just heard you say that the $4 million is still more stuff. Why are we getting a loan for $4 million? It's not going to do the job.
It's a
What is
phased
the total?
approach.
What's the total amount?
I do not have it on me. You were all sent the presentation from Bowman. I don't have it in front of me.
So that makes even more clear to me that we should pay the money in cash.
It's not saying that we were going to make all the repairs. It's an engineering report with suggestions of the repairs that are needed, with phase one being the stuff that is critical to make sure the plant runs operationally and is not in violation anymore and does not have to pay back money to the WQIF fund that we keep paying back because we can't meet the nutrient limits that were set in 2015. Mr. Solon,
I'd like to make a motion.
go right ahead. But I was going to let Mr. Solons ask his question.
Actually, it's just kind of a follow-on to that. I was concerned with what you said too. I thought that thing from Bowman, phase one was all the critical stuff, and that was about
Correct.
3.85 million, and then the rest of it was a relatively small fraction of that.
Right, it's just added on. There's more. I have to relook at the presentation at the moment, but I can clarify in a couple seconds. But go ahead, Mr. Collins.
That's why I asked to make a motion so I could
Go
start
right ahead.
the debate. So I'd like to make a motion to pay for this $4 million in cash.
Do I have a second? Do I have a second?
It doesn't sound like it.
I'm giving it a second chance, Mr. Collins, but motion dies, fail of a second. Do I have any other motion?
I have a motion.
Go right ahead.
A motion that we authorize our financial people to complete the paperwork for a $4 million bond as presented in action item 0704 of the Service Authority agenda on 15 July 2025.
Second.
Motion properly second. Any further discussion? By roll call vote, Mr. Robotham,
Aye.
Mr. Collins?
I think you already know my vote.
That's right, just say it.
No.
There we go. Mr. Solons?
Aye.
Mr. Davis?
Aye.
Chair votes aye, motion carries.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rose.
Thank you.
Next up on the agenda is the Bowden monthly report. Mr. Mark Bowden.
Good evening, Madam Chair, members of the board. Good to see everyone. All right, we'll start off with the water side. Relatively minor month for the water system operations. Of course, per regulatory requirements, we collected all water samples that were required by the waterworks regulations. They all passed. We also did some meter calibrations at Payne, Brumby, Monmouth 1 and 2, and these water meters were calibrations for each of these well systems. For the wastewater, we had a pretty active month. We'll start off by just making a statement that all samples were collected and reported for the monitoring period. For Dahlgren, we had a contractor in called Siphon. They were on site performing the robotic cleaning of the oxidation ditches. Yes, sir. Cleaning the oxidation ditches to remove a lot of the rags, debris, grit, and silt and settled sludge out of the oxidation ditches. And that is going to be helping the performance of the wastewater treatment plant. That is an item that was mentioned in Bowman's report, and the county took some proactive measures to go ahead and get that underway. So that took place the month of June. Perkins Corner and Oakland, as we have been stating for several months now, have had violations against the wastewater discharge permit, and we are currently in a consent order 4. For Perkins, we had TSS, E. coli, and TKN violations. The cause from the TSS and E. coli was just the conditions of the disc filter at the Perkins facility, and the TKN violations were just failed diffusers. The King George County Service Authority is planning to make the necessary repairs to the disc filters, and the aeration diffuser arrays have been replaced, and the TKN is coming back around into compliance. I will note that for Perkins and Oakland, the violations that occurred were not as significant against the discharge permit as previous months, and so we are getting closer to our goal. And the corrections that the King George County Maintenance is performing are being relatively effective in helping us meet our discharge permit. So any further questions, I'd be happy to take them.
Does anybody have any questions? No questions. I will speak on the robot a little bit, and you can chime in. I know Mr. Simmons has been out there also. I've got to watch it in action a couple of times, and the one time in particular, the operator actually moved it to one area and goes, "Watch this, go over by where the discharge is," and you might not think of it, but the good septage water is a lighter brown, and it came real dark real quickly, and that was in an area where accumulated years and years of sludge that was probably 8 feet deep. Is that about correct?
That's correct. What this is gaining us is additional residual volume in the oxidation ditches and to allow us more treatment. So we have more biology to do the heavy lifting of the wastewater treatment. So it's being very effective.
And so far, have you seen, has it made a big difference in the operation of the plant?
Not that we have seen so far, but time will tell. But just from a mathematical and just a wastewater treatment standpoint, it's going to be effective.
All right. Thank you very much.
Not a problem.
No more, any other questions? No. All right. So I'm going to give a brief, since we have a lot on our agenda. And I didn't really, with all the stuff I've been doing the last week and sending a lot of documents to Mr. Hamilton as the new general manager, so he was up and running on the first day. Didn't really have a big speech to make, but I just want to make sure I have appreciated the opportunity to be in this role for a year and a half and to be able to put the service authority back in a better direction that Mr. Hamilton can then finish and bring it to where it needs to be in this board, for helping to make that quick decision so that we can stop being in violation and be friends with DEQ and not enemies of DEQ, and define possible ways in the future that we can make some money to make it a more, not profit. We can't make a profit in a service authority. It's supposed to help serve the citizens and water, give them clean water and the proper disposal of wastewater. And infrastructure issues are a challenge all over the United States, but at least the service authority, it's going to take longer than 1 year and a half to fix the 30 years of neglect. But part of the reason I did this for free was to try to save the service authority some money so that we could get it and hand it off to somebody who has the expertise in the engineering and all those degrees behind them that I do not, and this board does not. that we can move it in a proper direction. So I want to thank everybody for trusting me to do this for so long. And I'm going to miss seeing everybody all the time. But I won't miss having to sign all those papers. There's a lot of bills you have to pay, and just understand it. Give me a better understanding of this whole process and the costs that are passed on to citizens. And at the state level, I always communicate, you have all these mandates. So when is people going to step up if it's mandated and give us the money to support the mandate? Because a lot of it is on the backs of the counties and the localities, and that shouldn't be the way it is. So next meeting, we'll have our new general manager here. He will be starting on Monday. And then we will also have the report from Bowman about the repairs at Dahlgren. Now, I did quickly look up the presentation, and there were quite a few things in there with price tags, but it'll all be explained next meeting instead of delving too far into that one. So right now we have a secondary public comment. Comments will be limited to 3 minutes per person. In order to afford everyone an opportunity to speak, please provide your full name and district when submitting your public comment so that it can be properly recorded and included in the public record. Would anybody like to come up and give public comment just on the service authority? Only on the service authority. Right. And Marie, I knew you were going to come up. Go ahead.
My name is Ana Maria Lobo, and I want to thank you, all of you, for the service. And also, I'm the one been here 50 years and very connected with the service authority. I see terrible things. The wells are corroded and have mold, so is the schools. But I've been telling all this time and never nobody listen. But I think you've been doing a lot of work, and I've been seeing, because I've been here for the last 4 years, week after week, seeing what you're doing. Thank you.
Thank you. I think Anna Marie is our biggest cheerleader, so thank you. Mr. Dines, is there anybody online? All right, any correspondence? All right, the last thing I want to mention, we have not forgotten about the irrigation study. I was going to wait for our Mr. Hamilton to come in since he will be shepherding that program. It's better to wait for him to come in so he can take that and make it his own project and with Mr. Smolnick's assistance. So that is all I have, and we will get a motion for adjournment.
I move that we adjourn the Board of Directors to Tuesday, August 5th, 2025 at 5:30 PM in the
I have a-
boardroom at the Revercombe Building.
Do I have a second?
Second.
A motion properly seconded. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Chair votes aye, motion carries. Mr. Davis, we are adjourned.
Thank you. Next up, we have public hearing. King George County Board of Supervisors now hold a public hearing property that's been properly advertised to receive public input regarding application Z 2024-00184 Open Roads Renewable and Gibson Solar LLC related to the utility scale solar facility combined with livestock operation. First, I'm gonna, is Kelly here? First, I'm gonna call on, sorry, I was reading. I will first ask the staff report from Ms. Kelly LeDuc, Director of Community Engagement. I think after that, Open Roads will do a brief presentation. I will then open the floor to public comment. And we'll go from there. Ms. LeDuc, you're up.
Thank you, sir. Good evening, everyone. I'm just going to give a brief overview of the application before you and then turn it over to the applicants. Representatives from Open Road Renewables and Gibson Solar have applied for a special exception permit to construct a utility-scale solar energy facility combined with a sheep grazing operation on approximately 890 acres of private land made up of 48 parcels in the Shiloh district. The subject property lies within the Potomac and Rappahannock River rural development areas as designated in the comprehensive plan. The applicants have been working with county staff for several years and more recently to finalize their conditions documents and address any comments they had, as well as emergency planning and training needs for fire and rescue. All the reviewing agencies will be contacted again for review and comment should this project move to the site planning stage. The Planning Commission considered this application at their meeting on June 10th, 2025, and voted 5-3 to forward a favorable recommendation to the board. The red line draft permit conditions document is included in your packet. as well as ordinance O-04-25 for your consideration. And I'll be here to answer any questions you might have.
Any questions for Ms. Leduc? Seeing none. Ryan and Michael?
Mike, yeah. Mr. Chair, fellow members of the board, my name is Mike Volpe. I'm a co-founder of Open Road Renewables, the company developing the Gibson Solar Project. Thank you for the opportunity to present tonight. I'd like to start with a brief project overview, provide an overview of the community concerns that we've heard during the development phase, walk through the benefits that this project presents to King George County, and then close with a conclusion. The project is a 134 megawatt utility scale solar facility that's being proposed in the Shiloh district. The project will generate enough power for roughly 16,000 homes. The project will have 890 acres within the fence, and it's been designed in a way to minimize impact using terrain following racking and robust setbacks and screening. This parcel map shows the project location where the intersection of Route 3 and Big Timber Road is sort of a central point within the project location. The project's being proposed with a permanent conservation easement on 1,280 acres. These are the parcels that are being proposed to be put into permanent conservation. I have a copy of the permanent conservation easement that was executed this past Thursday, and it's included in the links on the board agenda. This overview provides a look at the central location. You can see the Paynes property with the power line running from northwest to southeast. And what this image shows is that within the project parcels, roughly half of the land will be outside of the fence in buffer area of existing vegetation or new vegetation. And within the fence, roughly a third of the area will have solar panels on it. Gibson Solar is being proposed as an active livestock grazing operation. There will be hair sheep on site that will rotationally graze the land to provide vegetation management services, and rotational grazing provides regenerative benefits to the land. Our responsibility are to contract with a local grazer. We have a letter of intent with Kelsey Trainer, who's in the audience tonight, plant the vegetation underneath the array, amend the soils as necessary, and then provide access to on-site infrastructure. Kelsey's responsibilities are to begin the grazing operation within 2 years, and by the 5-year mark, grow the stocking rate such that sheep grazing will be the primary means of vegetation management. This is bound in a permit condition in Section 5 of the conditions that you'll see. If we do not comply with this provision regarding the sheep grazing operation, the permit will be pulled by the county and the project shall stop operating. This is a first of its kind commitment that we've made with regards to soil amendments. We've set targets on the soil attributes that support forage growth. I want to thank members from the agricultural community who have engaged and provided guidance and feedback on this. These soil amendment commitments are captured in Section 5B of the special exception conditions. For the last 18 months or so, we have been in the permitting phase of the project. And when we go through the permitting process, we present a project and then we engage with the community to hear their concerns and try and be directly responsive to the concerns through design improvements and commitments that are made in the special exception conditions. I'm going to walk through the concerns that we've heard and our responses to them. The first concern that came up was the approach that we were using to put the land in permanent ag preservation. We were proposing using a restrictive covenant when we presented back in March to this group. And the feedback was a restrictive covenant puts the enforcement obligation on the county and it's not a proper instrument. We took that feedback to heart and we surveyed different conservation entities and we have formed a partnership with North American Land Trust. Happy to share, as I mentioned, we fully executed a conservation easement this past Thursday on all 1,280 acres. The special exception condition 2A provides clarity that we shall put the conservation easement in place as a condition for the final zoning permit. And the executed conservation easement is Exhibit B in the siting agreement, which is a matter that will be taken up later this evening. A little bit about the conservation easement. The conservation easement will run with the land in perpetuity, and the future uses will be limited to open space, agriculture, silviculture, and timber. A previous version of the condition and the conservation easement allowed it for the addition of one residential dwelling on each parcel. Feedback from the Planning Commission was if this land is to be conserved, then there shall not be any residential dwellings added to the conserved land. We work with North American Land Trust to modify the agreement and the special exception condition. And when you look at condition 2A in your packet, you'll see that there is not the ability to add any residential dwellings on the conserved acreage. As I mentioned, the agreement's been signed, it'll be held in trust, and then it will be recorded and made effective as a final step as a condition for the issuance of the building permit or the zoning permit. A little bit about North American Land Trust. If this project is successful, North American Land Trust will be a partner with the local community. North American Land Trust is a conservation entity that's been in business for the last 30 years. They have over 600 conservation projects, and they have one on the northern neck called Bluff Point. The North American Land Trust leadership team visited the Gibson site back in June, and Steve Carter, the president of NALT, is on the line and will provide comments during the public comment section. Gibson Solar will fund the administration of the conservation easement, so there is no burden on the county for the enforcement of the conservation easement. It will be recorded on the deed book, and we are funding the administration of it to North American Land Trust. The next concern that came up was the concern of toxic materials. Let me take a step back and provide some framing. Gibson Solar is a 134 megawatt project that's being proposed. There are currently almost 5,000 megawatts of solar projects that are operating in Virginia, almost 250,000 megawatts of projects across the country, and over 2.2 million megawatts of solar operating across the globe. Solar is a safe technology. To make sure it's safe, though, we've made binding commitments in Section 3J that ensure that the panels that are used on site will be non-hazardous. And there was a question about PFAS contamination. Dr. Antil from Michigan State University asserted that no studies have shown the presence of leaching of PFAS from solar panels. Next, there was a conversation at the Planning Commission about hazardous materials, soil samples, and groundwater testing. The ordinance actually requires groundwater testing and soil testing for hazardous materials, the 8 heavy metals, and we've codified this in condition 5D as well. You can see here that we shall implement a baseline collection program prior to construction, and then after the project's up and running, we shall collect samples from both the soil and groundwater to ensure that it's in compliance with the state and federal regulations. The next concern that came up was a lack of sufficient community engagement. We take that concern to heart and we've been responsive to it. This is a bit of a busy chart, but I want to provide a walkthrough time on Gibson Solar. So this project was kicked off 6 years ago. At that time, we initiated the studies with Dominion and the grid operator PJM. And after those studies came back and confirmed that the overhead line that runs through the Paynes property does have injection capacity for additional power flow without triggering network upgrades, we then advanced more of the field studies and submitted a special exception permit application in January of 2024. We then knocked the door of every adjacent neighbor, and we provided notice in the newspaper, and we hosted a community event in March of that year, April of that year, and took the feedback from the folks that attended. Those were poster board sessions over at the library, and the feedback from those resulted in a big update that provided additional setbacks, commitments on the location of the inverters, screening, et cetera. And then we rolled that out with another community event last August. We began presenting to the Planning Commission last fall, and we presented to you guys in March of this year. That's when the concern came up that there was insufficient community engagement. Since that time, we have hosted additional community events that have been more targeted, sort of fireside chats, if you will, focused on sheep grazing and stormwater management. Some concerned citizens also hosted an event in early May, and we appreciate the opportunity that we had to attend that. That was a very constructive exchange. The benefit of this robust community engagement are all of the conditions here, all of the commitments that have been made. The red line that you're seeing in the packet are the improvements to the conditions that have been made since we presented to you in April. If we were to take a red line from the conditions that were originally proposed in January of 24 against today, there would be far more red ink on this paper because over time we've continued to add commitments and address the concerns. The next concern that came up was decommissioning. How do we know that the equipment will be removed at the end of life? The zoning ordinance provides requirements on this, and we've codified it in section 6 and 3G. And the key here is that we must post decommissioning surety bond prior to construction for the full decommissioning cost without allowing for the netting of salvage. That decommissioning cost must be updated every 5 years, and it will ensure that the project will have sufficient funds to remove all of the equipment and return the soils to the condition that's determined as necessary as part of the decommissioning obligation. Condition 5A goes to soil sampling, sampling the soil for the physical, biological, and chemical attributes of the soil to ensure that the soil can support ag productivity. Because this will be a dual use facility with sheep grazing on it and soil amendments over the life of the project, we don't have any concerns about the productivity of the soils at the end of the project life. The next concern that came up was noise. Solar panels don't make any noise. The racking doesn't make any noise as it slowly tracks the sun. The direct current electrons that flow from the back of the panels go through an inverter that converts it to alternating current at 60 hertz. That does generate noise. All of our noise modeling indicates that at 250 feet away from the inverter, you can barely hear it, and at 500 feet, you cannot hear it at all. The other component on site that will generate noise is the main power transformer. That steps up the voltage to the line voltage so that you can then inject into the overhead 230 kV line. And we had Professional engineer David Hessler model this specific transformer at that specific location to determine the noise emissions. And the noise emissions of the transformer at the property line will be 42 decibels. And at the closest home, which is the Storks, it'll be 34 decibels, which should be completely imperceptible. To provide some framing, the zoning ordinance requires that the noise emission shall not exceed 60 decibels at the property line and 50 decibels at the closest residence. And these noise emission levels of the main transformer are well below that. The next concern that came up is view shed. Nobody wants to look at solar panels. Nobody wants to look at a chain link fence with barbed wire on it. Makes a lot of sense. I wouldn't want to live next to a project and see that as well. I would want to live next to a well-screened project, though, that uses agricultural style fence and a 100-foot buffer of existing timber stand. And where there's not existing timber, we will plant an extremely robust new perimeter vegetative screening that's so robust that for every linear foot of road frontage or property boundary, roughly 100 new plants or shrubs will be planted. I want to show a picture, a visual simulation. This is the hayfield on the north side of Big Timber, roughly the 42-acre parcel that the Payne family has looking north on Big Timber. You can see the ag-style fence with the wooden post and woven wire, no barbed wire in the background. You can see the plantings. At 5 years growth, you can see that the project is well screened and you cannot see it from the road. We have made a commitment to plant the vegetation screening as the perimeter control measures are going in. Beyond having insufficient setbacks, insufficient screening, using chain link and barbed wire, one of the things that the solar industry has not done well is they've planted the vegetative screen at the end of the construction phase. Well, why not do that at the beginning once the perimeter control measures have gone in? We have made that commitment. Additionally, we are posting a $100,000 surety bond such that the vegetation will take, and if it doesn't take, it shall be replaced in the next growing season. This will ensure that this is not just lip service about vegetative screening, but there will be robust vegetative screening that will grow in, and it will be backed by a surety bond. The next concern that came up is property values. There's been conversation on the Facebook page over the last month or so about property values. There's two different data sets when it comes to property values. The first is the academic studies, and then the second is the real life experience that real estate agents have had. In the audience tonight, we have Rich Kirkland, who's a member of the Appraisal Institute. He reviewed all 8 of these studies, and he's here to answer questions if they come up. But his analysis of these 8 studies concluded that within each of the studies, the average impact on property values of an operating solar project is roughly -3% to roughly +3%. That's the average within each study. Rich's view is that these ranges hover in the nominal range that lie within market imperfections, and the generalized studies do not take into account the setbacks, the screening, the conditions of the home, the age of the home, renovations, whether the homes are on gravel or paved roads, amenity difference in schools, etc. I'd like to take a closer look at the Virginia Tech study. This is probably the source of the majority discussion on Facebook recently. The Virginia Tech study did a difference of differences methodology. And what they did is they looked at home sales data within a 3-mile radius of operating solar projects, and then looked at home sales data in a 3 to 6 mile radius, in inner donut and an outer donut. And what that analysis showed, the statistical analysis of the home sales data, is that within a 3-mile radius, you do have a negative impact on residential parcels, and that the impact is even greater within a half-mile. It also interestingly showed an increase in value for undeveloped land or farmland. But rather than showing the impact of an operating solar project, it is showing the correlation of an operating solar project where the causal driver is actually the difference between rural land values and closer to town values. I'm going to use Gibson as an example. This is an overview, an aerial imagery using Google Earth of the Gibson array zoomed out. And this is the northeast half of the project with a 3-mile donut. You can see that within a 3-mile donut, it is largely rural. If we then zoom out and go to the 3 to 6 mile radius, you then have the Potomac waterfront, you have the 301 corridor, and you have homes that are closer to Dahlgren. Rich interviewed 51 different brokers who have sold homes adjacent to existing solar projects, and 50 of the 51 brokers said that an operational solar project does not have an impact on neighboring property values. The one that did said that it was due to damage to the surrounding roads during construction, and the impact would likely be cured once the project was complete. That same broker confirmed a similar home that was closer to a different project was not negatively impacted. Rich's conclusion is that the broker data supports a finding that operating solar projects do not have an impact on property values, and the broker remarks indicate that a visual buffer is important. That makes sense. If you can't see it, you can't hear it, you can't smell it, where would the impact be? There are 3 more concerns, and then I'll wrap this up. The next concern that came up is stray current. This was on display at the Planning Commission. Good news is National Electric Code Article 690 addresses proper grounding and bonding. And King George County, like all Virginia localities, follow the Virginia Uniform Statewide Building Code that incorporates the National Electric Code. There will not be stray current from the array. If there's stray current from the array, it was not properly bonded or grounded, and it would be in violation of the zoning ordinance. Next, there's a question and concern about EMF. All equipment that generates, transmits, or uses electricity generates EMF. North Carolina State looked at this in 2017, and they concluded that a solar facility will not have a negative impact from EMF. Specifically, they said anyone relying on a medical device such as a pacemaker or other devices has no reason for concern because the EMF outside of the solar facility fence is less than 1/1000th of the level which manufacturers test for EMF interference. The last major concern relates to stormwater, and this is what we've been focused on. There was a damning quote that Nelson Mills shared with us back in March from the Roanoke Times that said nearly 70% of the solar projects overseen by the DEQ have had stormwater issues. That's completely unacceptable. We did a deep dive into the root cause for the stormwater runoff events, and our analysis, our investigation concludes that there are 3 main reasons for stormwater runoff issues. First, lack of due care to the soils during construction and the negative impact on root growth. 2, early solar projects were designed with insufficient perimeter control measures, not enough of them, and they weren't big enough. Third, lack of proper oversight during construction. Maintenance of the sediment basins is an ongoing thing during construction. Back in 2020, we developed the Walnut Solar Project in the Middle Peninsula, and at that time, we made commitments that were the most robust ever proposed in the state on stormwater. Since that time, we've continued working with Timmons Group, Virginia Tech, and other local community members to further understand the root causes and propose even more robust conditions. Going back to the root cause, due care of soils. What we learned over time is that some of the construction methods and means mix the topsoil and subsoil in the solar project construction. When you mix topsoil and subsoil, the resulting soil composition does not support root growth. That's a problem. There are 6 different conditions here to ensure due care of soils during construction. The harmony in this is that beyond caring about the soils for temporary and permanent stabilization, We care about the soils for Kelsey's grazing operation. Next, the design criteria have been insufficient. Last summer, under Mike Rolband's leadership, the DEQ issued the updated stormwater handbook, which addresses the issues that have been there in terms of stormwater design. We want to go further though. Condition 3E states that beyond the new handbook, we are going to design the sediment basins for more extreme rainfall events. We're seeing the 10-year rainfall event happen more often, the 25-year, the 50-year. So if you look at condition 3E, we've gone above and beyond that. Lastly, we understand the sensitivity of the neighbors along Eastview Drive and downstream from that on Kings Mill Creek. And after we hosted the last stormwater fireside chat, we went out and we drove the site and said, what can we do to go the extra mile to address that concern? Condition 3E, Roman at 6, states that the storage capacity of each temporary sediment basin that directly discharge into Kings Mill Creek shall be at least 20% greater than required by this section. Colby DeShera from Timmons Group is a stormwater expert. He's helped lead some of the fireside chats. He helped us craft this language. And if there's any really down in the weeds question about stormwater handbook or the commitments that we're making, I would like to ask for Colby's support in it. Lastly, condition 4J. So during construction, the integrity of the sediment basins is paramount to ensuring as a last ditch measure that sediment doesn't run off. Maintaining the sediment basins is an ongoing activity. In condition 4J, we have made a commitment that we will have an on-site responsible land disturber and a DEQ certified erosion control inspector that will go out and investigate and evaluate every single sediment basin after every quarter-inch rainfall event. We're forecasting roughly 100 sediment basins across the project here, and after a quarter-inch rainfall event or greater, each one will be inspected. The report will be provided via data room to staff, so there's not a burden on staff. And then any issues that come up will be remedied as quickly as possible per condition 4J. Because what's being proposed here is a large site, and because what's being proposed in the conditions is extremely robust, in condition 3K, we have provided an additional $200,000 for a third-party consultant to be retained by the county to support the site plan review. What we don't want to do is present the project and have it a burden on the county. We're sensitive to that. I think a question came up about during the operation of the project, how do we have confidence that there's not going to be a burden on the county during operations? The responsible land disturber and the inspector will stay on site until the site is stabilized. All of the stormwater events have been when the site is yet to be permanently stabilized. However, condition 7D states that if there's a violation, that the applicant shall reimburse the county and all staff shall reimburse county for all staff and third-party time and expenses associated with the enforcement of any violation pursuant to the section. In the preparation for tonight's presentation, we shared these commitments with Dr. Lee Daniels. He's the primary author of the Virginia Tech white paper that came out last spring. Dr. Lee Daniels' reaction and response to these conditions were, this is by far and away the most detailed and extensive set of provisions that I've ever seen for utility scale site. It looks like someone, maybe Joe Robinson from Timmons, either pulled some of this stuff right out of our white paper, or somebody else out there is really looking at this sites just as critically as we are. In fact, much as what is added here is more restrictive than what we, Virginia Tech, have recommended for utility scale solar. I'd like to provide an overview of the benefits that the project will provide to the community. Tonight, prior to this presentation, there was a discussion about the fiscal responsibility that you guys have to maintain the budget for the county. You guys are in an unenviable position. These are tough decisions that must be made. Fortunately, there is a robust revenue stream that the project will provide if it's to move forward. There are 3 buckets of tax proceeds that solar facilities will provide to the county. The first is the increased real property assessed value. The second is machinery and tool or revenue share payments for the equipment. And then the third are voluntary payments that are being proposed under the siting agreement. The first 2 buckets will be the same regardless of the voluntary payment variant that's selected. You can see here in variant 1, the net increase in real property taxes over the 40-year life of the project is roughly $3.2 million. From the tax on the equipment, it's roughly $11.8 million. And then you have the third bucket, which are different shapes of voluntary payment. The first 3 variants have more money up front. That's why in aggregate, they're less. Variants 4 and 5 have more over time. All 5 of these variants are economically equivalent to us from a net present value perspective. I've mapped out here what the project revenue will look like under the 5 different variants. You can see status quo. The parcels currently generate roughly $50,000 a year. And the payment profile is front-end loaded because of the change out of land use. And we recently made a commitment in all 5 variants to provide an additional $180,000 in year 1 voluntary payments to support capital improvement projects. I'd like to provide this framing as well. Gibson Solar is a credible alternative to residential development. If we want to keep the county rural and we want to keep taxes low, Gibson Solar will support that. Why is that? Because real property taxes do not cover the cost of county services to serve a growing population. We understand that the by right subdivision values for A1 and A2 parcels is being proposed to change. Our understanding, what's being proposed is 20 acres min lot size for A1, 5 acres for A2. We ran the analysis looking at the project parcels and looking at how many additional by right residential parcels could be added on the Gibson acreage if Gibson does not go forward. And that value is 220 new residential parcels. Using customary or representative home values of roughly $400,000 per home with the improvements, those 220 new residential parcels will generate a budget deficit of roughly $200,000 versus the status quo. I've mapped that out here as well. Gibson Solar will provide land access to a young farmer. We all know that there are economic pressures on the agricultural economy. It is tough to buy ag land and make it pencil. It's tough for new farmers to get access to land, to do the improvements in the land that you need without ownership. This project will provide a pathway for Kelsey to have access to the land for 40 years, and it will provide a sustainable livestock grazing operation. Additionally, the timberland will be improved to pasture land, and we know that pasture land is more valuable than timberland from an ag production perspective. Lastly, macro stuff. This project will put more electrons on the grid. It'll help keep the air conditioning running on hot summer afternoons, and those electrons will serve the northern neck. As a conservative who supports all of the above, this project will support a diverse fuel supply mix, and this project will support the American economy via construction workers, electric workers, and we intend to procure racking and panels that are made in the USA. In conclusion, the risk of stormwater runoff and other community concerns have been addressed to the very best of our abilities. Dr. Lee Daniels provided this reaction when he reviewed the stormwater conditions. And our view is that Gibson Solar supports the vision of keeping taxes low, keeping King George rural, and limiting the suburban sprawl and the associated change in culture and way of life that comes with suburban sprawl. We understand that King George County does not want to be Fairfax County. Approving this project will support the property rights and provide a credible alternative to residential development for project landowners. And in closing, when you weigh the risks versus the benefits, we believe that Gibson Solar will be a net benefit to the King George community for the years to come. Thank you for the opportunity to present. Thank you for the opportunity to do business in King George County. And thank you to everyone in this room has showed up and helped shape what has become this set of conditions.
Thank you, Michael. All right, so at this time, I'm gonna open up to the public for comment. First person I have on my list is Shelley Clift. Your husband put you on there. And she gets done.
Good evening. Shelley Clift, 13188 Salem Church Road. I've lived in the Shiloh district for 20 years, raised my kids there. And I want to note on the change comment made earlier, I grew up in South Carolina in a town that had one flashing light. I've been gone for over 30 years and it still only has one flashing light. So a little side note there for you. I am here tonight to urge you to disapprove the proposed Gibson Solar Project. While I understand the appeal of renewable energy, this proposal as a special exception for a non-industrial district presents significant and unacceptable drawbacks that outweigh any perceived benefits. Let's be clear. This is not simply a solar project. It is an industrial power plant spanning 1,000+ acres to grant a special exception for a facility of this magnitude in a non-industrial zone that provides very little benefit to the county sets a dangerous precedent. We saw the benefits up there. You can take just the money slide and divide it by 40 years. It's a drop in the bucket compared to other proffers that we've seen from other proposals coming forward recently. Our zoning ordinances are in a place for a reason, to protect the character of our communities, preserve our natural resources, and guide responsible development. To carve out such a massive exception for an industrial use fundamentally undermines the very fabric of our land use planning. This project will forever alter the rural landscape that defines Shiloh. We are talking about thousands upon thousands of glinting panels, electrical infrastructure, and fencing, which I personally don't want to look at, transforming what is currently open farms, fields, woods space into an industrial complex. The promised sheep grazing does little to mitigate the visual blight or the overall industrialization of this vast acreage. The sheer scale of this project raises numerous environmental concerns, questions about habitat fragmentation, which no one has really talked about, stormwater runoff, and the unknown long-term effects of such a massive installation on local ecosystems, despite any grazing plans. Approving this proposal as a special exception is a vote to fundamentally rezone 1,000+ acres of non-industrial land for an industrial use. It is an act that sacrifices the integrity of our comprehensive plan for the profit of an out-of-town developer that is offering very little to the county in return. Thank you.
Thank you. Sir, you're close, so I'll let you go. Yep.
What I wanted to say was, I still haven't, no one's told me yet why the east side of King George and why all the forest land, 1,280 acres, guaranteed 580 acres is going down under the blade, all right? Never to return. You're done with it, all right? And I just don't understand. No one gives me an answer about why. And the other thing is, we had a citizen of King George that wanted to present a PowerPoint. I'm sure much shorter than this one, but it was denied this morning, and I'd like you to look into that. And the other thing, Mr. Collins, you're the right man for the job, all right, as far as I'm concerned. You pay your bills. You stop digging a hole. We are at $34 trillion now, but we want the interest. That's the wrong way to go. Pay your bills. This used to be a sleepy little place where farmers got off and came and made decisions for this county. And now it's just gotten out of control. I moved down to St. Petersburg in 2008, Florida. And it was a sleepy little community. Now, right now, they got 10 high rises going up downtown, 10 that are over 40 stories high. It's out of control, and you're going to lose control if you don't watch what's going on. I'd like to see this. Your presentation was phenomenal. I mean, I listened to you the whole time, and I have a short attention span, all right? And I was really impressed with you, not so much with what you said, but the way you said it. You are a very good speaker, all right, and powerful. You got you can sell cars. So anyway, I'm running out of time again. I just don't understand why we can't put this on open ground. That's really all I care about. Open ground, instead of destroying the ecology. I get up in the morning, I go out on Eastview Drive, and I got deer to feed, and I got all kinds of animals coming through, and that's going to go away. All right? Thank you very much, and I got 18 seconds left.
Thank you. Is there anyone else? Who signed up that was over here? Yes, sir, you please.
Mr. Chair, members of the board, Senator Stewart, Chap Peterson on behalf of Terry Morgan and Larry Buckner, I want to begin my admission. I'm an attorney. I'm speaking on their behalf. So, and I'm also from Fairfax. So I'm really not I'm coming from a lower position, but I do want to speak to this application and tell you why my clients think it should be denied. I want to begin by focusing on the code, Virginia State Code 15.2-2232, which is what this application arises under. That says that this type of special exception has to be shown to be substantially in accordance with the comprehensive plan. And there is an exception. There's subpart H talks about solar facilities. It said there's 3 exceptions for solar facilities. 1, that it's a by right use. 2, that it's designed to serve the needs of the property itself. So for example, you have a farmer that has a windmill or has a solar panel on top of his roof. Or 3, there's a waiver by the locality, which is essentially what you're being asked to do. Here's the issue. This property is zoned agricultural. I think everybody understands that. It's not zoned for residential subdivision. It's not zoned for a commercial use. It's not zoned industrial. It's zoned agricultural. What is being proposed here is an intense industrial use. This would be 138 megawatts. That's an enormous project. It's to sell electricity to PJM. PJM is Pennsylvania, Jersey, Maryland. It's a national electricity grid. So this electricity is going up to PJM grid. It's not being used locally. It's not compatible with the comprehensive plan. When you talk about an industrial use, you're talking about power lines, you're talking about substations, fencing, the panels themselves. All of these are industrial materials that will be brought onto the property. Look at the adverse impacts on the surrounding properties. 1, deforestation, and this gentleman spoke to it. 590 acres will be clear cut. That will have an immediate impact on stormwater and sediment runoff. They can do all the plans that they want. You cannot replace the 590 acres of clear-cut land. Over 50 acres is considered a major solar project. If it disturbs over 50 acres of forest land, that's the state law. This is 10 times that. Impact on farming, compacted soils, loss of prime farmlands. Again, if over 10 acres of prime farmland are impacted, that's considered a major disturbance of farmland. This, again, would be multiples time that. Impact on wildlife and wetland. I know I'm running out of time, so let me kind of get to the point. This board says there's a gatekeeper. Basically, what you're doing will be the role of DEQ, will be the role of what would be the state agency in determining that this is compliant with land use. That means looking at all of the environmental assessments, all the mitigation strategies. You know, like Senator Stewart, I was the chair of the Natural Resources Committee when I served in the state Senate. When the Republicans were in charge, he held the gavel. When the Democrats were in charge, I held the gavel. Preserving farmland, preserving forest land is so critical in this state. It's so critical. And when you lose it, you can't get it back. And you look at soil compaction, you look at all those factors. I'm done. We just simply ask that you deny the project. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Hi there. My husband signed in, but I'm Marlene Hill. I live on Round Hill Road. I would be a prospective neighbor, or our property backs up to this proposed project. And I'd like to start by saying I'm kind of a big fan of solar. I'm a city girl. Oh, sorry. Oh, hello. Can you hear me? Oh, wow. Okay, that's different. All right. I'm a big fan of solar. I'm learning a lot about soil. I'm a newbie. I'm very green to this. And so I've been doing a lot of research, but yet I'm only newly becoming familiar with this project, maybe for lack of paying attention. I'm also a mother of 11 children. We moved here. My husband is a veteran. We moved here from Fredericksburg, really. Our families are from Fredericksburg, originally from New York, Texas. And we moved here for the reason of having this type of community. And with no due respect to everyone in this room, but as I look around at this silver hair around me, what I see is a wealth of wisdom. And I've had the pleasure of meeting people at churches or in these, the op shop. Everyone has been so incredible. Being a fan of solar and all of that, this project, the question that arises is the potential future for our children. This is a change in land use. And we talk about having to build another school or ideally building another school. Again, we homeschool. I think about what's going to be left for my children, that future that I had once envisioned when we decided to purchase a home here in King George. I'm learning from everyone here, but I would like you to consider too the future generations and the impact. And again, huge fan of solar. That was a great presentation, I agree. But I do have that same question to second that gentleman here. Why? Why right here? Why an industrial project where it's agricultural? But that's all I have to say, honestly. So thank you. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
I don't have to say my name, right?
Anna Marie, Presidential Lakes. Got it.
Okay. I have a question for this gentleman. Who benefits from this panel?
Hey, Ms. Anna Marie, please speak into the mic.
Who benefits from these panel solars? And also, where these panels going to make it? Also, I don't know if they know, Germany, last year, they frosted the most those people rely in those panels. And also, Texas, last year had a problem with these solar panels. I don't know. The main thing is who benefits, King George or them? Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. Do I have anyone else in the audience that'd like to speak? Yes, ma'am. You're next, sir. I got a lady behind you beat you.
Okay, that's fine. Amy Trumper, Shiloh District. I know I keep bringing up Eastview Drive. They want to put the runoff onto Eastview Drive. And I don't know if anybody has been out there with the recent rains that we just had, but that road right now is destroyed. There are the people that live on that road that have to fix that road. It's not a VDOT maintained state road. The people of Eastview Drive have to fix that road. If we bring in more water onto this road, it's just going to destroy it even more. Mainly down at the back, there's a gentleman back there. Anytime it rains, his yard floods. He has to drive through the water to get in through his driveway, and it's not good. So once again, I would really like more to happen for Eastview Drive because the road is really bad right now. I just drove down it the other day. And then, of course, the acreage of all of the trees having to come down and the wildlife. I hate seeing wildlife losing their homes. That would kind of just be like somebody coming in and taking out my home. So between Eastview Drive and the animals, I hope you guys vote against this.
Thank you. Matter of fact, if you guys want to speak, you can go ahead and get in line up here if you'd like to. If you don't want to, you don't have to, but if you'd like to, go ahead.
Good evening, sir. My name is Gary Sitzman. I live in Stafford. My wife and I own 87 acres in King George. Part of the land touches this project we're talking about this evening, but we're not directly associated with the project. I'd just like to say that I'm one of those strange people that is in favor of new schools, better roads, a new bridge across the Potomac River, jobs that pay well enough that the grandchildren will stay here. I have checked in some menial way the different counties that have a smaller version of what's being proposed here tonight. And there have been the usual pluses and minuses, but after the facilities have been functioning, I haven't read any articles in the paper about it. I believe the trade-off between generating electricity, whether it's used here or in neighboring states, is still a good use of the property. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir.
Good evening. My name is Elizabeth Barnett. I live and I vote in Shiloh District. I've been working in King George County for 10 years, and a couple years ago made a tough decision to leave teaching at the high school to go work at the Navy base in Dahlgren. And since starting my new job, I've moved to King George, and I consider myself extremely lucky to live here in a beautiful place. And I'm a big fan of renewable energy, including solar. So it's kind of killing me that I'm speaking against it here tonight. But I feel like our investments in renewable energies need to make sense. And you need to choose the right thing for the right place. And you need to do it wisely. I have two main concerns. One is the environmental impact, and the other concern is my perceived lack of transparency about this that I think has been echoed here tonight, both of those things. With regard to the environmental impact, I'm concerned that there have been some general studies to inform what they are talking about doing, but we don't have a neutral third-party assessment of the specific environmental impact in this specific site. And I would like to echo this gentleman's question of why is it that we must do this here in this location? Why must it be here and not somewhere that's better suited for this type of investment? With regards to the lack of transparency, it's just hard to understand why local residents have not been better informed about this project. I heard tonight that there was an announcement in the newspaper. I didn't know we still had those. Could we not have had a mailing and emailing something? The only reason that I found out about this is because I heard from friends, neighbors, and colleagues that had concerns. The signs that are posted on the roads are extremely difficult to read. It is dangerous at the speed that we drive on those roads to read those signs and still drive safely. It's nearly impossible. And even if you do go to one of the roads where you can go and pull over and read it, it only points you to these hearings. And I don't think most people would necessarily go the next step to research and then attend the meeting. I normally would not. I'm not an expert in solar energy, and neither are most of my neighbors and all the people here tonight for the most part. But we will be affected by this project, whether we're experts or not. And by the time the damage is done, it's done, and it is too late. I appreciate you letting us speak tonight and hearing our concerns. Thank you for taking that into consideration when you vote on this.
Thank you. Sir?
Hey, thanks for having me. My name is Jason Simpson. I live in the Shiloh District, Salem Church Road. I was a 36-year resident of Charles County, moved my whole family over here. We bought our property in 2022, part of the old Cameron Hills Golf Course. So it might sound a little hypocritical because, you know, I was part of this growth. I'm going to come here. I've heard it several times. But I did grow up on a family farm in Charles County. Taxes completely ran me out of there. So we've been very accepted. It's been great. But we came here to kind of get away from the progress and growth that just completely has run rampant across the bridge, as I'm sure all of you know. So my daughters, 5 and 8, you know, we plan on being here at this point forever. I want to see it stay rural. I want to see the farmland stay the way it is. So for that reason, I ask for y'all to oppose and deny this. I appreciate it. Thanks.
Before you walk away, I want to say something to you real quick.
Yeah.
Come here. All right. People think if you come to King George and you buy into King George way of life, like what you're talking about, and you want to keep it, you want to keep King George, you're from King George.
That's right.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's the people that come to King George and want to go make it look like where they came from. That's
Yeah.
what I thought. So I don't care if you lived here for 2 months, man. I got plenty of friends that have come here and they're like, we love King George, we love what it is, and we buy into this way of life. They're from King George in my heart. So
Right.
Don't
No, I
take,
appreciate it. I mean,
don't take that personal.
Yeah. No. It's all good. We're trying to do everything the right way. We had a farm in Maryland. Unfortunately, sold it, but we bought over here. We're growing our cattle herd and trying to keep it rural.
But thanks for coming here and being part of what we're doing.
Yep.
I
Thank y'all.
appreciate you. Thank you.
Cool.
Good evening. I'm Linda Plunkett. I'm the other half of this house.
All right.
We've been going back and forth between King George and Florida for 16 years. And I just hate to see this place go.
Thank you.
My name is Mark Morgan, and I live in the Shiloh district. And I just want to thank some of you supervisors who really have lend ear to me and my wife, hours upon hours. All right, so I really want to thank you for that, especially Mr. Sullins, because he does everybody, not just one district. He does everybody in the county. And I think one of the greatest attributes he has is he listens and he hears you. So I really appreciate you for that, taking time out from your family and things. Some of my concerns about this utility scale solar project, some of them within the conditions, the decommissioning is put upon King George. So 40 years from now, whoever's supervisor, they're going to have to decommission it. It's in charge of it. And some other points that I had brought up, what about the decommissioning bond? What if the company goes bankrupt? It's been brought up before. What happens to the bond? Well, the bond is bankrupt. It's pennies on the dollar. So there's no more money to decommission. So who gets stuck with that? King George County does, and King George residents. That's who gets stuck with that. There will be plenty of noise from that 100 by 150 substation right beside Mr. Stork's property, and it's going to be extremely unsightly. I would suggest move that 100 to 100 by 50 over on the other side of Eastview where they want it. And so that way they get to look at it and they get to hear it. That would be my first. Don't put it over on the agricultural side. And another question, when you think about the growth of the trees, they want to plant the trees and everything. Why do we have to see the growth of the trees on a simulation? Because if this is what solar people are doing, wouldn't they have real pictures of actual landscape covering up the solar? But I didn't see any real pictures. I saw simulations. So I want to see, hey, where's the real pictures? If a solar company wants to really invest and they really care about your view of everything, go out and find pictures of where it's hidden with nice landscaping. I didn't see any of that. Simulation looked great though. Property value, utility size. We haven't done any of our studies, but you can go find somebody who's going to back you up for whatever you believe, as long as you want to pay them. So they can tell you what you want to hear. Property value, and they kind of admit themselves that it's industrial. It turns to industrial just with the money generated. Right now, the county gets $100,000 a year on that acreage, but it's going to go to $3.2 million on the property value. That's not including the product on the improvements. That's just the property value. Why? Because it's turned to industrial. Industrial property costs more money per acre. You're at 60, 70, 80,000 an acre. So therefore it's taxed accordingly. That's why it's 3.
Can you talk to us?
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you, sir. And electromagnetic forces, have you all signed any agreements about phones, cell phones, microwaves, when you purchase something about electromagnetic force saying you will not sue iPhone or Apple? Because people who have these leases, they had to sign that waiver that they wouldn't sue.
Thank you.
Good evening, Chairman and members of the board. I'm Kelsey Trainer, Paspatanzi, and I appreciate the opportunity to come speak with you all tonight. So a little bit about me. My brother and I started our farm, K&B Cattle, right here in King George County. I was about 11 or 12, and my brother was 9. We got started through 4-H, raising animals and learning how to care for them and manage a small business. Over the years, we built K&B Cattle Company from the ground up, starting with just a few head of cattle, and growing it into a working operation, including both of us taking out USDA loans. As we have gotten older, my brother is now a deputy, and I've taken over the operation along with day-to-day operations as well. And I'm proud of what we have accomplished. We've won livestock shows at both a regional, state, national, and international level. But to get to the point of this, your vision of King George is to maintain a rural county where all citizens can enjoy freedom and prosperity with limited government intrusion. That vision aligns perfectly with what we're doing through the solar grazing program. It's a private sector partnership that allows us to stay on the land, raise livestock, and generate income without putting any additional burden on taxpayers or local infrastructure. But beyond the grazing itself, this partnership is something bigger. Your mission talks about preserving our heritage and anticipating future needs. Well, if we want the rural heritage to last, we have to invest in the next generation of agriculturalists. I am one of them, and opportunities like this solar grazing site are one of the ways young or first generation farmers like me can get access to land and build a future in agriculture in King George. Land is expensive, availability is limited, and starting a farm from scratch today is nearly impossible, unless you have a path like this, one that blends innovation with traditional values. That's why your objective to ensure controlled growth that maintains rural life is so important, because keeping land open isn't enough. We need to make sure that there are farmers to farm the land, working it, living it, passing it on. As you consider your decision, like the Gibson facility, I ask you to see these projects not just as energy development, but as a bridge to sustainable agriculture, rural livelihoods, and local business. This isn't about solar versus farmland. It's about how the two can work together to keep King George the kind of place where someone like me can still raise livestock, build a life, and carry on the values that define our community. Thank you for your time and your commitment to making King George a place where rural life and innovation go hand in hand.
Thank you.
Good evening, board members. My name is Tim Spivak, and I've been a resident of the county for over 30 years. I currently reside in James Monroe District and own 46 acres in Shiloh, south of the proposed solar power plant under discussion tonight. I asked the board to vote against this project for 2 key reasons. First, lack of a certified end-of-life commissioning plan, and second, lack of a certified stormwater management plan, and certified alludes to a third-party verification that it's truthfully done. Allow me to expand on each of these concerns. The state of Virginia requires all solar power plant projects to have an end-of-life decommissioning plan to remove equipment and restore the site to its pre-development state. For Gibson's proposal, this final plan is not provided until after the exception is approved. This uncertainty led me to be curious about what is the cost of decommissioning. So to decommission a 134 megawatt solar power plant in today's dollars will run you somewhere between 12 million and 47 million. 20 years from now, compounding at 4% inflation brings the cost between 26 million and 103 million. And after 30 years, it costs us between 38 million and 152 million. So who pays for this? I would like to propose that Gibson puts in writing and puts in place the decommissioning funds on escrow on day one. What assurances do we have that Gibson will even exist in 20 to 30 years? They're an LLC and can walk away at any time if the cost gets too high. This would leave the landowners and the county taxpayers with a huge bill or result in default wherein the panels decompose and contaminate 890 acres. I don't want that. Second concern, we need to be concerned with the stormwater management to include sediment and erosion control. Gibson's proposal states that a final stormwater plan will not be submitted until after the exception is approved and the project is in site review process. This project will entail clearing 890 acres of trees, brush, and all root structure. The ground will be stripped clean. I oversaw a project in this county 9 years ago at the gun club that involved clearing 3 acres of trees and roots. Our engineering costs ran $35,000. That's over $10K per acre. Even with economies of scale, is Gibson really going to put out $5 million for engineering? What happens if they try to cut corners and slip a deficient plan by us? And what happens when a hurricane hits and the stormwater management system fails? That happened to me 9 years ago on that same project, and much of the topsoil went flushing down the drain. It looked like a 3-acre toilet bowl. It was a mess. With Gibson, we're talking about a scale of operation 300 times that size. Do we know that Gibson is prepared to pay the cost and deal with the future consequences? I propose that they too insure a bond to affect these repairs made after each storm. What happens when we clear 890 acres and a hurricane strikes and all that topsoil goes washing down to the Rappahannock? This would affect a large portion of this county's farmland. Are we willing to accept this risk? I respectfully ask this board take to heart these concerns and carefully consider the potential impacts to this county and our landowners. Let's ask if these risks are worth $500K payment by Gibson. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Hello, I'm Travis Collison. I live in the Dahlgren District on Poplar Neck Road. I'm speaking tonight in support of the Gibson Solar Project. As a farmer in the county, I can appreciate some of the nuances and the special exceptions before you that might not be immediately obvious. Specifically, I'm a grass farmer that uses cows to harvest his crop as much as possible and hay and equipment for the rest. So I have some experience with grazing and growing forage. To prevent erosion in the long term, Gibson Solar needs to grow grass. And it can't be skimpy grass. To absorb the rainfall that we commonly get requires a good sod. On the farms I manage, we have developed good sod, and even when we get 2 or 3 inches of rain, like we did just the other day, our fields don't wash. The roads do, where there isn't any grass, but the fields don't. So when I look at the special exception, I'm looking for what measures Gibson Solar is taking to make sure they can grow and maintain a good sod. First, you have to get your ground right. When you repurpose a piece of ground from growing trees to growing grass, you can expect that the ground where the trees were is likely going to be acidic. It's difficult to get grass to grow in high acid environments. In the special exception, they're legally bound to test the soil to determine its current values, then apply lime, if it needs it, to achieve and maintain a pH level of 5.5. Grass grows at a pH of 5 and better, and a pH of 5.5 is even better still. They will spread that lime over several years to move the pH from where it is now to where it needs to be. Next, the grass needs to be provided the nutrients it needs to grow. Generally speaking, the big 3 are N, P, and K: nitrogen, potassium, and phosphorus. The soil test will provide how much of each to apply to attain the desired tons of forage from that ground. This special exception legally binds Gibson Solar to pay for the fertilizer to get the ground producing and the required tons of forage for the sheep. But even if the ground is right and the right nutrient spread, you might not have the right amount of grass you need to produce a good sod to contain erosion and feed the sheep. To that end, the special exception binds Gibson Solar to consult with the local agronomist, like the local Virginia Tech agent, to determine what seed mix will be best for those soils to create a good pasture for the sheep. Gibson Solar has even extended their commitment further to say that if the fescue is part of that mix, they'll use non-toxic novel endophyte fescue, and I'm fairly certain that to a layperson this means absolutely nothing. However, to a farmer, this is huge. We live in the fescue belt. Fescue is a grass that grows very well here and has many positive traits. It's an interesting grass because it has a symbiotic relationship with an endophyte. To thrive, the grass has to have the endophyte. The endophyte is its most significant drawback, however, as it makes the grass bitter in the heat, and I'm done. Sorry.
No, thank you, sir. I was waiting on you.
Oh, you rascal. Rose Payne, 15123 Hazelnut Lane. And I'm, again, the oldest person in the room, and all of those 87 years have been here in King George, and I've always been connected to farming. So I appreciate farm/rural areas, and I want to live that way. But I want to tell all of you, solar is not taking that away. County officials took that away a long time ago. The area where I grew up is now industrial, but it's not vacant because a data center has purchased that. Where I live in the Dahlgren district has become a development center, and my farm is surrounded, so much so that when all of the development happened, the stream that fed my pond dried up, and I no longer have a pond on that farm. But let's get back to solar. It's not going to impact your schools. It's not going to impact the traffic. It's not going to be part of the water system, but it will be energy. What do you think a data center takes? Lots of electricity and lots of water. That's not going to be true with them. And that's what made me want to go with this project, because that land is going to be agricultural. It is not going to be industrial, because you're going to have sheep there. That is not industrial. That's farmland. And I want to thank those of the board that took the time to meet with property owners, that we invited you to come and look at that property. I think now you understand what's going to happen with the stormwater. Let me tell you, I've been raising cattle a long, long time, and they don't respect the water. They walk in it and they do what they wanted, and before the cattle, it was buffalo. Both of the Payne farms have history. They've been here a long, long time, and that history is important to us. I hate to see the fact that that land might be houses. It's not going to be industrial. I cannot tell you that enough. It's not. Sheep are not industrial. And that lady that spoke is my sister's grandchild. That's Kelsey. So we will have a connection to our family still using that land for agricultural, and it's going to be that way. It's not going to change. You've got an old woman and a son that's in middle age with health problems running that farm. And I was over there today in the rain. You think that was fun? But I love it. But I have to face reality. I'm not a teenager anymore. But I encourage you, please, to take another look at this. I know you've heard a lot of people say a lot of things against it, but thank you for the time, and I do encourage you to please think strongly about voting yes for this project. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Chairperson and members of the Board of Supervisors. My name is Stephanie Trainer. I'm a resident of Stafford County, and I rent land in Passapatancy. And yes, Kelsey is my daughter. I am here to talk about the solar facility under consideration this evening that will have the grazing operation ran by my daughter, Kelsey, a young woman whose determination, grit, and love for the agriculture is nothing short of inspiring. Kelsey is a first-generation farmer. She didn't inherit land or livestock. She built her future from the ground up. From the early days of her 4-H, where she learned responsibility, leadership, and now managing a successful business right here in our county, or in your county, Kelsey has never shied away from hard work or making tough decisions. She's poured her heart into agriculture, learning every lesson the hard way, and doing all this with integrity and resilience. The solar facility is a natural extension of her values. It's not just about clean energy, it's about land stewardship, long-term sustainability, and giving back to the community that she dearly loves. Her grandmother's a lifelong resident. Her family's a lifelong resident of King George. She's planning to integrate practices like pollinator, friendly habitat, rotational grazing, so even the land beneath the panels, remains productive and beneficial to the environment. Through her work with K&B Grazing and Open Roads, Kelsey is already contributing to the local economy, and this project will multiply that impact. From tax revenue for the county to job opportunities to keeping business with local suppliers and contractors, this is the kind of investment that pays dividends well beyond the fence lines. I can say without hesitation, Kelsey is exactly the kind of person you want running a project like this. She's thoughtful, reasonable, and deeply committed to the King George County. I ask that you support this tonight, not just for the solar facility, but for a young woman who represents the best of what our future can be when passion, innovation, and community come together. Thank you again for your consideration.
Thank you.
Hi, good evening. My name is Barbara Robertson. I live at 340 McCarty Road in Falmouth, Virginia, and I happen to own the largest parcel of land that's part of this solar project, and it consists of approximately 382 acres. First of all, since there appeared to be some concerns in the last meeting that some of the landowners weren't King George residents, I just wanted to say that my husband and I were once King George residents, but then we moved 7 miles back up 218 to take care of my aging mother-in-law, and we ended up staying there to take care of the farm. While I don't have woods in my backyard in Stafford, I can tell you that when I pull up into my driveway at night, I see at least 10 sets of red eyes glowing at me. We have plenty of deer there. We have plenty of foxes, eagles, and the dreaded coyotes running around. So somebody had made the comment about, you take away all the timber, you're not going to have any, the wildlife. They will still be there, trust me. So then secondly, when my husband and I purchased the initial parcels of land, in the Shiloh district, we weren't looking at all to buy property. It never was a thought in our mind, but a friend of my husband's was surveying the Rogers property and told us about the land. And so he had been a big hunter all his life. So we found a way to buy it. And although the property had already been sold, the buyer had the timber all cut down and then defaulted on the loan. And so then again, my husband jumped up and said, yeah, let's buy it. So again, we found a way to do that. Then next we searched the land records over here at the courthouse to contact adjoining property owners to talk with them about attaining a right-of-way into our land. 3 landowners we contacted asked us to buy their land. Actually, they practically begged us to buy it because they were elderly and just couldn't do anything with it anymore. So we relieved those neighbors of the land they desperately wanted to sell. So we bought the property beginning in 2002 because we both enjoy the outdoors and the wildlife. We spent a lot of time on our property improving the access and digging trenches to make it so that the roads didn't get flooded. He even laid pipes for the water to flow through. And did a lot of cleanup there because the people that clear cut it left it a total wreck. Then the adjoining property owners agreed with having locked gates, and everybody was given a combination because there was a lot of dumping that was going on back there. So my husband hunted on the land with our family and close friends until he was diagnosed with multiple myeloma cancer in 2012. And although the cancer treatment slowed him down, he still loved to ride around the property in his truck or just sit in the quiet of our land. But after a valiant fight with the cancer, he passed away in 2016. So here lately, I'd been thinking about trying to sell my property to a developer. Oh my gosh, that went by already. I'm so sorry. All right. Well, anyway, you got my letter. So I truly hope that you consider everything that I had to say and approve the project. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else in the audience?
My name is Mr. Hickman, and I own lots 35-15 in the Shiloh district. I took the copy of my contract into the clerk of the court and showed her the original 1911 plat and showed the computer mock-up, and I said something radical has happened. She said, hire a good lawyer. I did, and I broke the contract, and I recommend anybody that has one break it. Thank you.
My name is Robert Fogg. I live presently in Spotsylvania County, but I have a lot of connections to King George County. I grew up at Oak Grove in Westmoreland County, which is just across the line from King George, and traveled through King George all the time, going to Fredericksburg. And in fact, when I was young, my dad was a forest warden, and I helped fight the fire of 1963 from Saturday afternoon when it started until Tuesday night when God put it out with a heavy rain. I don't know whether some of you remember that or not, but I was here for all of that. So I have a lot of connections with it. But I live in Spotsylvania now. I'm a registered transportation engineer. I'm on FAMPO, which is Fredericksburg Area Metropolitan Planning Organization. And so I deal with the Board of Supervisors in the different counties up there a lot. But FAMPO includes King George County, Caroline, Spotsylvania, Stafford, and the city of Fredericksburg, Planning District 16. And for those who don't know, in the audience and up there, VDOT says that in the next 35 years, Planning District 16's population will completely double. And that means a whole lot more people. It also means a whole lot more electricity will be needed, twice as much electricity. Not only that, but at our last meeting of our Transportation Committee meeting, I found out that Spotsylvania County has now approved 8 data centers with millions of square feet of area on the footprint. And y'all know with millions of square feet there, the kind of energy that's going to be needed for that. And it's not just Spotsylvania that's approving those. Caroline, and I'm sure if y'all haven't already, it's going to be here too, because the money is there. I know a contractor that I just talked to the other day that he's bidding on some work at one of them, and he said, they told me come in because money is no object, just do the work for me. And so we need to have this electric power here. Your infrastructure needs to be there for it and for the future. And all the things that these people have spoken against, Mr. Volpe covered all of those things right from the start. And he had the answers for those problems that they were solving, stormwater, et cetera. Okay, and thank you for listening. I appreciate that.
Thank you.
Good evening, Board. My name is Billy Cliff, and a lifelong resident of King George County. My family goes back, I can't even count how many generations. I take a love and pride of this county, and I don't want to see this county change, but if it does, I want to see it properly managed, and I put my faith in you guys and girls up there. This project has continued to change meeting after meeting, changes to stormwater runoff, changes to how you're going to manage this, how you're going to manage that. This company has done many other projects, and I would have thought they would have had it down packed by now. So they're trying to squeeze this thing in here each time and every time we have a meeting. I do not support it. I don't support utility solar. Utility solar is funded through government grants, our taxpayers' money. If it was a sustainable, renewable energy strategy, you wouldn't need that. Companies would see the profit in it, and they'd be out here making money on their own. So I don't think the technology is ready. I'm all for green, but this project is also 100% an industrial project in an ag area. Years ago, past board members and past community development members, employees of the county, inserted the lingo to help farmers develop open land for local energy needs in this area. We have industrial areas. You guys have done a great job, I think, over the last 6 months or since your term has started to increase our and make more valuable and what's the word I'm looking for? Attractive, make our industrial areas attractive by putting in the infrastructure that businesses don't want to have to pay for up front. We have those areas designated here in the county. I think that's where we should focus for any of our revenue needs that we have, and we should leave parts of our county alone that were zoned and planned and put together in our comprehensive plan for the reasons they're there. I greatly appreciate your time. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Members of the board, thank you for your time tonight. My name is Eric Bronson. I'm a resident in Charles City County, Virginia. Here to speak tonight. I've heard a lot of people in support and against this project, and I'm not here to speak about the project, and I'll just give a full disclaimer. I served as the subject matter expert for open road renewables, but I don't have any financial stake in the project, whether you approve it or deny it. It really doesn't matter to me because I'm not a resident of the county, but I do want to speak in support of the opportunity for a King George County farmer that doesn't exist in this county right now and probably won't ever exist again. The access to land of this sort is not a thing that occurs in what we have now. It doesn't occur in King George County, and it really doesn't occur in any county in Virginia. This type of long-term land access with the ability to have a profitable farm operation tied into it is something that I think you really can't put a value on. So I'm speaking in support of it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Terry Morgan. I had a lot of words written down here, and throughout the last hour, I've changed it about 6 different times. The first thing I want to make sure and make clear is we do have a petition, before I forget, of 410 signatures I'm willing to give you all that are against this project. The next thing, everybody's talking about the farmer and how this is going to work out great, but nobody's addressed that this land is being farmed, some of it. There's 3 at least farmers at lease property that this land is owned by right now that are going to lose those leases. So we're putting out 3 farmers that live here in King George. So let's make that clear. Some farmers are going to lose their leases and their money on this property. So the next thing is the rainwater, let me give you credit. Mike is a salesman. I've grown up around salesmen and been around salesmen my whole life. That man is good, and he gets paid to be good. And I've known it from the day we met that that's exactly where he fell. I strongly oppose this project, and I wish to highlight a couple of the troubling behaviors that's been experienced by myself and the citizens of King George from this company. From the very beginning, their actions have been very concerning to me. In February, they blatantly misled the Planning Commission meeting by claiming to have spoken to me and everyone nearby, which is simply false. They only spoke to those that were adjoining landowners, not in the vicinity, which they quoted multiple times. They only contacted, like I said, adjoining landowners, and even that has been brought into question as recently as the last 30 days. They also falsely stated that they had open dialogue with me, which they did not. It was from a Facebook page that they asked for my information. They crossed ethical boundaries by using a background check on the fellow members in my district and others. When they've been verified, which is a background checking agency, now they'll say that that is not a background checking agency, yet it is listed as the #1 background checking agency in the nation. Background checking agencies bring up all of your history, your phone numbers, your cell phone numbers, and your work numbers and your work emails. They contacted citizens in King George, and they harassed them while they were at work on their personal cell phone numbers and sent emails to their work addresses. Upon doing that, I received phone calls because, to me, I was the one that got people to sign the petition. So, of course, they were holding me accountable for that, and I was willing to take that accountability. That put a little limit on the people that wanted to sign any more of the petitions, I can assure you. If they really wanted to find out the information, because I'm sure they're going to tell you they are just finding out that information so that they could send out pamphlets, well, you can simply go by the names that are on the petition and cross-reference it with the GIS for King George. We have it on the website. People do it all the time. These actions demonstrate a blatant disregard for the community, the trust, and the ethics standards by which this company used are unheard of, in my opinion. I've never dealt with that kind of thing, and my family has run a very lucrative business and been very profitable in it. This kind of behavior raises serious concerns in my eyes, and this project is just too large for our community to handle. Thank you.
Is there anyone else?
Good evening. My name is Carolyn McGee and I reside in the Shiloh District. I'm here tonight in support of this Gibson Solar project and am asking for your approval of this special exemption request. I first want to thank those board members who have taken the time to listen, to research, to read the proposals, and to weigh the perspectives of all constituents who have raised a voice towards this project. The facilitators of this project have been nothing but forthcoming and transparent, which is something that I know is extremely important to most of you board members. As we participate in this second public hearing for this project, my thoughts turn to the Board of Supervisors' vision statement. To promote general welfare by maintaining a rural county where all citizens can enjoy freedom and prosperity with limited government intrusion. This project supports this vision statement in its entirety. The proposed agriculture, landscaping, screening, and other measures that have been put into place have gone above and beyond minimum requirements. These properties are our little pieces in the world that we've worked so hard for. Limited government intrusion to me means that I should be able to do with this hard-earned thing that I own as I please. If my acreage is currently untouched and I want to timber it, or put in animals, or mow it down and pull up all the roots, no one should feel that they have the ability to tell me that I can or cannot do that with my land. These decisions are made by me, the owner, by right. Switching gears for a minute, there must be some value in paying a group of people on a planning board to spend hours to review the ins and outs of this project from a planning perspective to assess viability. Our planning commission has done this and has provided their approval not once, but twice. They've also acknowledged and approved by the majority that this project is compatible with our comprehensive plan. We cannot continue saying no to projects. It is unsustainable. I implore you to adhere to the vision statement that this board established to protect the welfare of this county for the 28,000 citizens that reside in it, from a financial perspective, and to preserve the rural and agricultural nature of our environment with limited government intrusion. This project supports this in its entirety, and I hope that you will vote yes. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Is there anyone else in the audience? Al?
Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I'm Al Hales. I reside at 7115 Kitchen Point Road in King George. I've spoken previously in favor of this project, and over the past year, as Gibson has addressed and resolved the public concerns, I've become even more convinced that approval of this project is the right move for King George. Gibson has incorporated updates to the conditions to address virtually every question and concern voiced by the public, including visibility, landscaping, stormwater, decommissioning, noise, and even solar panel specifications, including exclusion of foreign adversaries of suppliers of materials or equipment. They've operated in good faith and made adjustments to address all those concerns. As far as transparency goes, I believe they've gone above and beyond the call of duty. Yeah, it's a shame we don't have a newspaper anymore, but they've had multiple public hearings. They've had Facebook posts. They've had community outreach meetings. They've been over backwards to try and get the word out and try and give people the opportunity to voice their concerns. And where people have voiced their concerns, they've listened. They've adjusted the conditions, and I think they've really operated in good faith in that respect. As far as the potential benefits to the county, they're significant. Besides generation of electricity for the grid which includes King George and all the houses in King George. It's not just PJM. The grid services all of us, besides that, the project does promote grazing agriculture. It preserves our rural environment with solar as an alternative to more residential development. It generates income for the county without adding burden on the county infrastructure, and it permanently preserves 1,280 acres for agriculture protected from future development, which I think is a critical contribution. And finally, as a landowner, I believe, as the last speaker said, that the board has resolved to try and limit government intrusion, and this is a prime example. This is an opportunity to demonstrate and confirm that that's the board's intent. If it's my land and I'd like to see it be part of a solar project, that's my decision. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Do I have anyone else? Brad.
Hello. My name is Ruth Titsworth. I live in the Shiloh District on Route 3. I'm gonna come here. I bought property in 1993. I bought 10 acres in a hopefully to make a build a home and have a family. I did just that. I had 2 boys. My 2 boys now live in King George, one on 10 acres, one on, I think, 30 acres. They love it here in King George. They now have 2 children here. Why we don't want any more development with people coming here, I don't really understand that. We're a community of people. So the other question is, I live in a rural area. I like my farms. I like my trees. I like my animals. I like my bats. My neighbor Lee Bolger cut the trees down. Just cut, didn't pull up any of the roots or anything. We didn't have a problem with erosion. But I had mosquitoes for the next 3 years because the bats were gone. Okay, this property that you're talking about, it's a wetland in there. We have the beavers in there. Haven't talked about that. We're going to put pylons and drive over the wetlands, and that's going to be great because that's going to make our county better, right? That's what Gibson said. It's going to make our county better. Why on agricultural land? Now he did say about he's going to hire a DEQ inspector. You guys all like the DEQ inspectors, don't you? So now we're going to hire one, and they're going to provide for any violations 200 and what did they say, 200,000? We had another person speak up here of how much actually it does cost when all your topsoil goes and turns into a toilet. Those expenses, where are they coming from? Where is the money going to come from to fix that? They said they're going to take care of the erosion. We're saying this solar project is a farm. It's agriculture. These solar panels, that's agriculture. Is it really? Is that what we want in the county? It's not what I want in the county. We talk about land values. They may go down 3%. They may go up 3%. We did a donut 3 miles around there and we didn't hear anything. Well, we have a lot of people that are a lot closer than 3 miles to the solar project. We haven't talked about the lighting that's going to be in there. I like looking at the stars. So now we have lighting in there for protection. Is the 100 feet going to protect the neighbors with that lighting that's over there? They're not going to have a choice. They chose to put whatever that one thing is on the east view side. Why not on the other side? The other is, I've counted that you've had 8 people speak in here. 7 people speak pro for the solar panel. 1 person doesn't have a financial interest. All the other people who spoke in here have a financial interest in this solar project. Does that not say something? Money talks.
Thank you.
Vote no,
Do I have anyone else? Do I have anyone online?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, we have 3 people.
All right. Please cue them up and have them state their name, where they vote.
All right, the first person is Brooke Hicks.
Hi, this is Brooke Hicks from the Shiloh District. I had originally formulated an email that I asked to be read during the meeting, but never received a response, so I felt strongly to call in. I'm speaking to express my strong opposition to the proposed 1,980 acre solar panel development currently under consideration. While I fully support renewable energy initiatives when they are thoughtfully implemented, this particular project raises serious concerns regarding environmental impact, zoning integrity, and the ethical conduct of the company behind it. First and foremost, the sheer scale of this development, nearly 2,000 acres, being timbered. The claim that the land will remain agricultural by simply introducing grazing sheep is misleading at best. If Walmart decides to plant some tomato or zucchini plants, are we willing to consider that as agricultural? Covering hundreds of acres with industrial solar infrastructure fundamentally transforms the land's use and should not qualify under current agricultural zoning regulations. Consideration towards rezoning should not be permitted based on a technicality that misrepresents the project's true nature. Furthermore, this solar project could not be further from the comprehensive plan of King George County. Studies completed by Virginia Tech were mentioned by the representatives multiple times. Are Virginia Tech's long-term goals the same as King George County? I can complete plenty of research and present only what is in support of my goals and plans. There's not been enough evidence-based research to support what this company is saying or what they presented tonight. And quite honestly, I'm not willing to be their guinea pigs, and neither are many of your residents here today. Additionally, the plan to clear cut and timber hundreds of acres in a short time frame will have lasting consequences on our local ecosystem. This level of deforestation poses a serious threat to wildlife habitat, disrupts the natural water table, and contributes to soil erosion. Once removed, these mature forests cannot be easily replaced and their loss will be felt for generations. Furthermore, if the solar panels are able to be removed, how will they be disposed of? There's no ecologically responsible way to dispose of nor recycle solar panels. Of equal concern is the conduct of the solar company itself. There have been multiple reports substantiated by citizens, tax-paying citizens, that personal cell phone numbers were obtained through background check services and used to contact only those in opposition of the project. This breach of privacy and targeted outreach, as some may call it, while others call it harassment, is not only deeply inappropriate, but it's also unethical. The company's denial of these actions during the last meeting further demonstrates a troubling lack of transparency and integrity. If this is how they engage with the community now, what can we expect once the project is approved and completed, if ever? And lastly, how dare we as a community and board allow a company to treat our tax-paying citizens as they have been treated by Gibson Solar? I urge you to protect the long-term interests of King George County residents by denying the formation and possible rezoning of this land to cater to the interests of Gibson Solar rather than protecting the vested interests of your constituents. Our land, environment, community trust, and quite frankly, our morals are to a company that has already shown a disregard for all of these. I'm in opposition of the Gibson Solar Infrastructure Project.
Thank you, ma'am.
Next up, we have Stephen Carter.
Stephen, are you there?
Stephen, can you check your mic and we'll come right back to you. We have Ryan McGill also waiting online. Ryan, would you like to go, please?
Ryan McGill, Shiloh District. Speaking in support of the proposed project, I'd like to commend the Open Roads team for hosting numerous events where citizens could provide input for and against the project. Honestly, those against this project have brought value to increasing the conditions of the project, such as the stormwater management system that has been increased to help with potential runoff. When I think about the project, I want to think about how will it benefit not only the Shiloh area, but King George as a whole, because that's how we have to think, not just the Shiloh district, but the entire county. Does the project create economic opportunity? Does it generate revenue? Will there be jobs that come to the area during construction and beyond construction? Does this create a new type of energy for our students in the community to learn from and one day create a career path, hopefully, for them? Does this create a negative impact on our infrastructure, our schools, our public safety? No. They've committed to providing training to our first responders, the fire department. All of you guys know on the board, I'm a proponent for speaking out for our firefighters. This project is one that will have minimal impact to our public safety. I ask that you please vote yes on this project.
Thank you.
Stephen Carter, would you like to try again, please? Okay, we still can't hear you. You could call in on a telephone number if you'd like.
His mic isn't muted, is it, on our end? No. All right, let me know if he chimes back in, if you talk to him. I'm going to go move on to the board for a second to any correspondence that's been received. I know there's been several. So the lady that just spoke, I just want to let you know that your correspondence was going to be read. Ms. Bender, would you like to go first?
Yes, I have one from Alexandra Gibson. It doesn't say where in King George, but she's a King George resident. I'm writing as a at the first line, sorry about that. Writing as resident of the Shiloh District to voice my firm opposition to the proposed solar farm development in our community. Let me be clear, this is not farming and is not rural development. This is a massive industrial scale facility being disguised as a green initiative. The scale of this proposed solar installation is staggering. We're not talking about a few panels behind a barn. We're talking about hundreds of acres of steel and glass, fenced off, flattened, and completely unusable for agriculture, recreation, or community development. This project represents a permanent industrialization of our rural landscape. It doesn't grow food, it doesn't support wildlife, it doesn't build community. It's not agriculture, it's a power plant. And it doesn't belong in the middle of a rural residential area like ours. This is a loss of rural land and an erosion of our community's identity. If allowed, this project sets a dangerous precedent that any open land in King George County is fair game for industrial developers. Let's stop pretending this is a farm. There is no agricultural benefit. It won't create meaningful jobs, boost the local economy, or enhance our rural quality of life. It's a high voltage, high fenced industrial operation with a 30-year footprint. We, the residents, are asking you to reject this proposal outright. We are not asking for more studies or compromises. We are stating unequivocally that we do not want this industrial project imposed on our rural district. Protect the character of King George, protect the value of our land and the integrity of our zoning. Say no to industrial solar in rural Shiloh.
You got any more? All right. I've got three that I received. Before I get started, I do want to apologize to Ms. Hicks. I did have that email. I didn't think I did, but I went back and found it, and it was addressed to Ms. Bender and I. She's been out of town, so she's got an excuse. I just screwed up, so I am very sorry. I have one here from Mark Morgan Jr., not the Mark Morgan Sr. in the back. As a proud lifelong resident of King George, you can go ahead and start the clock on this too, because this one isn't, but some of these are going to be pretty long. So as a proud lifelong resident of King George, I feel it's crucial to voice my grave concerns and unambiguous disapproval of the proposed solar project by Open Roads Renewables and Gibson Solar. Having called the rural Shiloh district for home for 26 years, I cherish the unspoiled beauty of our forest, teeming with wildlife and the vibrant fields cultivated by our dedicated farmers. Whether planted with corn, wheat, clover, or spinach, these landscapes are not merely scenery, but vital parts of our community's identity and heritage. It's imperative that we protect these precious lands from the development projects that could irreparably alter the character and environment of our beloved county. I've always enjoyed the breathtaking view of lush green areas from above. When I started my flying career, flying over the King George area was a highlight, offering a stunning panorama of nature's beauty beneath me. In contrast, the sight of the industrial zones in Stafford and Spotsylvania filled with dull glass panels and bleak solar parks never matches the captivating appeal of those vibrant natural landscapes. It's clear that nature provides a far more inspiring and beautiful view than industrial development. I remember one of my first flights over the Shallow area. It was amazing to see our family farm with its lush green fields, wooded areas, and lakes and streams all set against the backdrop of my grandfather's farm, which stood out with the bright red tin roofs. It was a special and memorable moment to fly over our family farm and see my grandfather on the porch waiting for me. To think that our farm is now marked by an area of thousands of glass panels instead of the lush timber or cultivated fields we once had is really disheartening. My family lived in the Shallow district of King George because the governing documents showed we were in the agricultural zone, not the industrial zone. I urge you to vote no on this project. There's a place for solar energy, but not in our forested or farmlands. This project is so large that I believe it would turn our agricultural land into an industrial zone for solar panels. Sincerely, Mark A. Morgan, Jr. Okay.
Ms. Bender.
And I thank you to my colleagues for helping me out. I read all these emails, but I wasn't able to organize them since I was out of town and only using my phone. So the next one is, I am a co-owner of a property optioned by Open Road Renewables. My family has been in the county for over 150 years. I respectfully ask you to approve this project. I've been very impressed by the company's attention to detail and high-quality standards. This really seems to be a win-win situation where all parties will benefit. Sincerely, Chris Payne.
All right, two more. This one is from Mr. John Janney. Gentlemen, please read this letter at your meeting. I'm writing in support of the solar project. It is well planned, well buffered, and proposed by a quality company. Your planning commission has approved the project twice after extensive debate. It is my understanding that the project will produce approximately the same amount of power that King George residents use. I think it's great public relations to be able to say that King George is doing its share in producing clean energy. This project is a progressive way of producing the tax revenues that the county so desperately needs. Sincerely, John Janney, Potomac Landing, 6062 Potomac Landing Drive, King George. And finally, one last one. This one's a little longer. Members of the King George Board of Supervisors, my name is Donald Saunders and I live at 3827 Longfield Road, and I'm against the Gibson Solar Project. The property I live on adjoins the proposed Gibson Solar Project. I've reached out and talked with Ryan Gilchrist on multiple occasions, but no information he has emailed or spoken about has reassured me that this project will not have a negative impact on my property value or the environment and resources that we all enjoy on a daily basis. The King George Planning Commission voted that it met special exceptions, but I disagree with their split decision because any solar facility fits industrial use because they manufacture energy. Pertaining to the environment and local resources, my worry was runoff. Ryan Gilchrist sent me a link to the 1,600-page DEQ Stormwater Handbook. First, these requirements are not strict as Open Roads will claim. The requirements were what was settled on. Basically, it is better than it was, but it's still not what it should be. Open Roads proposal includes 103 stormwater basins. These are man-made silt retention ponds. I spoke with the Virginia DEQ representative, and he said they are at most 70% effective when rainfall totals are at least an inch within a 24-hour period. This means that any time it rains at least an inch, you can expect silt and runoff to invade Rosier Creek or Maddox Creek, which feed into the Potomac River. Now you're impacting oysters, crabs, fish, and other freshwater species. Now multiply that by 103 times, and you can imagine the devastation to our natural resources. You might be asking how many times it rains more than an inch. This year alone, it has rained 21 times that exceeded It rained 21 times that exceeded 1 inch of rain within a 24-hour period. Open Road states that post-development flow will be reduced by 20%. This means 20% less water at the points downstream, which is potentially crippling in periods of drought. Also, Open Roads claims that its proposal that there will be a minimal disturbance. This isn't true because only a small portion of the nearly 2,000 acres is open land. Most of the land is wooded, which means trees, roots, and all must be removed. In addition, there are 17 total creek and wetlands crossing just to get this to the area to install the panels. Add this to the 103 stormwater basins and you have quite a land disturbance. Did Open Roads mention that one stormwater basin will be about an acre in size? If you wonder how big that is, it's almost as big as a football field from goal line to goal line, just about 10 yards shorter. Does that sound minimal? Pertaining to decreasing property value, Ryan Gilchrist also sent me a 148-page study that claims that our neighboring property values are not affected. I dug into the study, and it actually proves the opposite. The study includes property sales from various solar farms started construction, so there is no evidence that those buying homes even knew about the proposed solar facility being constructed near their home. Further on in the study, it shows that the property value actually decreases when the homes were sold after the solar facility began construction. This evidence is supported by a recent study done by Virginia Tech. Open Roads will claim the opposite, but they would be wrongfully including the increase in farmland selling prices, but this is due to other solar facilities leasing or buying up land because it's easier. Thank God, I hate reading out loud.
All right, now I guess I get to go. The couple. Good afternoon, supervisors. I am writing to you all in support of the Gibson Solar Farm proposal in King George. Our grandfather has owned and timbered this land since the late 1950s. We strongly believe he would be in favor of this project because it keeps the land for rural economic development, local sheep farming, as well as a permanent preservation of 70% of the acreage. The risk of stormwater runoff and our other community concerns have been fully addressed by Gibson. This is in the quote from Mr. Lee Daniels. Please remember the following. Gibson Solar supports the vision of keeping taxes low, keeping King George rural, limiting urban suburban sprawl, and the associated change in culture and way of life in King George County that follows it. Proving this project will support property rights and provide a credible alternative to residential development for the project landowners. When you weigh the risks versus the benefits, we believe that Gibson Solar will be a net benefit to the King George community for years to come. Lastly, not this, then what? If the land is sold to a large developer and home builders, they will come in and clear the land. The rural character will be gone. Please vote yes on Tuesday. This will bring a win-win for King George County and family property rights. Sincerely, Elizabeth Poole Spangler, owner, Janie Poole family. All right, next up, I will not be able to make tomorrow's meeting regarding the proposed solar project in the Shiloh District. As my district representative, I did want to go on record and state that I am absolutely against this proposed project and encourage you to vote against it to the fullest. This project will have zero benefit to the district or county. It will destroy a large area of our district and become an eyesore, bringing with it unforeseen environmental consequences that the county will ultimately have to foot the bill for. This project sounds like developers and middlemen pulling another sleight of hand to overdevelop King George while residents get little in return. I will skip the next paragraph because it's on another topic, but thank you again for your attention to these issues and all you do for the county. Regards, Mike Muth, Shiloh District. Yeah. I am writing to you to indicate my support for the Gibson Solar Project proposal as a high-quality project that will benefit King George and its residents. My brother and I own Edgewood Farm off of Round Hill Road, which has been in our family for more than 130 years. Open Road Renewables has created a project with many positives. An important one is the long-term preservation of land, which will maintain the rural character of the area, as our farmhouse and family cemetery will be adjacent. This is a key consideration for us. So is the plan for screening around the perimeter and their attention to detail and planning to limit land disturbance and provide strong erosion control and stormwater management is impressive. The project will be a major positive for the county's financial position and tax base. Also, it meets an increasing important need for the Northern Neck of Virginia energy production with minimal environmental impacts. When I think of the potential future uses in that part of King George, I'm confident this will be among the best outcomes possible. Thank you, Gregory Payne, owner, Edgewood Farm, Round Hill Road. He spoke. Mr. Veazey, do you want me to read yours, or Ted, did you want to come up and read yours? Or you want us to read it? You want us to read it? Okay. Sure, yes. He said.
Was it Stephen online? Did you ever get him?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, Stephen logged back in. Stephen, would you like to try again?
Yes, can you all hear me now? Can you all hear me now?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Okay, I apologize. Good evening, Mr. Chairman and members of the board. My name is Stephen Carter, and I am the president of North American Land Trust, headquartered in Chadds Ford, Pennsylvania. I'm very pleased to introduce myself and my organization as the chosen conservation partner for the Gibson Solar Project, an ambitious and forward-thinking effort that we are proud to support. NALT was first introduced to this project several months ago and has since worked vigorously with the Gibson team to craft and execute a customized conservation easement document that meets the goals of all the stakeholders, including King George County. NALT is a qualified holder of conservation easements under the Virginia Conservation Easement Act, and we maintain a local presence with an office located in Ruckersville. NALT's Board of Directors enthusiastically approved this project at its June meeting, recognizing that it exemplifies the type of thoughtful, multi-purpose conservation effort that defines a strong NALT project. We were especially encouraged by the integration of a fully functioning agricultural operation, the protection of streams and wetlands through strategic solar siting, the establishment of wildlife corridors to maintain habitat connectivity, and the guarantee that this land will never be converted to more impactful residential or commercial use after decommissioning. We believe this project fully aligns with NALT's public mission, provides meaningful public benefit, and supports King George County's vision of preserving its rural character and cultural heritage. We're proud to be a part of this effort, and I'm happy to answer any questions that any of the board has. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir. Do we have all the correspondence
Yeah, I think so.
all wrapped up? All right. So at this time, I'm going to close the public hearing. I am going to ask Michael that you can come up. I know a lot of the stuff that people brought up you addressed, but I also want to give the members of the board a chance to ask you questions and speak to them. So, Mr. Collins, would you like to go first?
I think I'm ready to vote.
All right. Ms. Bender, would you like to go? It's your district.
Yep. Well, thank you. I just want to clarify a couple of things. I will say the Ben Verify really does bother me because we did not ask as a board for you to do that. All we asked is you to knock on doors or have a meeting, but not check people and then call them at their house. I've had a lot of people call me very upset about that, and they're not here tonight because they were afraid and they didn't want to have that hassle. So I just want to clarify on record that in future projects, don't do that, because I have read, and I remember I was with a lot of other localities, that unfortunately in Morrill County, Ohio, this behavior was done also. So be honest about that and don't do that again to future projects. I do have a question on the National Land Trust. I did look that up in the projects that they have done. And have they ever managed a solar project? Because most of the project that I see they have managed, and Mr. Carter maybe can help me, are all projects that have to do with national parks or big farms, but I hadn't seen one solar project.
This is our first solar project, yes, indeed.
So that is a concern there. So they haven't managed a solar project as a conservation easement. Another thing that I want to bring up, and I got to find it up, is I was on the, when we did the comp plan the last time in 2019, it's been so long ago, but the Shiloh was supposed to say, a friend reminded me of this, it was a settlement area, but not a settlement area for industrial solar. And so industrial solar is industrial. It's not a farm, it's solar panels. Now the sheep grazing is a great idea, but I wish we could have her do that on her own, on a farm that she can graze the sheep, because I do have concerns about the runoff still. I know you have your expert here, but I have looked it up and it is not correct that the Timmons Group has a lawsuit in Louisa County, and there is some issues in King and William County in the Walnut Hill project and Walnut 2, that there is some violations considering stormwater runoff. And then a second question with that is, in all the solar projects I understand, you're not going to keep this. Most of your history is selling it within 30 days to someone who constructs it, and then there's a permanent entity, which is usually an electrical utility. So I want to know who's buying this in 30 days or 60 days. Who is buying this project once it's okayed and permitted? Because a lot of these promises are from Gibson Solar, but not from whoever's going to buy it, because the majority of times it's sold to other agencies. And I do agree with the one gentleman said, as I hear a lot of experts, but they were paid by Gibson Solar. And I wish we had our own experts. And that is a concern for me, because we have to manage this stormwater part. And I don't think, I love our staff. I think they do a great job. But $200,000 is not going to pay for the expertise we need to have to protect the residents of King George County.
So what was the answer to the question? I only heard one question out of all that rampage. What's the question on who you're going to sell it to?
Supervisor Collins, Supervisor Bender, in 30 days, we will continue to own the project.
Who eventually you're going to sell it to?
Supervisor Collins, our business model is a greenfield development business model, and we then partner with long-term owners that are often regulated utilities or independent power producers that are.
Thank you.
I would like the opportunity, though, to respond to the concern that the commitments that are made by Gibson.
So, Mr. Chairman, the applicant has had his turn.
And I invited him up to speak again.
And to give his presentation. He's given his presentation at the Planning Commission, the private meetings, all that stuff. There's nothing more that can add to this. It's up for us now for discussion.
It's up for me to decide.
No, it's not.
I am the hold order of this room, and I invited him up, and I do that. Go ahead.
Thank you, Chairman. To the concern that Ms. Supervisor Bender raised about the obligations and commitments being made in the special exception not being binding in the future, 7E states that these conditions are binding on the applicant and any successors and assigns of the project. And we spoke with the county attorney this afternoon specifically on this concern. And if that concern is enduring, if it's lingering, I would think that he can respond to whether this language is sufficient to address that concern.
Mr. Sellers, do you have any questions?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I had a specific concern about how things were going to be handled after it was built and some other issues. So they did go over some language that I think covers that, but also just generally, the conditions of any project like this always run with the land. So you're safe. The thing I was concerned about was if they sell it to somebody and the applicant's bound, then there may not be anybody to hold their feet to the fire. But I think the language does cover that.
All right. Mr. Sullins?
I got a few questions, if I could. So these page numbers are from the earlier portion of the presentation. It's in the agenda. If I assume most people aren't going to read as far down as I did, so if there's a delta between what they are in the early presentation, not the presentation, the documentation. But if there's a delta, then I'll call that out. Or if I miss one, let me know. But anyway, page 11. Why are there so many different time periods used? There's a 10-year storm, there's a 25-year storm, there's a 50-year storm. What's the overall impact of the project, and why are you going with a shorter term versus a really long term?
Would I have the opportunity to invite Colby DeShera to the lectern to respond to that?
Sure.
It's Article 3E, Romanets 1 through 5, with regards to the design criteria. Colby, the question is why are we in Romanet 1 designing around the 50-year storm, in Romanet 3 the 10-year storm, in Romanet 4 the 50-year storm, and in Romanet 5 the 25-year storm? And perhaps you can talk about how these design criteria are above and beyond, or what the regulations are in the absence of these additional commitments.
Absolutely. Can everybody hear me?
Yeah.
Thank you. Supervisor Sullins, thank you for the question. These are all kind of derived from the Virginia Stormwater Management Handbook, the newly released regulations for the Commonwealth. It's so every single one of these correlates with a regulation that DEQ, the department, has written themselves. And as Mike said, we took those, bumped up the storm event to provide a little bit more of a conservative buffer to oversize these, over-design these. If you look through 3E here, I'll go through one by one. The outlets of a basin will consist of a combination of a principal and emergency spillway that will pass the peak runoff expected from the contributing drainage area of a 50-year storm. I apologize. The requirements for that are a 25-year storm. So we up that to the next occurring mapped storm event to make sure that these basins should function and maintain stable with additional runoff. As you've seen from the slides, we do think that there is a little bit of an issue, and I think that some of these regulations have come a way in helping mitigate some of the concerns we've seen, but we are proposing to oversize these further in order to provide some additional conservative design. Further, the way that these outfall structures work is obviously different elements are going to be activated by different storm events. I have an outfall barrel that's going to be connected to a snorkel that's going to be used to dewater the 2-year storm. I have a riser pipe that's typically about 48 to 72 inches. That's going to be activated by the 10-year storm. And obviously any storm above that would be included with that. And then the 25-year storm is going to be the one that'll, by the regulations, activate the emergency spillway and dewater the basin on larger storm events. So all of these outfall design criteria are derived again from the Virginia Stormwater Management Handbook. It's based on E&S law in the Commonwealth, and we've just bumped those to try to provide a little bit more of a conservative design and give the community, the adjacent landowners, a little bit more comfort in what we've put out there.
Mr. Chairman?
Sir.
Can I note my objection for the applicant continued be able to come up and sell their product when the citizens only got 3 minutes one time, and we're allowing them, I mean, there's no more information. I mean, if you've done your research, there's no more information to have.
Noted.
So I want to make my objection, please.
You've been noted. Mr. Sullins?
I do have a few more. I apologize. I think the rest of them will be a little bit quicker, but thank you, Colby. Pages 11 and 12, decommissioning. I'm a little bit concerned with the language there, especially knowing you guys are going to sell it. My interpretation of the language is if the facility goes without power for a year, then that can trigger a decommissioning. If the then owner chooses to just walk away, it's on the county to go in and decommission it at that point. I don't want that butt pain.
I appreciate that concern. The way that I would think about this is if you build a new house and it is fully capitalized at the 15-year mark, you're not going to walk away from the new house because the cost of improvements versus the rental income that it could provide would have somebody that would step into the shoes of that. The decommissioning provisions here follow the ordinance, and in that scenario where the owner walks away at that moment, there will be fully bonded surety that will be drawn on by the county. It will not be the county's obligation to actually do the work. The county would then hire a third party with the fully bonded decommissioning funds that will be drawn from the performance bond. The cost of administration of that will be covered by the applicant under 7D as well if there are violations. So I appreciate the concern of that scenario, but I think it's fairly far-fetched given the way that these projects are built and invested in. And then once they're up and running, just to provide a frame of reference, since we talked numbers earlier, the revenue that's generated is roughly 4 to 5 times greater than the operating cost, where the operating cost includes the O&M, taxes and voluntary payments, and then land payments under the leases. So there's a very large wedge between the revenue that the project would generate and the operating costs. We're also committing to using Tier 1 modules under condition 3J that will ensure that there's quality equipment that's being installed on site.
On the third-party review, a week or so ago when we talked, it was capped at $75,000. Now it shows $200,000. I thought we got rid of that cap altogether.
This is for the third-party review prior to construction, and the uncapped coverage comes in condition 4J during operations and under 7D. We looked at the budget of the project and we tried to go as far as we could, and we proposed this amount to staff to ask whether this provided sufficient coverage. And I don't want to speak for Kelly, but Kelly and I had a conversation on Thursday afternoon, and she thought upping it from 75,000 to 200,000 provided more than enough coverage for the third-party review. That was the feedback from staff.
Okay. how do these conditions affect the future owners? I know you talked about this, but I'm told again and again that large companies like would purchase something like this. More often than not, they find it more lucrative or more fiscally responsible for their shareholders to just pay the fines and keep doing what they're doing rather than shut down and fix what's causing the problems.
So think about that, the position that would put us in. We would no longer partner with a business like that because it would damage our reputation. We try to uphold the highest standard. I'm sorry that there are the ethical concerns when we use the people search function of Ben Verified after the April board presentation. We can talk about that further if we'd like to. But the way that this all continues to work and the sustainability of the business model is that we will partner with good actors, and we're not going to partner with bad actors because then that would come back to harm our interests.
Last one, I'm sorry. How many of these projects have you guys seen through to fruition versus how many have you turned over? I know we talked about the 30 days turnover, blah, blah, blah. How many of these have you actually seen through until light off versus how many have you sold before really doing any construction?
Every project that we have developed, we have partnered with a long-term owner prior to construction notice to proceed. So the expectation on this project is that prior to construction notice to proceed, we will partner with a long-term owner who will hire an EPC contractor, do the final site plan review with county staff, etc. Our company is not built to do the construction work. This project will cost roughly $250 million, and we are a more speculative greenfield development company that has best-in-class expertise to address the concerns and bind them in the conditions, and then partner with a long-term owner.
Okay, I'm done. Thank you, Michael.
Ben, you got one more?
Yes. The noise. When I spoke to several folks that have large solar developments, like 28,000 acres in Nevada and Missouri, they have assured me there is no noise, no matter what you say. And I do have concerns that you use somebody to do the modeling on the noise based on nothing. It was just a model, not an actual data that's there. It's a model of possibility. So how am I hearing from people that have these huge solar farms already that telling me there is a noise, especially during the construction phase? And God bless Mr. Stork having to listen to that, because I still feel sorry for Mr. Stork having to be surrounded on three sides by these panels and possibly a substation. How can you tell me that when I'm hearing from other developers that there is noise?
So I think it would be helpful to segregate the noise from construction noise versus operating noise.
There's both, from what I understand.
Well, there's construction noise in the same way that there would be construction noise if there was residential homes that were built on this.
Driving pylons as a resident, I don't remember Hop Yard driving pylons.
There's similar noise from the construction of this facility as if there was noise in the by right use of residential parcels. When the project is operational, there will not be noise emissions from the project. It has been designed such that that is the case. The noise modeling has been done based upon actual components that will be used on this project.
So I'm hearing a promise now. You're promising the people living next door there will be no noise.
I am making that promise right now, yes.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Mr. Stroud, we'll close with you.
Thank you, sir.
I knew you had a lot to say.
So there were a couple questions that were asked, or there were a couple things that were mentioned there in the public speaking. One of them was who backs the bond? Who backs the bond?
Well, the bond will be procured from a bond issuer that has to have an AM Best rating of a sufficient level to ensure that it's creditworthy and passes the review of staff. In the same way that any construction bond must be reviewed before the zoning permit can be issued, there's a third-party rating system for bonds called AM Best, and the rating has to be sufficiently high to ensure the financial wherewithal of the bonding entity.
Okay. Thank you, sir. And one of the questions was the dollars for decommissioning plan, but you have already addressed that a few minutes ago, so I don't think we need to restate that again. So it's fine for you to stay there in case I say something that requires a question, but I don't think I'm not saying anything that really requires another question. But I've got some comments to make. So we've been inundated by emails against increasing the minimum lot sizes in agriculturally zoned areas for non-family subdivisions. And we were accused of impacting property owners' rights and decreasing their property values. Yet, those against the Gibson Solar Project are asking us to do exactly that to the current landowners. Those landowners are wanting to sell their property or lease their property to Open Roads Renewables, Gibson Solar. Those folks have made their decision, which goes a long way to retaining the rural character of the county. You may remember my previous questions restated by Supervisor Davis, and somebody actually used it, I think, in an email or comments earlier tonight. If not this, then what? A lot of people don't care about that, but that is a real question. If not this, then what? Because those property owners, if this doesn't get approved, they still own a property and they can do what they want with it. And I know Jim, I'm not sure your last name's Taylor or not, and a few other people talked about the trees, you want the trees to go down. And I happen to know hundreds, thousands of acres in a county very near here, and it happens all over, and it's called clear cutting. Clear cutting is whenever the trees are cut down. If these property owners need money because they were unable to sell it or unable to lease, but they still need money, what can they do? They can clear cut their land. The trees are going down. All those clear fields that you see on the east side of the county where people wanted to go, well, if the people that own that land was willing to sell it to them, they'd probably go there. The county doesn't own this land. We're not the ones making the decision to put it on the west side of the county. Everybody wants to go to the east side. We don't make that decision. The people that own the land make that decision. We're not telling people who to sell their land to or not to sell it or what to do with it. We're not doing that. So understand, it's not the supervisors that are making the decision, it's going on the west side. Nope. It's just that's where the land's available and people are willing to sell. That's why it's going there. The property owners. And they can do what they want with their property as long as it's not illegal. So if they choose to sell or lease their land, they can do that. If we do or don't approve this, they can still clear cut it. The trees are still gone. And it's uglier. It grows up, saplings, gum trees. It looks pretty crappy. I know. So that can still happen. Many of the owners have spoken tonight. We've had a lot of people that are for it for that reason, that they own or they're leasing. And I wanted to point out and make it clear that regardless what happens here, they can still clear cut, they can still sell. But if this opportunity that retains a rural type, if you put those solar panels in the open fields on the east side of the county, it's going to be a lot harder to hide it. People are complaining already about data centers going over there, and we're trying to hide those. Solar panels aren't as high. They're a lot easier to hide. They don't make noise. People have spoke about the animals. So I know that some may not live here, and a couple people spoke about that. But during the minimum lot size discussion, we're here to be advocates for all the constituents. And if they own land, they're still a constituent. They own land here, even if they don't live here. We heard a discussion, it was really good, 3 minutes from Miss Morgan about neighbors and so forth. And, you know, it was like listening to a Walton's rerun. And you know, those are heartfelt shows. The thing is the people that own the land there that are trying to lease it or sell it, they're still our neighbors too. Okay, so we still have to think about them and consider what they want to do with their land. If you want to sell your house, are we telling you can't sell it? Or what color it can be? Maybe an HOA, but the county doesn't do that. Another thing that I would like to note, because we're talking about, some people have been talking about the panels getting old and all that. I would like to note from a business side, because I have a little bit of experience in the panels, and the technology from a little more than a year ago, the technology in the panels to today, they are able to produce a third more electricity than they could just over a year ago. Now, what does that say? That says that you want to replace the panels if they break, and you want to replace the panels. You want to keep them current. You want to maintain them, because if you do that, it increases the electricity you provide, which increases the profitability. Okay, so you know, where people don't take care of their house, or some people are making some accusations about it being run down and such, this is a business. So they want to make money. They're in there to make money. That's the purpose of it. And to do that, if they maintain it and keep the panels and they replace those panels and with the newer panels, they're going to make more money. So what I'm saying is there's an incentive there. Unlike somebody that doesn't haul the trash out of the yard, that they have vehicles there they don't take care of, the county's got to come and help them remove them. People that don't, you know, take care of their fields or take care of their ditches, people that don't do that, maybe they don't have the money to. It's a business. They are there to make money, so they're driven to do that. The other thing that I'd like to note is that people think that with the vote, it's done. If this is passed, well, it's done now. Gibson can go do whatever they want, and that's it. And the people that believe that have never tried to open a business in this county. Because if you try to open a business in this county, I can tell you right now, the county can bankrupt you. If they don't approve your permits, if you can't ever get occupancy, or you can't operate, you don't make money. You're paying, but you're not making money. So if they don't do what they say they're going to do, whenever they go to get their permits, they can't ever operate and they can't ever make money. Well, that's bad for us, right? Because we're not making money either. But at the same time, they are driven to perform. It's not like your neighbor next door again that doesn't clean up their yard and you can't make them. It's a little different. That concludes my comments, sir. Thank you.
Mr. Collins, you had a comment. Michael, you can sit down if you like, buddy.
Yes, I do. I didn't have any comments. He asked me if I had any questions, and I said, no, I do not have any questions. But yes, I do have comments.
Maybe you misheard, but
So I'm going to go forth with that. So, you know, this has been going on a long time. There's a ton of information. I've read every single bit of information that there is to read on this. I've talked to other people with this type of operations. I've talked to the citizens. I've done my own personal research. I have no third-party consultants. I am my third-party consultant. And so I've spent, I can't even tell you how many hours. I can tell you that every week, it's probably about 30 hours a week just on this project, not including the other 10 million in front of us. So I do speak with some authority on this. Now, you know, I own property in Talmoon, Minnesota. And if somebody wanted to build a solar site on there, I'd sell my property without a doubt. But I don't live there and I don't vote there. So I kind of take that away from the equation, you know? If it doesn't really truly directly affect you in that manner. Now, the sheep grazing operation, I like that a lot. I like solar, believe it or not. When you read our comprehensive plan, which I've read the comprehensive plan 1,000 times from front to back. And every time that anybody says anything, I reread it again to make sure I didn't miss anything. And there's a lot of things I like about this project. There's a lot of things I like. But there's a lot of things I don't like. Some of the things that are a little worrisome to me is the bond. We've had a bad taste in King George on bonds. We've had to call in a bond, and we basically got ripped off because we had to sue a bank because they're the ones that held the bond, and they didn't want to pay us what the bond was, and so we had to get a high-priced lawyer other than Mr. Stewart, and so I'm sorry. And so we spent a lot of money to get a lot of nothing. So, you know, and the banks, they have a lot of attorneys that they're paying a lot of money, so they don't have to pay out bonds. You look when you look at the siting agreement, and you look at the agreements, there's a lot of language in there that bothers me. You know, we had to give notice 24 hours before we can go inspect the property. And then we shouldn't have to give 24 hours notice to inspect the property. And then it says if there's a violation, then you have so much time to remedy it. But if you don't remedy it, you know, you got to remember some of the history that's happened in this county where there's other people that have come here and not been forthright in their doing their thing. That's cost King George citizens a lot of money to try to, you know, work back from that. You know, if this was in an industrial location, it would be much more appetizing. But it's not. And if I'm Mr. Stork, which I've talked to Mr. Stork and his son, and you're going to put up, now you're talking about somebody that has history. He came here when the Stewarts came here, you know, back in, when did the first Stewart come here? 1600. And the Storks are right behind them. So, I mean, they've been here a long time. They built their homes like many of the other folks that built their homes thinking that they're going to be in a rural location because the comp plan says that. So if you think about it in a personal note, if that's my house where Mr. Stork or a lot of the other folks live and want to put up an industrial sized solar, I'd be fighting it. I'd be fighting it too, because I wouldn't want that in my backyard. Do we want industrial sized solar? The answer is yes. Not there. So it's not like you're dead in the water because you've already covered all these bridges. You just got to find another piece of property. The liability that the county will take on is immense. And I don't think that we have with the 28,000, 30,000 residents, we don't have the tax base to fight a big, large company with some of these liability issues. You know, Green Energy's you mentioned earlier that you're a speculator, and I respect that because I speculate also. I buy things, I speculate that I'll make money, turn around and sell them, or I turn around and sell them to a third party. That's what speculation is. But there's an inherent risk that comes with speculation. You can win big or you can lose big. So that's a risk that people take. But now these folks that live around here, they don't have the same ability. They have a home, they have a employment. They don't. A lot of them don't have the funds to speculate, and so they're up against, a company. Then you're talking about going on to the grid. Now you're talking about, what's going on with the national grid. That's why I would be supportive of that. The reason why you went to that location is because the overhead lines support that. But that's not the only place that the overhead lines in King George support that. There's other locations that would be an industrial. I mean, you can go down 301 and where we wanted to do an industrial park. And there's green space and brown space, and it does go right by the lines that you would need to access. And that, would be a better site. The impact on the citizens wouldn't be as great. The financial, I read all this, and I up here am very deeply involved in the finances of King George and how it affects the taxpayer. And we would like to have money, but we want the right money. We want the right money in the right place at the right time. And there's a sign, and you come in on Route 3 from Fredericksburg, it says, "Welcome to the Northern Neck." Well, I don't want to have to move that down past your facility. So, we got data centers that want to come up there, more data centers here that want to come here. And the reason why people are in the Northern Neck is because that's where they want to live. They want to raise their children, and they want to send them to the high quality schools here with or without a referendum, Mr. Bush. So, I mean, I've looked at all the information, and I appreciate all the good information that you've brought. And I like the project. There's some things I don't like about it that probably could be worked out. But overall, I had to, I've prayed on this and prayed on this and prayed on this. And, looking for a divine answer. Well, I think he's given me a divine answer by allowing me to do the research and finding things that I need to see. So he has answered the prayers that I've asked for information to make the right decision for the people. It's it's a lonely spot up here. I chose it. And there'll be somebody else in my seat, January 1st. I don't have any financial gain in the project, and I don't have any financial loss in the project. I do have a stake in our citizens. I look out on here, I see the sheep farmer, and I've talked to him at the Farm Bureau, and God, I wish I could give her a piece of property to put all them sheep on with solar somewhere other than there. I look out at some folks that lived here forever. I've looked out here over folks that haven't lived here that long, but they all have come here, and they're here for a reason. The lady in the back with 11 kids, God bless her heart. They basically been chased out of the other county across the river. So what's happening is, you see what's happening in Maryland. It's coming this direction. You see what's happening. I lived through Spotsylvania and Stafford. My mother used to own a house in Spotsylvania, and she got eaten up by the conglomerate there. She's no longer with us, but it still has affected some of my views. So I say all that to say this, that I do like your project. I don't like it there. I have some problems with some of the issues, but hopefully we'll come to a vote tonight and put this to rest one way or the other. And my vote would, unfortunately for you guys, would be a no. So that's where I'm at. And I don't really want to continue on with all the, we've been here a long time and a lot of people are waiting to hear the decision. So I'm sure that after the other board comments, I hope we'll bring this in front for a decision. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Oh, you're so welcome, Mr. Collins.
Oh, you're such a nice guy.
No, I love you too. I'll say this. So I think it was Thomas Jefferson that said the hardest part about governing free people is that they're free. How do you govern free people? You hear comments like, it's our land and don't tell us what to do with our land. And if I want to cut down all the trees and all those things, and you're right. Unless what you do affects the people's freedom beside you. Because they have freedoms that need to be protected as well. I always say it like this, like your freedom ends at the end of my nose. You reach the end of my nose, my right to protect myself begins, and your freedoms are done. And so it's not an easy cut and dry decision of it's our land and you can't tell me what to do with my land. That's what happened in Loudoun County, and that's what happened in Fairfax, and that's what happened everywhere else. The point is if you make decisions with your property, there used to be a stream that ran behind our property where my family is, where my brother's house is, and that stream used to be about this deep, had all kinds of stuff in it, and it was as wide as from here to that wall over there. It's a trickle now because people upstream on their property decided to do what they wanted to do on their property. Now it affected everything we have. There used to be cows that were in the woods that were fed by that stream. Those cows are gone now. What you do with your freedom, if it impedes on someone else's, or it's going to affect them. There are decisions made every day in this county, because this is going to affect the people that live there, or it has the possibility to affect the people that live there. There is no way for anyone to say that that a project like this isn't going to, as large as it is, with 100% guarantee, say that there's going to be no effect on the water. There's not going to be any effect. I lived on Eastview Drive. All right. I lived on Eastview Drive, and Eastview Drive gets flooded and it's a wreck. Thank goodness there were people that lived on the road with tractors and stuff like that who came in and took care of it because it's a wreck. So if you take down all your trees and now my kids are playing in 3 inches of water on their property every day, it affects our freedom. It affects our quality of life as well. And I'm just saying all that because at the end of the day, people just look at this like it's black and white. Just an easy decision to make. This is what we want to do with our land. And then other people on the other side are saying, well, we want to protect our land. We're worried about what's going to happen to our water. We wonder what's going to happen to this. And the people who are green, who support solar panels, are the same people that want green energy, the same people. My biggest concern is I don't care about green energy much as I care about water. I care about water, and I care about the trees, and I care about the land. And those are the things that I need to live and thrive. Those are the things that are going to sustain us. I mean, those are the issues that we're having at the large scale of government where, and I've said this before in here, where they're talking about water like it's gold, But the biggest thing is I love a majority of this whole project as well. There's some things that I have concerns about because if anything does go wrong over the next 10, 15, 20 years, people are going to be looking at the decision that we made today. And I'd say because there's a lot of weight in it. It's not I agree with Mr. Davis full-heartedly. I don't. I have friends on both sides of this. Both sides of this. I have people that I've known my whole life on this side that I care about, and people on the other side who I care about as well. And so it's not an easy decision to make. And I don't I just want the community to understand that it's a lot of weight because you want to make everybody happy. And at the end of the day, you cannot make everybody happy. You do have to use your guidelines. And you have to use things like the comp plan and industrial areas, and all those things have to be weighed into, and you have to weigh into people's rights as the property owners and the people who surround them and all those things. And with that, I'll end it, and we'll get to the end of this thing. And I'm going to see if there's a motion to be made.
I'll make a motion to deny application Z 2024-00184.
I'm going to second.
Motion properly second. Is there any further discussion? By roll call, Mr. Stroud,
The motion was to deny.
Correct.
Well, I am not in favor of denying, so I'm in favor of. So it would be nay. Correct?
nay. Mr. Collins,
Yeah, I'm just as confused as you, Mr. Strauss.
do you agree with the motion made to deny?
I do.
Ms. Bender,
Aye.
Mr. Sullins,
Aye.
chair votes aye. Motion passes. I do want to tell you guys, I know you put a lot of work into this thing, and I appreciate all that you've done. At this point in time, I've been sitting here a long time. We are going to put the clock on, Mr. Dines, if you would. We're going to take a 6-minute break.
Six.
And we'll be back sharp on 6 minutes. Thank you. Go. All right, thanks, everyone. I say 11:30.
I'll make a motion to extend our meeting time to 11:30.
Second.
Motion properly seconded for discussion. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Chair votes aye. Motion passes. Next up, we have 07-12 Dahlgren West presentation. Ms. Ann Neal Cosby and Mr. Nick Over.
Welcome to the fire.
Good evening, Chair Davis, board members, county staff, and members of the community. My name is Nick Over. I'm here representing the Dahlgren West team in an effort of continued collaboration and transparency with the community. We are coming tonight just as a voluntary presentation for the board and the community, following on our presentation and public hearing and subsequent vote at the Planning Commission a couple weeks ago. All right. Our team here on this quick slide, I'd like to always give credit to the team and of course to the Veazey family who we're representing here. It's their property. It was his father's original vision. We have prioritized community outreach throughout this planning process. It is central to our approach. It's central to everything we do is community outreach. Quick project overview here. Dahlgren West is a proposed data center campus located on the north side of King George, where we have designed the project to have as minimal impact on surrounding areas and nearby neighborhoods by proffering to maintain 40% of native trees and meadows and to build a new public trail for the community, which is something that was requested at one of our early community outreach events. We have, from the beginning, listened to the community, reached out to the community. Before we even filed an application with the county, we went and did a town hall to hear input, hear what the community wanted, what can we do in this application, how can we address their concerns before we file a case. We wanted to get all that into the initial application. So we did a couple of outreach events, one at the Mary Washington University, one at the Mood Library, where we allow residents to come in at their leisure, meet with us all one-on-one. Some of you have attended some of these. A few key things that came out of that was, fewer buildings, more open space, increased setbacks off Route 301. 50 feet is a code. We've increased that to 250 feet. This is a quick slide showing, again, when we started the project, our initial community town hall, when we filed our application, our second town hall, and then our initial meeting with the Planning Commission, and then our subsequent vote at the Planning Commission. And then additionally, we wanted to make sure that we touched everyone in the community with the typical outreach and the signs, but we also went ahead and sent out 1,000 postcards to neighbors that were within close proximity to the project, just to make sure that we were touching everyone. We were very fortunate to have received a favorable recommendation from the Planning Commission, 7-1. We, We presented to them. They had very, very specific and quality feedback to our presentation initially. So we worked with them and addressed their concerns, modified our proffer package accordingly, and then went back subsequently and received support from them. All right, I'm going to get in a little bit into application details here. The project has some existing mixed zoning, which a mix of industrial, agricultural, commercial. We're seeking to conditionally rezone the site to industrial. Here is the concept development plan. As you can see, we have taken a lot of effort. 301 runs along, to orient everyone here, 301 runs along the bottom of the plan here. We have, and if you know there's an existing water tower on the site on the lower left-hand side. That's the beginning of the property. We have placed our substations adjacent to the power line that runs along the front and set all of our buildings back away from 301, also away from the neighbors in the rear, working with them to try and centralize the campus and spread it out to keep it as hidden as possible from the community. We've committed to at least 40% open space, or approximately 200 acres. A community trail system, the 250-foot setback, which we spoke about. We also, on our own, added a 100-foot landscape buffer around the entire project that we have proffered to try and in an effort to protect the floodplain, wetlands, and natural vegetation. Transportation infrastructure updates. This project has been approved by VDOT. We have 2 access points that are shown there in yellow at the existing median interchanges. The 2 access points you see there in red are simply for emergency access only. So those will not be open to the public. As you can see, we're going to be putting in on the top of the slide there. You can see we'll be putting in decel lanes at both interchanges to allow for easy right and left turns. Off-site, we have committed per VDOT's request. This was an improvement that they would like to see. So we have proffered to this improvement, which will add a dedicated left turn at the interchange of 301 and 205. Here, these are some slides that we commissioned by a team that uses technology to drop in what would be the buildings at their existing elevation, so that we can show in reality, in real time, what this project will. Excuse me.
Do you mind if we ask you questions as you go along?
Sure,
Is that okay?
of course.
Ms. Ben, you had a question.
Love to.
Can you go back a couple of slides? And I like visuals, just so it clarify for the public too, and for myself. Go back one more. Where are the 2 yellow? Can you give me like visual, like where they would be, not a street name, so I could like lock in on where those 2 entrances would be?
2 entrances. So the first one is right there adjacent to where the water tower is.
So that dirt road that's been used for
very
years.
similar, because that's right where and then you just go down the road to the next interchange to the north, and that's where the next access point will be.
So where would that be exactly?
It's at the next median break on 301.
Okay, I'll have to drive that because I'm trying to visualize it. Is it near Washington Mill or not? Or is it farther down?
Well, the first one's by Washington.
Yeah, first one is near Washington
Okay.
Mill, and I'm sorry, I don't have that road name memorized, but I can certainly.
Yeah,
give
I just
that
want, and then
information.
go one more over. And you mentioned 205. Is that correct? Whoops.
206.
Oh, you mean the other way? I'm sorry, ma'am. Here we go.
Yeah, is that 205 or 206? Where the
No, it's Ridge Road right there. It's just to the south of the site.
okay, so that's near. It's up from that.
Yeah, so that's where Taste of Himalaya is, and
So what are you going to do there? So say they want you to do
they
that
want
there?
us to create right now it's just a single lane double that is straight and left. So now there'll be a dedicated left turn lane onto 301.
So why I'm asking that is, if I am correct, and we will have to look back into this, Mr. Smolnick, we had a smart scale project that I don't remember, Mr. Collins, was that approved?
All right, they're holding the hearings and so forth.
Yeah, so that's where my red flag goes up, because there's a smart skills project I thought we approved. I was against it because I wanted something more at Eden Drive where there's a lot of access as opposed to there, but how does that conflict with that smart scale project? That's my question.
I will-
There's something to look at.
Thank you. We'll take note of that and answer that.
All right, that's why I interrupted there, because I didn't want to lose
I'm
my
not
train of
familiar
thought.
with that, sorry. Yeah, we commissioned the study with VDOT. They tell us what interchanges to study. And then this is the one item that came back that said that they would like to see
If you-
done. It was,
If you could look into it, I just,
Certainly will.
that'd be like kind of double work and all that.
of course. So, okay, so here we go. So really quickly here on the bottom of this slide is fairly important. All buildings are shown at 70 feet above finished floor with a 5-foot parapet and a 15-foot screen wall setback from that. So we wanted to be as realistic as possible for the board and for the community. I will say that we have since proffered to only do 65 feet within 250 feet. So the first building that you see that's on 301 there, that will be lower than is shown here by 5 feet. So this is looking north in a winter condition, what you would see.
So the first question is, I understand you already know it's coming. So when I spoke with you down in the Dahlgren,
Yes, sir.
you said that all the walls on 301 were going to be the live walls.
We can certainly work with you on that. Yes,
Oh,
sir.
you
I will
changed your
stand by
mind?
that. No, sir. No, we only have one building along 301. So
Well, but right there, Washington Mill, the one that where you come in that entrance there,
Mhm.
you'll be able to see that from the road.
okay.
And then further down, going down the hill, you'll be able to see that in the winter.
Yes. Anything we can certainly work with you on a package to accommodate that.
You're hurting my feelings now because you promised me
Yeah.
at that meeting that you're going to do it.
We are going to do it. We
Okay.
can do it. Yes, sir.
Should have been in the presentation then.
So here we are. Do you have further questions, sir? I'm sorry. Okay. So here we see they kind of pencil in where the buildings would be in the background, and then this is on the right would be what you would see. You can kind of make out a building in the back on the right side there, where the trees break. You know, we're very fortunate in the topography of this location, in that we basically have an existing berm on the site with live vegetation and trees. So here we go. This is the summer conditions of the same image. Then we're moving further up, and now this is where we're getting to the buildings that are closer to the highway. This is the buildings that Supervisor Collins that we were certainly looking to add a green wall here. So there you go. This is what you see, and we call it a screen, by the way, a green screen. In the winter, you see this is, and actually now it's going to be 5 feet lower than this. We'll get that updated for you before the next presentation. And here's what you would see in the summer, virtually nothing. And then again, coming the opposite direction, again, you can see the significant berm that we have that's blocking the view shed. This is what you would see in the wintertime. We're also going to proffer to colors that are of a natural orientation. No bright colors.
Yeah, but so that one's supposed to be
Yes.
green wall too.
We could certainly put a green screen on this building.
Now you're using a different term than we used when we were talking.
What would you, a wall or
A wall.
separate wall?
No. So a green wall is a wall where there's plantings that grow,
Exactly.
not green looking. Right? Are we on the same
Yeah,
page?
so what you do is I'm certainly can share some images of projects where that's been done. And they call it a green screen because it attaches to the wall of the building. And it's typically like a metal structure that attaches, and then the vegetation grows up it. All right. And then this is the last image in the summertime, completely screened. So really quickly, proffers and benefits to King George County, the top line. We're proffering to only data center uses here. Minimum of 40% open space, the community trail that was requested, increased setbacks from 50 to 250 feet, Sound mitigation measures. We have completed a sound study as part of our application. We will continue to do that with each building as required by code. Max feet of 70, which is a 2-story data center. Max of 65 feet within 250 feet of the right of way.
What's the sound mitigation?
Yes, we have a sound mitigation study that's done. So,
All right, so what is your sound mitigation?
yeah. So what we have done is how we have oriented the buildings. There's a lot that goes into the sound mitigation, but it's typically how you orient the buildings, how you screen the screen walls that we put around the generators, around the air equipment, all of that.
Where are the generators?
The generators are seated at the adjacent to each building
So
with screen walls around them.
how will they be in relation to the subdivisions behind?
Yeah, we have placed them with, we're going to place them in a strategically best location we can to help meet our sound requirements of that are 60, which we have to meet when we file our building permits, as was mentioned earlier in an earlier presentation. So we are going to be continually required to meet those sound code requirements. Then I can tell you that the data centers of today versus 10 years ago are significantly different when it comes to sound, and I'm happy to share some
You're going to
details.
put those on the roof?
There will be air equipment on the roof. Yes.
Air handlers?
Yes.
Or
HVAC equipment is typically on the roof.
okay.
And that's what is screened by the parapet wall. That's why we also showed a 15-foot parapet wall, because we want to be fully transparent about what the actual height will look like.
What's the full height with the parapet?
Typically, it would be 70 plus 15. Or a parapet is a 5, and then you usually have a parapet is just the part that is right that goes up, and then the roof starts, and then you set it back, and then you have a screen wall set back from that.
Okay.
That's for the equipment. So it basically line of sight, you lose it. So proffer contributions, we have proffered $1 million to Parks and Rec, public trail installation, and we will maintain it in an ongoing. We will record it against the property documents, create an association to manage it. That will be open from sun up to sundown. That was something we worked with Planning Commission on. We have proffered to give $500,000 to workforce development. And we are also proffering to the Service Authority the existing 200,000 gallon water tower, which we think will be a great asset to the Claydale community. We value that at around $5 to $6 million. It's actually, yes, sir.
So we don't want the water tower. It's a liability. Why don't you keep it and maintain it and hook into our system? And then give us $6 million also.
I'm happy to discuss the water tower. It is my understanding that the Service Authority was interested in the water tower.
Well, that water tower has been there a long time.
Yes.
It hasn't been operational.
We
don't know what condition it is, and we don't need to take on a liability. We already have enough problems with the water authority.
We have proffered to make sure that a study, in which we've already completed, to make sure that it is in good working order, and we would not give it to you unless it was met all standards for the Service Authority moving forward. If there's any repairs that would need to be made before we commissioned it over, those would be done by us.
Well, so I want you to keep it and maintain it. Will you do that?
I'm happy to. This is new information for me, so please, we'll take it back to the team, and we'll talk to the Service Authority, and then I guess we have someone new who's going to be in charge of that. And
where'd you get this proffer contributions from?
Which one, sir?
All of them. So usually you're supposed to look at the comp plan to determine what the impacts are, because we can't ask for proffers. And I don't ever remember seeing workforce development on the comp plan. It's not that I disagree with it. I just don't see some of these on the comp plan.
No, Ann can speak to it, please.
Certainly. Ann Neal Cosby, I'm Land Use Counsel from Green Herlocker for the applicant. And you're right, the proffers that you're speaking to are for residential development. So there aren't similar types of proffers for commercial development like this. And so I think that the applicant has tried to identify previous proffers for similar large scale uses and increase those proffers significantly. So these, I think, is a much richer proffer package than the county has seen for other similar types of uses.
So when you put Parks and Rec, $1 million, and public safety, $3 million, why don't you just say $4 million for us to just determine where it goes in the comprehensive plan?
Yeah, I don't think that the distribution, again, we were just trying to identify, what other applicants had come before the board so that we could better, frankly, that proffer package was what we did. So we took the classifications and the amounts and, tried to, make it a rich package. And so, but I think I'm hearing, the amount and the distribution is certainly up to.
So on the bottom, the public safety, yeah, I know, the chief has gotten 5 ladder trucks already from proffers.
That was
So-
for, to satisfy a ladder truck, yes, sir.
So,
Mr. Collins, you can always, they can always amend their proffer to say to Parks and Rec or any other public purpose. And then the county can decide what.
so
they do.
in our comp plan, we're building a new fire station down there, right? In Dahlgren? Are you listening to me?
Yes, sir.
Right down the street from you. And we're going to, it doesn't have a bay for a ladder right now. A ladder truck. So I'm sure we're going to get a ladder truck somewhere from somebody. But we won't have a place to put in it. So that would be in our comprehensive plan that we would need,
A house.
a house, which would, I don't know, there was a price on that.
Additionally, I'm reading our proffers here. You do have the sole discretion of the King George County Board of Supervisors.
But
Correct, Dan?
look, at the same time, look, everything Mr. Collins says is correct. He's speaking for one member of the boards. Let's not get in the proffers right this second because we're still at the beginning phase of this thing, and those things will be negotiated by our county administrator and our county attorney behind the scenes too.
I know, but I want to get the stuff out front
I know you do, and I appreciate that.
before December.
Mr. Chair, I just want to make a comment on the water tower because being with the service authority right now, part of the idea for that was we have to go to surface water and we have to have places to store the water. So that would be one location in that area that we could actually store the surface water to be used by the residents in the surrounding area.
And we had several meetings with the Service Authority around that. And one point I want to bring up too that we changed with our proffers is that we committed to make these payments at the first building permit, not at occupancy. So right when we start, they're required to be paid before we can get issued our building permits.
And what's your build out?
Our build out timeframe?
Uh-huh.
Yeah. So a typical data center building is 12 to 18 months for construction, site work in advance of that, and it'll be phased in over time. So
your tenants, when are you going to get tenants in there? Because the money comes from the equipment.
yes, and my partner Ross Lichtenhouse will get into at the end of this presentation. He'll kind of get into the fiscals, and that'll start getting some detail on the timing. And I think that'll get to the answer that you're looking for, sir.
And I noticed that later on in your presentation, you gave the Fredericksburg Regional Alliance numbers of $1.25 per 100, and Loudoun County at $4 and some odd cents per 100. So the Fredericksburg Regional Alliance, we're barely a member. We give $1 a year because of some of the other
That was just
deals that were made. And so I'm going to say I.
We were waiting for shenanigans.
I'm going to say I. $1.25 per 100 is baby crap.
that's just we're just
Loudon's
pulling
4
the
or
rate.
5. And there's no, are you going to apply for the grant, the state grant? Okay. Will you have that in your proffers?
We do not. We start
I can't wait.
for the fiscal. Well, we're going to get to the fiscals. Why don't we?
Let's let you get through this real quick.
I appreciate that, sir.
You told me to ask questions.
All right. Oh, something significant that we also modified in our application between the first time I went to the Planning Commission and the second time was to go to full Tier 4 compliant generators on the site, and that is a significant upgrade. And in recognition of trying to keep the air quality at the best level as possible. We also committed to soil and water testing during construction, as well as 3 years following construction. And then with this, we get a little bit into the details of our application, the comp plan amendment that we're requesting for the primary. Andy, would you like to get up here and speak to this a little bit, please? Thank you. It's your wheelhouse.
Yeah, no. This slide is just speaks to the adherence of this application to the comprehensive plan. So all of the parcels except 1724 are in the Claydale primary settlement area. And I think Mr. Collins said he read the comp plan 1,000 times, and I'm sure all of you are pretty close to that. So, the Claydale primary settlement area speaks to, that particular area having residential sort of on the backside. This was the VZ property and, the VZ's father's sort of vision. So the backside would be sort of the residential and then the front commercial and industrial. And so it's been that way, for decades. And so that area and this development on 301 on the front side is consistent with what the comprehensive plan has for that Claydale primary settlement area. That's the reason that we're asking for parcel 1724, which is the great big parcel right next to it. And it's part of that technology zone that's been identified for this type of development in the tax ordinance before, but it's not located in the Claydale primary settlement area. It's located in the Potomac River settlement area. So that's why the request is if we bring parcel 1724, which is the adjacent in, and then they are all consistent with that overall vision, for the Claydale primary settlement area and also with the county's vision of, the technology zones for these particular parcels. So, so that's that part of that slide. And then the Planning Commission did determine that the project, the utility portions were consistent with the comprehensive plan. So, that's sort of the comp plan discussion for this. Yes, sir.
So originally, y'all were going to bring the water line up to you, water and sewer. And I don't see that anywhere in here.
You want to speak to that one?
Yeah, we are connected to the water system already from the water tower going to the back into the Claydale, into the Dahlgren system. So that is in place. We have proffered to not use any county water for cooling within the project. We are planning to extend sewer down 301 or whatever is the best route that we work out with the service authority.
Right. So who are you talking with the service authority? There's 4 of us up here. I haven't heard any of this.
I can tell you who's it. I made sure I stayed out of it. It was Norm.
Yeah.
Norm was there. Bryce was there. Correct, Bryce? And I think Mr. Smolnik was there, but I stayed out of it.
So
we ran into you one day when we were there, I believe, in the office.
So you're still bringing the sewage line up?
Yes, sir.
Okay, it's not in this.
I didn't see not in the proffers. No, it's that would just to be to serve our site. If we need to address that in the proffers, we can certainly discuss that with staff. It was not an issue raised at the Planning Commission. We have a special exception request per the new zoning ordinance to be compliant with, which we have met those standards. I'm not going to read all the stuff, language there, but I'll leave that for everyone. With regards to height, we have lower in response to community feedback. We have lowered our height to a maximum of 70 feet, 65 feet within 250 feet of a right of way. That is a two-story data center. Our HCOD, we're in the Highway Corridor Overlay District, which has been approved for a second access point by VDOT. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to Ross Lichtenhouse, my partner, to speak on the financials.
When will that 100 million to 120 million actually materialize?
So our full build out to get to stabilization is going to take about 15 years to realize that.
What's the first year look like?
So the first year, I actually have that on a slide. I was going to go through the whole methodology and all of that, but we can jump around. Based on our assumptions, which the preceding slide shows the assumptions that actually went into the fiscal impact. Generally speaking, there are two different ways that we look at the impact of real estate development projects on municipalities. The first is a fiscal impact. The second is an economic impact. Economic impact is inclusive of a fiscal impact, but fiscal impact is much more accurate and I would say dependable in terms of the benefit and the cost to your municipality. So our specific analysis takes into consideration the fiscal impact. So the tax revenue that you will collect as a locality versus the public service cost. The revenue that we have here, starting out in 2026, is really based on land value. The benefit that you have shortly after entitlement, King George County, I believe, reassesses real estate on a 4-year cycle. I believe your next cycle is in 2026. That's being prepared by a third party. That's a January 1st, 2026 valuation. So the value of real estate as of January 1st for the next 4-year cycle. The benefit of an entitled property is that that land value, and then there's no improvements on top of it, increases to what's considered fair market value of the land as entitled. So our land value, the first thing that would be picked up, Supervisor Collins, would be the increase in the land value based on entitlement, assuming you all approve this project. The projected land value, gross acreage, is $200,000 per acre, which we expect to be fully taxable beginning January 1st, 2026. As the numbers increase, that's based on construction of the physical buildings themselves, and then really the magic multiplier and force multiplier from a tax revenue perspective for data centers, the equipment inside of it. So as the buildings are constructed, as they're leased, as the data center equipment goes into the buildings, through leasing and through full build out, that's where you start to see exponential increases to the property taxes that'll be derived from this particular project. Back up here.
Mr. Stroud has a question for you.
Yes.
Yeah, and I didn't necessarily need to ask it right now, but I can. So you're talking about the equipment, so the property tax, of the equipment that goes in. So that's where the real money is.
That's correct. Yes, sir.
And so what I'm curious about is as that equipment's going in, so we're talking about a data center, talking about servers and racks. And once those servers and switches and the wiring is in there and it's in those racks, it becomes very difficult to identify one individual server. It's hard to see serial numbers. It's hard, so you pretty much have to do it using software to identify which one fails and so forth. So with that, how do we as a county, how does Miss Regina Puckett no, she's back there. So she's identifying, how much taxes are owed.
Yes.
So if you do an upgrade, maybe it's a 5-year server, but due to software security, you have to upgrade it 2 years early. And you just, stick another $20 million worth of equipment in. How do we know that? How do we see that? Do we meet whenever the trucks are offloading it? Whenever something comes out, do we have somebody there that identifies what goes out? I'm just curious how that process works, because I know from experience, once it's in there, it's really hard to identify. So from that point, it's like, okay, we didn't do any replacements this year. Okay, cool. I mean, how does that work?
I've been doing this for almost 20 years and nobody's asked that question. I've been waiting my entire career for that question. It is a great question. The equipment itself is taxed as tangible personal property. Tangible personal property, like machinery and tools, if you've ever had to submit a personal property form to the Commissioner of Revenue, it is a self-reported mechanism. The leverage that the county has, meaning you're providing that information under penalty of perjury, which would be against the law to lie about what you've purchased and what you're actually putting into the business. It's reportable from a tax perspective. So that annual return is submitted based on the original cost basis of the equipment that you've purchased. So again, it is self-reported. So anyone that is operating inside of that facility that is a taxable entity, if they put new equipment in there, they have to report the original cost, when it was purchased, and then it flows down the depreciation schedule, which you see here. And the Fredericksburg Regional Alliance, I agree with you, Supervisor Collins. It is a pittance compared to Loudoun County, and I had a whole kind of the world is your oyster commentary in terms of getting to that higher tax rate, but I'll save that for a minute. So it is self-reported. It is depreciated based on that schedule because you all committed to the Fredericksburg Regional Alliance for now. So that is the depreciation schedule. To your point on equipment, as it's refreshed, the typical refresh timeframe for data centers, which is another kind of magical component of the revenue that they generate, which data centers pound for pound unequivocally categorically produce higher net fiscal impact relative to public service cost of any real estate asset type on planet Earth. And mainly because the equipment and the servers that you put in there that are taxable for personal property, one, they're very expensive, and two, they're replaced every 3 to 5 years. So when Gina receives that, when she receives that personal property tax form for original cost, you should see at the very beginning, very expensive equipment to purchase. Then after 3 to 5 years, that stuff gets decommissioned and then they replace it with new equipment. And generally the equipment they're replacing with is more expensive than the equipment that they bought 3 to 5 years earlier. But it is self-reported. The leverage that you have is a personal property tax audit, which does happen at the local level. And if you've got a data center of this size and it's considerable revenue, you have that right to examine and audit, and there are third-party companies that will come in and do that for you, or if your Commissioner of Revenue Office wants to go in and take a look at servers that type of thing.
So they're not equipped to do that. And even, it's just, you know, even a third-party company, sorry, unless you open it up to using Bell Arc or some software that's going to go in and report it, and which you're not going to allow us on your network. You're not going to let anybody on your network, and you're not going to let them do that. Okay. So the reality is it's not going to happen. And physically, somebody can't go in there. It's pretty much impossible unless whenever you're installing it, you let us go in and put tags on those servers, our own wired tags that we can see, not RFID, but something that we could still read. So unless you let us do that, which you're probably not going to do, then it's not going to happen. What I would feel better at is if we were able to get the invoices whenever it's procured, because that identifies what you pay for it. And, you know, when we can also audit the invoice. The other thing is whenever a warranty claim, because if somebody says, oh, you know what, we replaced these 100 servers, but it was a warranty claim. So yeah, we didn't pay for them. We're going to need the ability to see that, to verify it.
Okay.
But with time, I mean, we can meet and get together and talk about some of this in more detail.
I do understand the concern. It's a great question. I've not run across an issue where there was concern of fraud, of misrepresentation. Not to say that it doesn't happen, but as you stated, if folks aren't going in and looking at what's there and it's self-reported, then
yeah. So the challenge is within a company. It's like, well, we told them they needed to do it. Oops, you know, that person didn't tell this person. Oops, it didn't happen. You know, it's like, you know, something being missed on an IRS claim.
Right.
Okay. And we never know.
So, understood.
Thank you.
And
Mr. Stroud has a great point, and he's brought that up before. And you guys have watched these other presentations, and you were aware that this was one of these issues.
I've watched many of them. I don't remember hearing that question, but
Yeah.
certainly made note of that.
It's a great idea. He's exactly right.
We did not. I didn't factor fraud into the fiscal impact analysis.
Well,
not to make
we're
light
not,
of it, but
we're not saying that you would do that intentionally,
sure.
but we want to be able to
And just
trust but verify, as Mr. Davis says.
trust you verified. I will say though, just to be clear, we wouldn't necessarily be the ones that are purchasing the equipment. I mean, those facilities can be occupied by numerous businesses that have to report themselves. So you could have inside of a single building, you know, you could have half a dozen different businesses that have to report the personal property assets.
Right. Absolutely. And so.
Sorry, Mr. Stroud, go ahead. I didn't mean to interrupt you.
Oh, thank you. We don't need to belabor the meeting here. We can talk about this, and then we could bring it to a later meeting, because there are ways that, you know, you can make us feel better and we can feel better, you know, and so thank you, sir.
No, thank you. I've made a note of all that.
So we discussed at that public meeting about that you wouldn't have any government computers that we couldn't tax. I don't see that anywhere.
We have not factored into this any leasing to an exempt government entity. We have not proffered that we will not lease to a government entity. What I will tell you is that the instances of a government entity occupying data center with equipment that they own, which would be exempt, is relatively small. As a matter of fact, the Trump administration in January 2025 of this year issued an executive order that directed federal agencies to limit the amount of ownership inside of data centers and to pursue a leasing strategy. So I expect for that window to narrow even more than it already is.
They don't want to own it.
It's very rare. Most
How
of them
about
lease from an
contractors?
Amazon, an AWS, or one of the other cloud servers. It's rare that because again, it would have to be an exempt entity owning the equipment inside of the building, and most of the time they're leasing the equipment, so it's still taxable.
So government contractors.
Yep.
JPs?
What happens is the contractors are paying, but they're charging it back to the government. So the taxes or whatever's paid is a part of your fully burdened rate.
That's correct.
That is charged back to the government. So we still get our money.
Okay. Thank you.
That's correct.
I think, Mr. Please. Do you have a question?
So our fiscal analysis based on the known knowns, primarily driven off of real estate and personal property tax, and it's about an 80 to 20% ratio. I included a couple slides this evening based on some questions and conversation that we have at the Planning Commission. I included this one mainly because I've sat in the seat that you're in. I served as an elected official in the city of Falls Church for 4 years. So I'm a recovering politician. I currently serve as the chair of our Economic Development Authority, and we are constantly having conversations about the fiscal impact of different types of real estate development. So the revenue versus the public service costs. And I've found this slide to be particularly useful for individuals that are trying to wrap their head around exactly what is the revenue relative to the cost burden on the community. On the low end, you typically have residential, the most expensive aspect being school children, public schools. I think you guys have about a $67 million allocation in your most recent budget or towards public schools. Most of those children live in single-family homes, townhomes, apartments, and things like that. So it is a cost burden, not that anyone is disparaging paying for our kids to go to school, but it is on the lowest side of that. From a mid-range perspective, most of what we wring our hands over in Northern Virginia is on mixed use, apartments over retail. Generates generally about $3 to $4 in local tax revenue versus $1 in public service costs. And then you've got data centers, which again are the outlier and pound for pound generate more local tax revenue relative to public service costs. There are no kids living inside of those data centers. They certainly shouldn't be. And it requires very little in the way of life safety. Most of them are very self-contained in terms of the public service costs that are necessary. And we've proffered a number of things based on our review of the CIP that we think would help offset any kind of cost, in particular a question about the fire truck and the firehouse.
Why you paused the fire truck, firehouse. So in the original discussions, you were going to pay for the time it costs to train the fire and EMS, including not only to train them on the facility, but also to pay them their rate of pay. Is that still?
That's what we committed to.
Yeah.
We have a workforce development commitment of $500,000 that can be used at the county's discretion. I don't know if we got as prescriptive as paying the salaries or overtime of individuals being trained. I think to your point earlier, based on the total proffer package and the value, the Board of Supervisors could decide to allocate it however they would like. We did it again based on our interpretation of the needs of the county on following conversations around CIP. I will tell you the workforce development piece is slightly self-serving. In all of the places where we go to do development, generally we need to create the workforce to help support these. As you saw on the first slide, we're looking to sustain over 1,500 construction jobs throughout the development of this over a 15-year period, and 50 to 60 full-time employees occupying each one of these buildings. We try to create as much of that labor force in the local communities as possible. So offering grants and money and cash to help develop those programs was something that we did very early on. We met with Dr. Jesse Boyd to talk about a workforce training program at a vocational or even a technical school level to help create those jobs. If that workforce development money needs to be increased to accommodate some of the training that you're talking about for individuals that may be serving the building, we can certainly talk about that, but we felt that $500,000 was adequate. One, to kickstart some of the workforce development to support the buildings and the projects themselves here in the local community. But we could also allocate some of that, or you all could determine if you wanted to allocate some of that for workforce to help support the project in other ways.
I was going to ask on this slide. Are we ready to go to this slide?
Yes.
My question is, I voted for that $1.25 in 2019, and if I knew that it wasn't a box in one box, I would have changed my vote, because that $1.25 is a big problem to me, because Loudoun County, Prince William, they get a lot more money for these. So my question is to Mr. Stewart, are we able to get a different deal with different developers, or are we locked into that because we made that agreement in 2019?
We didn't make that agreement.
Well, I was on the board, you weren't.
So Mr. Smolik and I were just talking about that. As far as I know, there's nothing that prevents you all from changing your tax rate, and it's uniform. What I don't know is if you had some sort of contractual arrangement with the entities in the Fredericksburg Regional Alliance. I don't think you did, but I've not gone back and looked at that. There's nothing that prevents you from changing your tax rate.
Okay, I would ask you to look into it if it's in census, because we were told back then that this is what we all agreed, and we'd all have to agree to get out of it.
I think y'all did that as an incentive on what they called that tricycle project.
Okay.
And now the performance agreement that the board adopted prior to you all actually said if you change the tax rate, anything over that $1.25 you had to pay back to Amazon. But that also, they were taking advantage of the state infrastructure grant, where they got significant discounts on their real estate taxes as well. And you all agreed to send certain money back with regard to that. And I don't know this for certain, but I think they're the only entity taking advantage of that right now, because I think they're the only one that's done the $35 billion in investment statewide, but I'm not certain of that. There may be others that are approaching that.
Because if we can up that would be great. And then the
In other words, any reason you can't change your tax rate?
The reason I put this slide up was actually from an exchange between Ms. Flatley and Mr. Moffitt during the Planning Commission. They were asking about ratios between real estate and personal property. So I put this slide up here to show the current taxation structure here that would apply to a data center, and that's inside of the Fredericksburg Regional Alliance versus Loudoun County, which does have a significantly higher rate. Mr. Stewart is correct that you, of course, have the ability on an annual basis to throttle those rates in one way or another. Loudoun County is a great example. They have used that higher personal property tax rate on data centers to generate the revenue to reduce their real estate tax rate, which they've done by over 35 cents in the last 15 years. And then there have been other jurisdictions like Prince William and others that once they get the data centers in, the data center equipment tax rate goes up, presumably because they have a captive audience, and so it's a way for them to generate revenue. So the reason I put this up here is just to show the comparative difference between Loudoun County and where you are, but also making the point that yes, at some point, if you're looking at a way to generate revenue, you still have a ton of runway before you start getting up anywhere close to what they're doing in Northern Virginia. And the Fredericksburg Regional Alliance, if I remember correctly, was the reason that this taxation structure was put together was to create to create an incentive to try to get data center development and others that would apply to this into the area, but also to eliminate this kind of tax credit arms race where one county is pitting, another against another to try to incentivize data centers by lowering the tax rates, so of mutually assured destruction, so to speak. But I do want to clarify one thing about the abatement. We are not asking for any abatements, any tax credits, any incentive as part of our project. Everything that we forecast from a fiscal perspective is based on that Fredericksburg Regional Alliance model. So all of the methodology in terms of how the real estate is assessed, which is exactly how the company that you all have hired to do your assessment would value that real estate, and the same way that the personal property, again, assuming it's all reported, which it should be, in the schedule that Gina will receive on a regular basis, that is calculated. So if those rates go up, our estimate would also go up. So we did it on the bottom, not the top, not somewhere in between. It's based on the current taxation structure as it exists today.
And I wasn't picking on, I was just that's been bugging me for a while, that number in the depreciation schedule. It just doesn't seem right, especially when Northern Virginia.
So
Mr.
the
Chairman.
Fredericksburg Regional Alliance is kind of a dirty word here.
I just wanted to clarify one thing. I heard this question in the Planning Commission. I've heard others ask it, that they're concerned that this group or some other may sell it to an entity that takes advantage of the state infrastructure grant program. You all would have to adopt a performance agreement that would allow them to get those reduced rates and the give backs that requires. So I think Mr. Collins said something about proffering that you wouldn't do that. They don't have to. Ultimately, this board would have to approve them participating in that and the EDA.
So the $1.25 won't float.
I can appreciate that.
Mr. Sullivan, do you have a question real quick?
No, you already answered it. I was just going to ask if the $1.25 even applies to us anymore, because we left the FRA over a year ago. And then I was going to ask about what rates you use for the estimates here on slide 31, but I'm assuming it was the $1.25 rate.
Yes, all of these estimates were based on your current taxation structure as well as these inputs. And we actually, I did a retire and refresh every 5 years as opposed to 3. If it was done at a quicker rate than 5 years, the revenue would go up. So we used the outside of the 3 to 5 year equipment refresh, which is where most of the revenue is coming from.
Mr. Stroud?
Yes, sir. Again, I would be, instead of going over a lot of this tonight, I would, maybe encourage a meeting where we maybe discuss and talk about what I would look at is, instead of focusing on that rate, is focusing on how we ensure that they're very successful. Because the more successful they are, then the more money we're going to get. And instead of just getting fixated on the rate, I'm not saying we don't talk about the rate, but we look more holistically at how we can ensure they're successful, that they get a build out as fast as possible, and they can start renting space. Because whenever they start getting equipment in there, the faster they can do that. And there's a lot of things that come into play there. Just the availability of them, period, with all the data centers that are being built. There's a lot of things there. Instead of just getting fixated on that, we need to have a further discussion on mutual success.
Mr. Stroud, who would have that future discussion?
I don't necessarily have that answer for you right now. I think that we could,
It would probably be set up with 2 board members at a time, like we do most things, Mr. Collins. So we break it out, like we'd set up several meetings, right? And we know that's going to take place.
So the 2x2s is kind of a shenanigans.
No, it's just a framework.
And we have to do it.
Basically, it gets it out of the public eye. We know that if you have 3 members, you got to have a public meeting. So, the 2x2 was a shenanigans from the last board, so they'd have to be stuff to be public. So
Not shenanigans.
So why
It
not
just
talk
states
about it
state
in
law.
public so everybody knows and can be on board, so we don't get down the road into a situation like tonight earlier,
All right, then I'll answer for you. Mr. Smoldick and Mr. Stewart and myself will set up a meeting and talk to you, and then at that point in time, we'll talk to the members of the board. We'll come back before the board again. How about that? All right.
Good.
So you can't just set a meeting. You can set a meeting with him, but you start doing 2 board members, that's shenanigans too.
Say anything about 2 board members.
You said you and
That's
Mr. Stroud.
Smoldick and Mr. Stewart is what I said. We'll begin the initial conversation. That's what I said.
Well, why would you have the initial conversation? Why wouldn't other people be able to be an initial
I
conversation?
tried to do that, but you didn't want. Why are you being such a hard ass right now?
Because
Stop. Your time. Just get over yourself for a second. Let the man get through it. We're running late on this.
we're almost done.
There's a lot of questions. We'd be done.
Well,
There's a lot of questions.
You're not going to bully me into.
I'm not bullying
you are.
There's a lot of questions that have to be asked, and there's a lot. And Mr. Stroud has just said to you several times. These are some things we need to talk about. It's not about doing it, but we're out here right now. I'm not prepared to even talk about all this. They're not prepared for what you're asking them. Let them pull their stuff together. They're getting a little bit of that. Let them prepare those things and have an initial conversation with them. If you want to be part of that, I invited you to, but that in your book, that's frickin' shenanigans. It's not shenanigans. It's a state law that 2 people get to be there at a time.
It's not a state law. It says you can't have 3 people.
Yeah, you can have 2 people. That's what I just said. You can only have 2 people.
Right, but you
Hard
said
time
it's
hearing me
state law
tonight.
that you can have that. That's not, what? It says state law you can have,
It's a public meeting. If you have more than 2 supervisors
Right, more
at a
than
meeting,
2.
and you need to advertise that, it needs to be open to the public.
but if you just have 2, you don't have to advertise or be open to the public.
That's correct.
Right.
And the only part of this old board that's still here is you.
No,
Okay, you keep
Bender.
bringing, and Bender, you keep bringing up the old board, but you're part of that. The 3 of us aren't doing that, and Ms. Bender isn't doing that. All right? So I want to get by this tonight. We'll let the man do his presentation and talk. If there's things that need to be ironed out, we'll get them ironed out. If you want to be part of that, you're more invited to be. Please continue.
I think I've gotten to the end of the presentation. The revenue, the fiscal impact of the project, highly accretive, pure positive net fiscal revenue to the county. There is runway for more, depending on what you do with the tax rate. And again, we are more than happy to talk about any of the concerns that you all have in terms of the certainty of the revenue and anything else that we may need to consider for proffers to ameliorate your concerns. But overall, very, very proud of this project, what it's going to bring to King George County, and certainly from a revenue standpoint, there is no substitute.
What we'll get is I'll get the board members to email Mr. Stewart and Mr. Smalnick things that are concerns, things that they want talked about. And so you can start. And I know that you're willing to work with us. You know,
Absolutely.
we're willing to work with you. So I know that what we're looking at, not everything's set in stone. You're willing to, pieces are still moving to make this whole thing work out. I totally get that.
Yeah, I understand. And this is the first presentation we've given to you all, so naturally there are questions, but we've wanted to collaborate from the beginning, and we will be open and willing to discuss solutions to any questions, any concerns you all have. So thank you.
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Collins.
So you're the chairman, you're not the king. So you can't tell the rest of the board what they're going to do and not do. I take quite an offense to that, Mr. Davis.
Take a lot of offense to you too, buddy. Good.
I know.
All right. As long as you got that out there too.
Mr. Chair, can you put the last slide up? I just wanted to clarify for the audience, because you see those numbers. So the last number, 2044, that's full build out with all your buildings, correct?
That's correct.
Because that could be confusing to folks. So I just wanted to clarify for the
Yes,
public
so
that that's.
It's full build out on what we call stabilization. So we've leased up almost the entirety of the campus. Everything is moved in, and it's fully taxable. Of course, the growth factor that I put in for all of this is only 3%. If you were to change tax rates on any one of those components, and as equipment gets more expensive, that number will inevitably go up. But I feel very, very good about that number at stabilization.
Thank you. I just wanted clarification so people, it's just a lot of numbers there if you
I
don't
know.
have the full context.
I know we had this conversation about what to distill down, so it makes sense, but to give enough to where you guys can chew on it, and it's about as good as I can come up with.
All right. Thank you, sir. I appreciate it.
Thank you all for your time. We appreciate it. Look forward to working with you.
Ms. Cook, you've been waiting for a minute. 07-13, King George County propane tanks and service update.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman and members of the board. Tonight, I'm going to walk you through our current situation, future needs, procurement options, and next steps ensuring stable, safe, and competitively priced propane service for the county. We currently have a mixed lease and own tanks in place. In total, there are currently 9 county-owned tanks and 22 leased. While our vendors provided adequate service, the lack of pricing predictability is our greatest area of concern. Because we do not hold a contract with the current vendor, that gives us an opportunity to improve terms. Propane demand is at its highest during the winter months. However, emergency generators require year-round readiness. The county used 15,633 gallons in 2024 with the average price per gallon of $3.68 for a total cost of approximately $49,699 for the year. Tracking usage will help negotiate better rates and delivery schedules. Evaluating whether to lease tanks from a vendor or purchase them ourselves will require direction from the board. Leasing reduces our upfront costs but may limit our ability to switch vendors. The procurement may be structured as an IFB or RFP depending on how much weight we place on price versus service and reliability. The initial contract term will be for 1 year. Contract extensions can be decided when the agreement is drafted. And this is just an overview of all the tank locations that we currently have in King George. Our evaluation will focus on pricing, on the vendor's ability to provide reliable, code-compliant service and support. Safety and responsiveness are critical, especially during winter weather emergencies or service interruptions. Next steps, excuse me. This project includes the complete removal of existing leased propane tank systems and the installation of new propane tanks and associated components to ensure safe, code-compliant, and fully operational propane service at the designated location. The contractor shall provide all labor, equipment, materials, and permits necessary to complete the work. A second IFB will run concurrently advertising for propane service for newly installed tanks. This is about an 8 to 10 week timeline for execution of an agreement. And if you have any questions?
I have a question, Mr. Chair. Yes, ma'am. So whenever we're putting the bid out, what I would offer is that, so there's an opportunity to lease or buy.
Correct.
Okay. If we can open that up and allow the people bidding to, in other words, if they get that work, they may provide us a tank for free if they're going to sell us gas. So let them, it's not let them propose that to us, make it available. So, hey, you can have the tank as long as we get your gas. In other words, I'm making money. You can borrow my tank and I'm going to get it back in the end anyway. So you get the tank for free. And provide them the ability to do it, open it up for them to.
Mr. Chairman, that I believe there's a state law that says if you have one person's tank, nobody else can put fuel in it.
Right, but they're going to replace the tanks.
No. But
buy it.
What I mean is, if you have a vendor, their tank at your location, my recollection is there's a state law that they can prohibit you from having anyone else fill that tank, so you wouldn't be able to ask for prices.
Well, I guess, so maybe it's the wording. So right now, that's the problem. We have AmeriGas tanks and Superior Gas, whatever tanks. So we can't have Blossman come in and fill them.
Right.
So, but if we construct the vehicle in a way that, as a part of proposing this, they're locking in a price. They provide the tank and they lock in a price. This is their bid. We don't have to accept it. But if they're offering us the tank and they're offering this price and we get locked in for that, then we win.
You have to own the tank.
It's their tank.
No, we, the county, have to own the tank if we're going to shop around for the best price.
This is shopping. That's what this is.
So if you look at the current, I got information today. I got all the prices we pay per gallon. We're paying $5.16 per gallon, and our lowest is $1.60 something, and there's 3 tanks from that one vendor that's $1.63. Everything else is above $3. So, if like at your home, if you own your tank, I can call Blossom and say, how much you going to charge me? You can call AmeriGas and say, how much you going to charge me? And then you can decide which one to go on for the best price if you own a tank. But if you lease a tank or they give you a tank, then you can't get another vendor in there. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, that's not, I'm not arguing that. I personally have a number of tanks. And what I'm saying is that all I'm doing is saying that we offer them the ability to propose that if we want to change, if they raise the price up, then we're like, okay, fine. We just put out a solicitation and have somebody, in other words, we control the contract period so that if the cost gets too high, then we get the chance to renegotiate.
I think what you're kind of saying is basically as you pick the company with the lowest rate, so you want to let them put their tanks in for free.
Right.
You pick them, and so you go, okay, but part of it is you put your tanks in because you're picking the people with the $1.60 rate and said, okay, but we want you to put your tanks in.
Right.
We don't want to pay for them.
They have to inspect it anyway.
But Mr. Chairman, that's what I'm saying. In a free market, you'd be right. And Supervisor Stroud would be right. But I believe, and I'll check on it, there's a state law that says if AmeriGas has a tank in the ground, nobody else can put gas in it. So you can't then go out and shop. You'd have to make AmeriGas pull their tank up, go out and get another bid. Now, that may be worth it, but it is not a normal contractual situation because they were able to get a state law in that says my tank's at your place, nobody else can put fuel in that tank.
I see what you're saying now.
It's a very peculiar law, and I'll check, but I'm pretty sure that is what the law is.
I didn't understand what you were saying. I now understand what you're looking at. So I've dealt with that, and I'm not arguing that fact. But if what I've been able to do is I go to another carrier and I say, okay, they negotiate, they buy the tank from whoever I was using. And they work that out on their side. But I don't know if the county can do that or not. But, basically, they figure it out. We're just buying their gas. So we make it their problem. I'm trying to make it their problem and not ours. But I'm sorry, ma'am.
Mr. Smolnick.
So I think the approach what we're thinking here is that just make sure you picked up on this, a two-step approach that we're run concurrently. The first question is rent or own. If we put out an IFB to have somebody install our tanks that we own, that's what we would solicit bids for the lowest price to put in tanks by us that the county would own. The second concurrent bid would be, okay, 6 different vendors, give us a price per gallon for a 1-year time that could be up to 4 1-year renewable options at the discretion of the county. So we would have the option, we would lock in for 12 months at a time for a price per gallon, and we could renegotiate that every 12 months. We could bounce from vendor to vendor.
If we owned our own tank.
If we own the tanks.
How much?
Could we also, hang on, I'm sorry. Could we also say, make it a longer contract? We will let you provide all of our tanks and all of our fuel for 3 years if you keep it 5% below whatever the market average is, or so. You see where I'm going with that?
We could do something like that for that second IFB, but I think the first question is, so staff knows, my recommendation is, own the tanks. So, so I think that's the first part to answer the first question. Do you want staff to draft an IFB for owning our tanks? Get that worked up, and then we can start working the other one. Because here's going to be the tricky part. We need to run these concurrently because there's going to be a point in time where you've got a tank in the ground that's hooked up right now. Places are using it. You're going to have a new tank that's put into the ground, and you're going to need to fill that tank so you can have a switchover on the same day. We don't want to have our pump stations or whatever without propane. So the timing is going to be very critical on here just to ensure that there's no gap for propane services for any of our assets.
I'd like to know what the cost of ownership is because I would hate to find out that we're going to spend more money than we save keeping these things up.
Well, we rent them now, that we lease the tanks, we pay a yearly rental. So, if in a certain amount of time, let's say 6 months, you'll recoup that cost because you've been leasing it for all these years and you've been paying, way above market rate for years.
And Mr. Sullins, we can put these IFBs out. Just because we put them out and solicit bids doesn't mean we need to entertain them. If we get 6 different proposals come in and we realize that it is cheaper to rent and pay that rental fee and, be at their mercy for the prices, we can evaluate it at that point in time.
Sure, I just want us to be smart because
So you're just looking for permission from us to put the IFP out to see what it costs for us to buy our own tanks?
Yes.
All right.
And
So this is the first step in the process to see, we got to go out there and see what it's going to cost to do this.
but didn't Mr. Smolnik say you need to do that concurrently?
The ideal would be to do them concurrently. If one of them lagged by a week or so, I think that would still be okay. As long as the work and the filling of the tanks, that's the critical part. Because it will take some time to draft an IFB and get it out on the streets. If Ms. Cook, if there's a week lag time between these, do you see that as an issue?
No, I don't think that's a problem.
So we'd still, this is the initial stage, so we'd put out the IFP to see how much it's going to cost. You'll come back and tell us how much it's going to cost, and we're going to say yes or no, we want to go that way.
Yes.
Right, okay, so this is we're way before when we actually got to put it, and we got to do the switching.
Okay.
Right now, we're just trying to figure out how much it's going to cost to buy the tank.
Correct.
Right.
Without having necessarily voting, but can we agree that we don't want to lease that that we don't want to lease the tank because then that means that if they provide it, we either buy it or they give it to us, but we're not paying for the tank.
I think that's the second step in the process, though. I think right now we got to figure out how much it's going to cost to buy the tanks. That's all she's going to do, and they come back to us and go, "This is how much it's going to cost to buy the tanks compared to how much you're paying to lease." But this is just it's a discovery phase. So we're not making a switch tomorrow. She needs to go find out how much it's going to cost for us to buy our own tanks. They come back and we can look and see if it's a cost savings in that. But I agree with you that we don't want to. If we do strike a deal with somebody, we don't want to lease them. But we got to find out what it costs now, right?
So is this just a consensus then, or do we
Yeah,
have to
just a
make?
consensus.
I think it's just a consensus. I think we've got
I
the
have no
consensus.
problem with it.
Yes, Ms.
It's just an
Thank you.
IFP to figure it out.
Thank you, Ms. Cook.
All right, 07-14, findings of Dalgan wastewater treatment plant.
Mr. Chairman, I believe this is the same thing that Mr. Rose presented earlier for the Service Authority. It's just the board needs to do it. And if I'm looking at this right, you all would just make a motion to adopt the resolution as presented in here, which approves the support agreement.
So moved.
second.
Motion made, properly second. Any further discussion? By roll call, Mr. Collins,
Yay.
Mr. Stroud,
Aye.
Ms. Bender,
Aye.
Mr. Sellens.
Aye.
Chair votes aye. Motion passes. 07-15, tax exemption for charitable entities, the 516 project and Love Thy Neighbor.
And Mr. Chair, it doesn't want to work. This is the ordinance that we drafted to entertain tax exempt status for charitable entities. It was properly advertised and you all held a public hearing at the last meeting, so you can take action on this if you so choose tonight. And then I think you have two applications behind it. Love Thy Neighbor and
The 516 project and Love Thy Neighbor. And at the last board meeting, there were certain criteria in the code, and the board wanted some of those clarified. The very next day, Ms. Puckett sent those to me. I forwarded them to the Board of Supervisors. Just for the record here, just some of the questions that they asked, are you a 516? Both answered yes.
act on the ordinance first.
Okay.
I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman, you need to act on the ordinance first if you're going to, and then you can take the request by the two charitable organizations.
Mr. Chair, I do have a question. You made a good point about the real estate one. Could we exclude the real estate since they don't have real estate at this time?
But I think if you want to entertain the applications, you first have to adopt the ordinance. The ordinance has never been adopted.
Right, but my question is, do we put in the ordinance, just to give an example, they had talked about real estate and then personal property, like vehicles and that. Does the ordinance say both?
My recollection is it did, but let me read it again.
I mean, can you have the ordinance and then look at the applications and exclude one? That's my
Pursuant
question.
to Article 10, subsection 6A6 of the Constitution of Virginia as amended, they can, for religious or charitable purposes, get tax exemption status for real and or personal property. So, and you get to make the decision if you want to give it to them for either or both.
Okay, so each application you could decide.
Each application stands on its own.
Mhm.
You actually have to make the findings. And that's why Matt was getting ready to go into that, but you don't have an ordinance yet that allows you to look at these applications.
Okay.
So it's kind of confusing because it was all done together. The first step is if you want to do this and entertain people's applications for tax exempt status, you first have to adopt this ordinance.
Okay, thank you.
It would require a motion to adopt the ordinance. It's already been properly advertised and you held a public hearing on it.
All right. Do we want to call them up to speak? Or need to? Do I have a motion or do we need to make an order?
The first motion would just be to adopt the ordinance as presented. That'd be the first motion.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to make a motion we adopt the ordinance as
Presented.
presented.
Have a second?
Second.
Motion properly second. Any further discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Roll call, I'm sorry.
A roll call. Mr. Stroud?
Aye.
Ms. Bender?
Aye.
Mr. Sullins?
Aye.
Mr. Collins?
Aye.
Chair votes aye, motion passes.
And now, Mr. Chairman, you all have two applications, one from Love Thy Neighbor and one from the 516, which I think Matt can explain. He got the criteria for you all.
So within the ordinance that you just adopted, there are certain criteria that the board shall consider whether or not to grant each entity, both Love Thy Neighbor and the 516 project, tax exempt status. This information, the answers to the criteria were emailed to the board members the day after the previous board meeting. I can go through them very briefly here. So the first subsection is whether or not the organization is exempt. If it's a 501c3, both of them responded yes. Whether a current alcohol beverage license for serving alcohol has been issued by ABC for each organization. Love Thy Neighbor does not sell alcohol. 516 does not sell alcohol. The subsection 3, whether any director, officer, or employee of the organization is paid compensation in excess of reasonable allowance for salaries or other compensation for personal services which such director, employee, or officer actually renders. Love Thy Neighbor and 516 both answered no. And then whether any part of the net earnings of such organizational inures to the benefit of the individual, whether any significant portion of the service provided by such organization is generated by funds received from donations, contributions, or local, state, federal grants. As used in subsection, donation shall include the providing of personal services or contribution of in-kind or other material services. So Love Thy Neighbor's response was Love Thy Neighbor does not generate earnings. They do not operate off of donated products, donated funds, and they do apply for grants. 516 project does operate off of donated funds and do apply for grants. Next section, whether or not they provide services for the common good of the public, both of them responded yes. Subsection 6, whether a substantial part of the activities of the organization involves carrying on propaganda or otherwise attempting to influence legislation, and whether the organization participates in or intervenes in a political campaign on behalf of any candidate for public office, both responded no. The revenue impact to the locality and its taxpayers of exempting the property. So Love Thy Neighbor, personal property, to give you an example, in 2024, it was $1,491.75, 2025, $1,142.38. And the 516 project's only personal property, 2024 was $6,068.91, 2025 was $5,211.70. So you're looking at $6,300 for this last year. So the impact to the community, as far as, should you want to exempt them, that would be the impact. And then pursuant to the Virginia Code Section 58(1)3651B8, any other criteria, facts, or circumstances that the board deems pertinent to the adoption of an ordinance granting a tax exemption. Love Thy Neighbor, only personal property exemption at this time. Love Thy Neighbor does not currently own real estate, and the 516 project, only personal property exemption at this time. 516 project does not currently own real estate. So that is a summary of all the criteria that the board should consider when whether or not to grant both of these entities tax exempt status. Any questions?
Any questions for Mr. Smolnik?
Motion?
It's just personal property on both. That's correct.
Make a motion.
I'd like to make a motion to,
You hold on one second. I'm sorry.
what?
That's my fault, Ms. Cousins. Mr. Sullins, go ahead.
All right. I had a question that was emailed to me at the last meeting. If we do this, and for these guys or for anybody else, how do we verify that they're not using or using the property that's tax exempt as personal property? In other words, if there's a van, a truck, a car, whatever, how do we verify?
The only way I know is to, have the commissioner's office go out and check. I don't know how you would. And I don't know how you have to take their word for it.
Cool.
Any other questions? Mr. Collins? You want to make a motion? Okay.
I'd like to make a motion. Tax exempt for charitable entities, personal property for Love Thy Neighbor and for 516 project.
Mr. Collins, that was just for personal property, right?
Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am.
Second.
Motion properly second. Any further discussion? By roll call, Mr. Stroud.
Aye.
Ms. Bender.
Aye.
Mr. Collins.
Aye.
Mr. Sullins.
Aye.
Chair votes aye. Motion passes. Thank you. Thank you for what you do in our community too. I appreciate it. All right, next up we have 07-17. Bryce, you've been here for a while. You ready?
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, sir.
I'm sorry. It may be prudent just to have a motion to defer Davis Hill since they actually requested it be deferred.
All right. I get
So
a
moved.
motion for deferment.
I'll make a motion to defer the Davis Hill Development Project.
Second.
Motion properly second. Any further discussion? All in favor say aye.
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 Chair votes aye. Motion passes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Young.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and members of the board. Today I'm presenting the change order for the old middle school demolition. During the asbestos abatement portion of the old middle school demolition, additional asbestos containing materials were discovered. This change order in the amount of $2,200 includes the cost to legally remove and dispose of these materials. Funds are available in the CIP budget to cover this additional expense. Since this board report has been published, the inspection firm has agreed to pay 30% of the cost of the change order, bringing the total required from the county down to $1,540. Staff recommended action is to authorize the county administrator to execute a change order to the agreement with demolition services in the amount of $1,540 to continue hazardous material abatement. Any questions?
Mr. Sullins, you have a question?
Mr. Chairman, if I may, so just for your recollection, so last month, this change order was in the neighborhood of $40,000. Board directed staff to go back. I want to give Mr. Young a lot of credit on this. Worked through, there was an addendum to the contract. We had numerous conversations with Mr. Young did with the contractor. Contractor missed it. So it took us down to $2,200. Mr. Young then pursued ECS with some of their, whether or not some of the language and some of their assessment led to this change order. After the the drafting of this, as stated by Mr. Young. ECS agreed around 4:15 this afternoon to absorb $660 of this, thereby leaving a delta of $540, Bryce?
Yes, sir.
So that's the number we got to. So we were at 40,000 last month, and now we're down to $1,540.
Thank you, Mr. Collins, for pushing back on that. I appreciate it. Saved us some money. Do I have a motion on this?
Mr. Chair, I'd like to make a motion that we authorize the county administrator to execute a change order one of the agreement with the demolition services in the amount of $1,540 to continue hazardous material abatement.
Second.
Motion properly second. Any further discussion? A roll call. Mr. Stroud?
Aye.
Bender?
Aye.
Mr. Collins?
Aye.
Mr. Sullins?
Aye.
Chair votes aye. Motion passes.
Mr. Chair, I have a motion.
Yes, sir.
Given the time, I move that we extend the meeting by another half hour to midnight.
Just a second.
Second.
Motion properly second. Any further discussion? All in favor, say aye.
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 Chair votes aye. Motion passes. Next up, we have second public comment to address meeting items that we just recently talked about. Thank you, gentlemen, for being here.
Administrator's report.
Is there anyone that would like to speak?
Administrator report.
I'll come back to it. Letting people clear out. Where's she going? She can't leave. I'm not done. All right. Is there anyone online? Any correspondence? Seeing none, I will close public comment. Thank you. County Administrator?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just three quick items. So the board appointed me as the representative on the Rappahannock Juvenile Detention Commission. There are some instances where my schedule may not permit me. I've talked to Ms. Levita Cobb, and I'm recommending that the board appoint Ms. Levita Cobb as an alternate to the Rappahannock Juvenile Detention Commission.
So moved.
Second.
Motion made properly second. Any further discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Chair votes aye. Motion passes.
Thank you. So just want to, I know it's late in the night here, but I want to thank our friends from Life Point Church. They visited the administration office earlier this week as part of their Paint the Town Red campaign. So we had, I think it was four youth here along with one adult. They dropped off some water and some goodies to each of the different departments for part of their campaign. So it was just wonderful to meet them. I want to thank them for their support and recognizing us. So I wanted to mention them. And lastly, I did want to, I know the fireworks display was this past Saturday. I want to give a thanks to Mr. Chris Clark for kind of organizing this and, for all the other staff members who made this happen. Got a lot of good feedback from it and a lot of planning went into. So I want to thank Mr. Clark for his efforts. Other than that, that's it, Mr. Chairman.
That's it.
Mr. Chair,
Yes, sir.
I move that the King George County Board of Supervisors convene in closed session pursuant to Virginia Code Section 2.2-3711.a.1 to discuss the county administrator's performance and salary. I invite the county administrator as needed because he is deemed necessary and or their presence will reasonably aid the board in its consideration of one or more of the topics to be discussed pursuant to Virginia Code Section 2.2-3712.f.
Second.
Motion properly second. Any further discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
We are in closed session. If I don't see you guys, thank you for staying this long. Motion, please, whatever you want to do.
Mr. Chair, I move that the King George County Board of Supervisors return to the public meeting.
Motion properly second. Any further discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Chair votes aye. Motion passes.
Mr. Chair, I move that the King George County Board of Supervisors certify by vote that only matters under the call were discussed and no action was taken.
Second.
Mr. Stroud,
I concur.
Bender,
So certified.
Ms. Collins,
Certified.
Sullins,
So certify.
so certified. Now let's see that we stand there, get out.
I move to adjourn the Board of Supervisors to Tuesday, August 5th, 2025 at 5:30 PM in the Rivercombe Boardroom.
Second.
Motion probably second. Any further discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Chair votes aye. We are closed.